We love our fans, we love the support that we get wherever we go in the world, home, away. I'm not sure if there is what needs to be mended. We absolutely love everyone who supports English cricket. We always feel that support and we're very much appreciative of it. We're still going out there and still trying to make people feel happy about that they support a team who know what they're trying to do. You know, we've got an identity as an England cricket team and we'll still be going out there and trying to show that.
Well, hello everyone, good morning to you and welcome to Lords. It seems to have been a long time coming, doesn't it? But now the start of a really interesting test series between England and New Zealand. The England team really under the spotlight after their dreadful performance in Australia. A lack of discipline on and off the field, and yet no change to the management or the administrators. Some light tinkering to the team. So how will Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum respond to the criticism from pundits and fans? We'll find out soon enough. A blustery day, there's rain in the forecast, there's blue sky at the moment there's some cloud. We might well get a shower around about midday for an hour or two, but we're just crossing fingers. We should definitely start on time, and the usual suspects are gathering around the pitch here, various pitch inspections and so on going on. Andy Pycroft, the match referee, are waiting for the captains. England are warming up and practicing just to our left. Here's Sarah Taylor, I see in her England tracksuit there, new addition of course, wicket keeping, great to see her on board. And over to our right here in sort of faded light green, I'm not sure quite what to call that colour of training kit. The New Zealanders are going through their paces, some big lads there, and a decent team as well. These will not be a pushover, most unlikely. So Michael Vaughan's alongside me, and great to see you again too, Michael. I haven't seen you for, well, Sydney, I suppose. Was it? Dare we go back to those dark days, I wonder? But but it's so...
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we're all waiting to see how this England side kind of react to what was a disappointing winter. They'll know that. Just a couple of kind of changes in personnel, nothing in terms of the backroom and the management. The ECB have gone consistent. They believe that, you know, the likes of Rob Key, Baz McCullum, Ben Stokes deserve a chance to try and put right what's wrong. By the way, the New Zealand kit is lime.
Oh, lime!
Lime, it's lime green.
I was trying to think kiwi fruit.
No.
But you don't think? What do you think?
No, it's lime, Jonathan. But yeah, I mean, again, it's intriguing to see how England come. I mean, all the talk in the week is how they deal with the pressure of the kind of situation in the Test match. That's been their kind of wrongdoing. You know, I don't think selection's been that much wrong in the past. It's just been the way that they've played in certain situations, and I guess that's what we're all looking for, is to see how they react this morning. For instance, if they're having to bat, the ball might move around. Is the Bazball method going to come out, or is the traditional Test match method going to come out? Because you would think there will be some movement today. I'd actually think that both captains will probably bowl. You know, in these kind of conditions, there's been a bit of water over the last few days. I think the forecast for the Test match is a little bit sporadic, so I would think that both captains will fancy getting the ball in hand today.
It was chastening. I'm looking at Ben Stokes just in front of us here. He's got the coin in his hand. He's ready to spin it. They don't do it on the pitch at the moment. They've got a sort of a tossing mat, they would describe. That sort of carpet that's laid out alongside the pitch. You always used to throw it on the pitch, didn't you? Excuse me. But that's not the case today. But it was a chastening experience for them.
Yeah, it was, and particularly for the captain. You know, he was so desperate to get the Ashes back. You know, you think back to that first day in Perth where they were bowled out, then produced an incredible bowling performance, then 100 ahead on day 2 at lunchtime, and we're all thinking, wow, this England side's off to a fly. Just bat the day out, win the first Test, and we know the history suggests if you can win a first Test in Australia, there's a great chance that you win the Ashes. Well, we know what happened on that second afternoon in Perth. We know what happened in Brisbane against the pink ball when Michael Neser was picked in the keeper's stirrup and they played all the shots. The fielding wasn't great throughout the winter. You know, the bowling at times was pretty good, but then too inconsistent. But realistically, it's been the batting that's let the Test team down, and it's been their approach. So I'm just intrigued to see how they go. Look, I don't want them to go into their shells. You know, I don't want them to, dare I mention a couple of old players' names like Chris Taveray. I don't want them to kind of go back to those days. But it's just reading the situation and working out.
Being adaptable, isn't it? And not just having to be full on, in your face, we're going big,
it's
we're going
it's
hard.
earning the right to get to that.
You know, I think it was that sort of arrogance that really wound up the Australians for a start. We're going hard, we're doing this, and it was like, well, hang on a minute, Test cricket's not played like that.
No, it's not, and particularly against good teams. I think against lesser teams you can get away with it, but against an Aussie team, an Indian team, it's been exposed.
Right, now here's Mel Jones. She's conducting operations. She's also wearing that lime, actually, very cunningly selected to match the New Zealanders. Here we go. Ben Stokes is going to toss the coin.
Ben Stokes for the coin toss to get things underway.
Up it goes.
Heads is the call.
New Zealand
Heads
win.
it is. It's a nice coin toss to win. What are you going to do and why, Tom?
We're going to have a bowl first.
Yeah, that makes sense. So there we go. Tom Latham of New Zealand. Nice to see him back again. One of the more approachable captains on the circuit, and he's won the toss and got a bowl first. You're right, Mike. It just feels that sort of day, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's quite blustery, which is sometimes quite hard when you're in the field. But with the moisture that's been around and moisture due over the next 2 or 3 days, I think, and also against this England side, I think England over the course of the last few years have been a chasing side. They've been a team that likes to see a number on the board. So this is the perfect chance to see whether they can get a score on the board and kind of force the test match with runs on the board, because that's been a problem for them over the last 2 or 3 years.
England team, Duckett and Gay, of course, making his debut. He'll be opening the batting shortly. Bethel at 3, then Rootbrook, and then that switch around at 6 and 7, Smith and Stokes, Atkinson, Robinson, Tongue and Shoaib Bashir. So, I mean, that's an interesting selection in itself. I mean, he wasn't selected for Adelaide, where it's 40 degrees and turn square. Here, on a potentially drizzly early June day at Lord's, he's in the team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pleased that they've picked a spinner. England clearly feel that Shoaib's their best spinner, so that's why they've picked him.
I'll just give you New Zealand. Hang on. We've got Latham, Conway, Williamson, Ravindra, Mitchell and Blundell. They both had great tours here last time. Phillips, Smith, Jameson, Henry and O'Rourke. So full pace attack there. No Santner.
Yeah, a bit of Glenn Phillips to off them a little bit of spin. But the reason why they've picked Bashir is that they feel he's their number one spinner. Again, that's a debate. Others will say that there's others that they feel could have been picked ahead of Shoaib Bashir. But I like the fact they've gone with this spinner. But you're right in terms of the kind of selection, because you've got a Joe Root and a Jacob Bethel who can offer you a little bit of spin. If they were going to play a spinner on a week like this, you'd have thought, oh, maybe play the leg spinning, Ray and Armour, pack your batting. But they've gone with the out-and-out spinner, which I kind of like.
Right, hello Tom. Lovely to see you. Well, welcome back. And you won the toss. That's a nice one for you to win first up.
Yeah, nice to obviously be bowling first. Obviously, a little bit of weather around, so hopefully we can make use of the ball first up.
Yeah, and what an attack you have, and they're all fit and firing and ready to go.
Yeah, it's I guess the nature of professional sport. I guess to have everyone available to pick from, sometimes isn't the case, but fortunate enough that the guys have done an extreme amount of hard work to get themselves back from some really serious injuries, and to have them back is truly exciting.
Yeah, you'll forgive us. There's so much focus on England after what happened in Australia, and a kind of a reset. So were you watching the Ashes much? Did you see what was going on there? Are you interested as well to see how England change or not change, or however they're going to play here?
Yeah, as a fan, always watch a lot of cricket. It's obviously been well documented. What's going on over here, but I think if I look at England over, the last couple of years, they've been very clear in terms of the way that they want to operate, and I guess with things not necessarily going their way in Australia, they might sort of double down on the way that they want to approach things. So, but regardless of what they go with, it's important that we focus on ourselves as much as we can. Put the ball in the right areas first up here, and hopefully we can do that straight away.
Right. Look forward to seeing it. Thank you, Tom. Thanks so much for talking to us. Nice to see you again. Right, Ben Stokes. Good morning to you. Sorry, that's a Dupatron's finger. I haven't got a right hand. Happy birthday, first of all.
Thank you, Jonathan.
You'd have liked to have won the toss, I suspect.
Yes, we would have had a look to bowl, but always sort of tried to tempt you, done it at about 10:07. The clouds started to break up, and the sun came out. But we would have looked to bowl as well.
Yeah, Emilio Gay. They will get straight into action. Now, what can you tell us about him?
Look, it's always a great thing to be a part of. Seeing someone receive their first cap. Sir Alison did a great job at delivering that speech and giving him his cap.
He was very nervous about it.
I'm not surprised knowing Cookie, but he did a great job. I said that's the best he's ever going to speak in public. So.
I'll be right.
Look, he's made moves in his career to give himself the best chance of being in this situation here that he finds himself today. He started the season off incredibly well with Durham, 300s, and he deserves to be here. One message I gave him was, don't change anything about Emilio Gay, because what you've been doing is what's got you here. So go out and look to be the same Emilio Gay that you have been doing over the last 3 or 4 months, and then also the couple of years before that.
How have you spent the last few months? I know getting over a horrible injury, which looks good, by the way. It seems they've done a decent job there, Ben. They've levelled you up. Just thinking about the Ashes and so on, and the way that you're going to progress from here, does it feel like a reset, or is that sort of kind of going too hard at it?
Yeah, obviously we've been thinking about getting to this moment, and now we're here. So yeah, we go out and put words that we've been having to sort of say quite a lot of, because there's not been a lot going on, and put them into action.
And will that be obvious, or is it a kind of a subtle change that you're looking at?
Well, again, I've said yesterday, like, doesn't matter what I really say. What matters is what happens at the end of this game.
Okay, I'll shake you properly by the hand now, Ben. Nice to see you. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good day. Cheerio, Ben. Right, there we go. We're not giving much away. I mean, I suppose in a way, if you are Ben Stokes, you're asked that question. You know, if you're going to come out with lots of things that you are going to do and you are going to change, and it doesn't happen, you are kind of setting yourself up, aren't you? Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just intrigued to see how they cope with this morning, because, you know, I think, you know, talk is cheap. It's just now about performance, and as we keep mentioning, this situational play that this England side have got wrong in the last year or so. And I was mentioning before the toss, against the teams that aren't quite to the standard of, and I think this New Zealand side are up to the standard because of the bowling attack. You know, the Indian quicks last year, you go back to that game at the Oval where England should have strolled that game on the last morning. They didn't. That affected them badly. And then obviously in Australia we saw the way that they batted under pressure, particularly in the first 3 games, and then it was a young kid called Jacob Bethel got his chance, and he showed England how to bat in Test match cricket in the last game. So I'm hoping that the players have looked at Jacob's innings, the way that Joe Root's batted, and thought, you know, yes, you can be aggressive when the moment comes, but to go out and try and hit an O'Rourke or a Matt Henry or a Jameson or a Nathan Smith on a morning like this at Lord's, and you're going to play those big drives on the up, don't be surprised if you snick the ball. No. You know, and that's what we're kind of looking to see, whether the team have spoken about it, have the coaches work with the players to just identify that you can't just play one way. Over the course of the next few weeks particularly, we'll find out. We're going to find out over the next few hours, I think.
We are. It's very timely, actually. You've heard the hover cover firing up there as we walk past. It's actually just drizzling at the moment, so it's very timely that for the first time this summer we say hello to Chris Fawkes at the Met Office. Hello, Chris. How are you? Nice to. Thanks for joining us. It's raining at the moment.
Yes.
How long is it going to last for?
Well, yeah, it's not a great day to start the Test match, I have to say. We've got loads of showers that are pushing into the Greater London area at the moment on a brisk southwesterly wind. So, yeah, the shower's probably lasting about 10 minutes, then the sunshine will come out, but it's kind of teasing you today because just to our west, sort of coming into the Hampshire area at the moment, we've got a weather front, and that's going to be bringing some heavy rain, could be some thunder, and it could last for quite a few hours. Even once that clears through, we'll be back to the showers. So I think there are going to be some rain interruptions today. Initially they'll be quite brief, but I think as we head towards middle part of the day, early afternoon, I think we can probably pencil in a few hours of rain, and then we'll be back to the showery weather conditions as that works through. So yeah, a bit of sunshine today, but it will just fool you because there is going to be more rain on the way. It's one of those kind of days. So it's quite gusty today. Gusts of wind around 30 odd miles an hour, so quite blowy weather conditions, and a little on the cool side as well. So not great today, but looking at the forecast for tomorrow, there's a better chance that we get away with a dry day, because although there'll be showers initially during the very early morning, ridge of high pressure moves in and that should clear the showers, so there should be a lot more in the way of dry weather and sunshine tomorrow, much lighter winds as well, so a much better day for getting out on the crease.
Lovely. Thank you, Chris. A nice positive way to end that anyway. Yeah, it's still spitting here. There is some blue sky around, but that heavy band of rain doesn't sound very promising. Thanks to Chris for that. We always bring a weather forecast at the start of every day, so you've got an idea of what is going to happen. So New Zealand won the toss and they put England into bat. Hopefully we will start on time at 11 o'clock. But for now, from down here, it is blustery. He's quite right. Blowing a bit of a gale and sort of damp in the air, really. Up to the commentary box and to Simon Mann. Morning, Simon.
Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, everyone. Well, just looking up out from the commentary box, it looks okay at the moment. There's a shower over the Warner stand. That's a long way away, so it's actually quite hard to see why it's drizzling down there, because there's got a bit of blue sky above. So it looks as though we might be able to get away on time at 11 o'clock. So that's, 20 minutes away, and the sun has returned to Lords at the moment. But we might have slim pickings today, judging by that weather forecast, with that heavy band of rain coming in later. I wonder what Emilio Gay's feeling at the moment. He's got 20 minutes away from his first innings in Test match cricket. I note that he hasn't scored a run for nearly a month, despite being in great form this season. He scored 300s, but he hasn't scored a run for nearly a month because he was out for naught in his last match, and then the sort of configuration of fixtures means he hasn't batted that much recently. I've got Vic Marks alongside me, backed by popular demand, and another man backed by popular demand, and just hot-footing into the country, I think, as well, Jeremy Coney, the former New Zealand captain. Good morning to you, Jeremy.
Good morning, Simon. Yeah, hopping, did you say? Yes, it was.
Hot-footing?
It was hot footing.
I thought you were skipping.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was a long trip, but and I'm staying with a guy called Jared Kimber, who's down in the south-west, is it? It's a long trip in.
Right, well, it's nice to see you anyway.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Let's move on. It's not that
on.
interesting.
Yeah. So, Emilio Gay, Victor.
Well, you didn't paint a very optimistic picture. And I like to point out you got 200s for Durham earlier in the season.
300s.
300s.
And one here as well.
So it's not all bad news, but he'll be nervous, excited, and I suspect he'll want these clouds to dissipate and get out there and get his first Test run. It's an exciting moment for him. It's an interesting opening pair, Duckett and Gay. We'd had good odds on that a few years ago to be the opening pair for England, and neither are dull. I mean, I love the Duckett stat that Andy keeps producing, that no English opener has ever left so few balls for so long. And I think Emilio Gay has aggressive instincts, so, it's not a reversion to the other Bedford schoolboy who... Alistair Cook. He won't be leaving. Even Emilio Gay, I don't think, leaves quite so many as Alistair Cook did. But it's an exciting moment for all of us to see him play at the top level, and for him, well, against a formidable attack, actually, if they're acclimatised.
It is a good attack.
I did see Matt Henry. I commiserated with him. I said, terribly sorry, but Crawley's not playing.
And he's not wearing his pads at the moment either. He hit those a few times.
But it's
and what was his reaction to that?
He smiled. And he looked like he could cope with that setback.
So this New Zealand attack that Gay and the other England top order players are going out against fairly soon. Jameson, who's not played for a while at Test level. Henry, O'Rourke and Nathan Smith. Jeremy, assess those four.
I think they're the expected four that would play today and here at Lords. I think they're going to miss one player in particular, because the two you've mentioned, two tall men. First of all, O'Rourke, who's just coming back from a stress injury. It wasn't treated with surgery. It was just sort of conditioning and weights and so on. That's how he's recovered. And then, of course, Kyle Jameson, who has had some surgery in the first stress fracture, but he's had it as well in the similar site. And he had the same kind of period to sort of work through it, of conditioning as well. So there is an element of fragility, one might say, a frisson of fragility, and they will miss Jacob Duffy, because he is a resilient bowler who can bowl long spells, decent pace, doesn't drop pace, and he would be there to kind of just ease them, I think, through look, I don't know nowadays, they tell you can only have 13 overs today, Vic, and that's the way they kind of treat it. And if that's the case, then someone's going to have to take up those overs. And Nathan Smith, he's played for Surrey, of course, over here. I think he was at Worcester as well, somewhere like that. But he's developed an outswinger quite nicely. Medium fastish. Not very tall, so it's more of an along the wicket. But he does get some outswing, particularly with the Duke's ball.
And O'Rourke is quite pacey.
O'Rourke bounce. He'll come into you and make it. If he bowls nicely today, presumably from the pavilion end, if the breeze isn't too strong, he can be awkward.
Jacob Duffy's an interesting one you mentioned because he played in the IPL final.
Correct.
And so he's not here. I think his wife or partner is about to give birth.
Correct. Yeah. That's why he's taken the months off, because IPL goes forever, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Seems to. Yeah, they might expand it even more in the future as well.
Archer's found it a long trip for him.
Well, so where do you stand on the Archer situation then, Victor?
He's into the controversial
stuff. Jeremy brought him up.
I could quite understand why he's not playing, because I mean it's hard enough for batters, but I think it must be even worse for bowlers if you get into a rhythm of bowling a maximum of 4 overs every 3 days, something like that. And then you get
2 over spells.
Yeah, probably 2 over spells. And then you get into a test match, which if you come across a fairly benign surface, you talk about bowling 13 overs. You've got to bowl more than 13 overs a day. If you were part of a 4-man attack, you've got to be able to bowl 20 overs, 20 overs a day, even if you're a seamer. So that's a huge leap. So I can understand why Archer would not be ready, or Duffy, if he were available, is not ready. And it is a conundrum. It's easy to sit here and say it was a disgrace. But then, if you're Jofra Archer and you're getting £1 million or so for your 6 weeks IPL, it's quite hard to say, no, I don't want to do that.
It's more the central contract, isn't it, the issue, that he's getting $1 million, basically, whatever this number is, just to hold him around the England side to prevent him going away to other franchise cricket.
So you can't.
And he's signed on the line.
Yeah.
And he's available.
So you can't blame the player. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. But never mind, I'm sure he'll pocket both the cash. And I think that's reasonable. So my only question is, other players have got ready sometimes by using a Duke's ball while he's playing the 4 overs, the 4 over cricket. He's able to get something in his legs.
Last time, 4 years ago they did. They were playing in the IPL and they used the Duke's ball in between games.
And there'll be a few of them who have been playing this IPL, and they'll be here. They'll be playing.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see when Jofra Archer next plays for England. There was some suggestion he's not going to play in the second Test match as well, which is at the Oval. There's a bit of a break actually between this game and the second game at the Oval. Jeremy, how much of the Ashes did you watch?
Not a lot.
Okay, let's move on.
But yeah. I did watch some.
There wasn't that much.
You watch for a day and you think, gee, only another day left.
How much of the Ashes did you watch?
Well, more than I expected, because I was in England. But the first day was so sensational. I thought, well, I've got to get up and see what happens now. And then Then they lost on the second day, didn't they, in Perth? And I felt betrayed. So I wasted getting up so early.
What was your overall sort of feeling? Your bullet point?
Well, I thought we were not only outplayed but outthought in that we played on surfaces where the ball zipped around. And for about 2 years prior to the Ashes, England had decided that you've got to have pace in Australia, and we'll blast them out. And then we were bowled out primarily, well, obviously by Stark, but also by Nisa, who
Boland.
Nisa played for Glamorgan for a couple of seasons, bowling at about 79 miles an hour. Kept getting 5 wickets. Boland likewise. And I think they saw us coming. And I don't know how the pitch preparation goes, but they recognise that if you play England on pitches that move around a bit, not too much like Melbourne, then Bazball comes into play and is actually quite effective. But if it moves around a bit, England are not such a good side. If you play them on a flat track, they are dangerous.
I thought it was rather smart the way Carey stood up behind the stumps to Boland in particular, a very consistent, reliable bowler. So he wasn't going to suddenly be firing it down leg side. And that kept the English batsmen at home. Players like Brooke, you couldn't risk, I don't think, charging the way Brooke tends to, and is very successfully hits over extra cover in that area of the field. But he kept them at home, and I just thought that was a nice. It was clever. It was
clever, and also for Brooke. I mean, you were there, Simon. You had a better view of things, but Brooke, very early in innings, there would be a deep extra cover against an opening bowler. And he was discomforted by that because that's one of his areas where he comes down. Amazing shots, really, but they have a deep extra cover in a test match when Brooke is on 6. And it was a very good idea.
So I suppose just moving on from that, obviously...
Opening bowlers is one. I think that, that was a problem for England, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So whether it was Wood didn't last, Archer played, 3 tests, played to Adelaide.
Yeah.
And didn't play that. The spinner issue, taking someone around in what was in the end, a 3 to 4 year experiment, and then was unselectable.
Well, I think he was unselectable partly because of the surfaces too, because I think the surfaces there in Australia, in the old days, a spinner was more or less necessary.
But that wasn't a new thing, Vic. It'd been happening this season before India.
So how surprised are you to see Bashir here playing this first Test match?
I'm not as surprised as you are, I don't think. I welcome the fact that for the first time, Bashir has bowled a couple hundred overs almost in county cricket, and therefore has got a chance of being in rhythm. He's quite a talented cricketer, but he's had an amazing career. He's got about 70 Test wickets. In total, he's barely got 100 first-class wickets. It's all been done at Test level, but at least he's had a chance to bowl. So there he goes. And there are a lot of left-handers in this team too. That makes a difference.
Yeah, there'll be 3. It's confusing, I think, a little. But you need a spinner in a Test match. Now, whether it's Bashir or somebody else, that's open to selective, things and components. But I think there are issues there.
Yeah. Well, he's taken 15 wickets at 37 in the second division this season, not required in the Ashes, as we know. His last delivery in Test match cricket was on this ground against India, taking the last wicket, Mohammad Siraj, last summer. So anyway, let's see how he goes in the next few days. The players I can see at the far end just about to emerge from the pavilion. We're going to have a moment of a reflection for all the England cricketers that have died since the last home Test match. And the players coming out to line up. The hover cover is poised by the pitch, but I think we're going to be okay for a prompt start. Just looking out from our very high perch here in the media centre, the clouds are high, there's some blue sky around, but we do know that a big patch of weather is coming. We might get a couple of hours of rain, some of it heavy. So, the names of the England cricketers who've died since the last Test match: Robin Smith, MJK Smith, Hugh Morris, Tony Pygott, Norman Gifford, Barry Knight, Ken Shuttleworth, John Jameson and Eric Russell. So the players are lining up, and very shortly we're going to get a moment of reflection. We have just switched on. New Zealand have won the toss. They put England into bat. England would have done the same. The sun is out at the moment, and Emilio Gay's making his debut. Sonny Baker is not making his debut for England today. They're going Atkinson and Robinson as their new ball partnership, presumably, unless we see Stokes nip in there at some point. And the New Zealand side is, as expected, Jameson is in, not played for a while in Test cricket. Strong batting lineup and good seam bowling options as well. So we are now just pausing for that moment of reflection for those who have died since England last played a home Test match. Standing up around the ground, and the faces of the players who've died on the big screen, shown one by one on the big screen, with MJK Smith, the last face to appear. And now I think we're going to have the national anthems. Two teams lined up in front of the pavilion at the far end. Crowd has built up since the toss at 10:30. Not absolutely full at the moment. It takes a while for people to come in. We're going to get the bell rung by Emma Crow, who's the daughter of Martin Crowe, and I know Victor was at the unveiling of a painting of Martin in the pavilion yesterday, and the two teams in this series competing for the Crowe-Thorpe Trophy. And there we go, there's Emma Crowe ringing the bell, far end of the ground from us, and the two teams who are lined up, all applauding. One of those situations where you're out there for this build-up, you just wonder what's going through the mind of someone like Emilio Gay, who's not far away from his first Test innings. So here we go with the national anthems.
Laura Wright. So give you a round of applause. Seeing Apicella at the far end. There we are, God Save the King, a cappella. Something controversial, Thomas. I quite like a bit of a rousing national anthem, because if you can't sing very well, if you're a bit of a grunter, it's quite difficult to join in to that, isn't it? Whereas when the band's playing or whatever it is, it doesn't matter, a bit out of tune.
Yes, no, absolutely. But lovely to hear.
Very brave to do it, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, morning.
Well, lovely to see you again.
Yes, and you, John.
This is a big session.
Oh,
this is a big session.
Yeah.
All the talk. Stokes, it's an interesting chap, isn't it? I mean, interviewing him there.
Oh, yes.
Asking him the question about, he does not want to say what they're going to do differently.
No.
I suspect, in case it doesn't happen or it goes wrong.
Yes.
In other words, he's better off saying, look, we've done all the talking, we're playing now.
Absolutely.
And we want to win.
Yeah.
Without saying how they're going to change or how they're going to, reform things slightly.
Yeah.
I kind of understand why he's not saying, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, just in case it doesn't work.
Yeah, how did it go, John? How did it go? It was all right, was it?
I was a bit anxious.
You're a bit anxious after Australia.
It was quite challenging in Australia, but that's the way it goes, isn't it? It's that quite a delicate balance doing that.
Yeah.
Those interviews with the skipper.
Yeah.
He didn't. Well, it ended better than it did after Perth.
Yes, lovely. Good.
I think
yes.
the most
You've
important.
patched up, have you? You've patched a few things up.
But it's his birthday, so I wished him him happy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's 35 today.
Nice, yeah. Well, it's going to be an intriguing summer, isn't it? Because that's going to be all the talk. I think we're just going to have to see how it goes for the first couple of balls before we start getting, stuck into seeing how things have changed and everything.
Well, I can see a tall left-handed batsman following a not quite so tall left-handed batsman.
Here we go.
Walking out, Emilio Gay. Good luck to him.
Yeah.
Coming out and playing in his first Test match. He's been knocking out runs for Durham.
Hasn't played for a while, John.
No, and this it's just different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, to come out, but they obviously like the look of him. Ben Stokes, as we know, knows him well.
Yeah.
And has seen a lot of him play. So. You always feel a little nervous for a young opener coming in and playing for the first time, and he's up against a canny attack here as well. Matt Henry's going to bowl the first over, and he's got that slope.
Yep.
It's going to be angled away from the left-handed batsman.
Yep.
It's going to be challenging, but let's see how they go. And will we get any indication about the way that they're looking to play? By the way, that Duckett.
Well, is he going to leave a few? He might leave a few.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, well, that will be the first little sort of sign, won't it? Perhaps getting to 20, a bit more workmanlike.
Yeah.
And seeing how it goes. But he said, talking about Emilio Gay, he's had a few weeks to think about it.
He has, yeah.
Which I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing sometimes.
Well, he's pacing round a bit.
Yeah.
Shook him by the hand this morning. Wished him good luck.
Yeah, he'll be nervous, you're right.
Yeah.
But what a stage to...
Well, beautiful, isn't it? Lords filling up. There's a few issues getting in. There's a tube strike at the moment. Here's the first ball of this Test series. Henry comes in and bowls it, and Duckett lets the first ball go outside the off stump. This is the reset, ladies and gentlemen. It's an official reset. Ben Duckett has left the first ball of the series go by outside the off stump.
Wow. There you go. Times are a-changing.
Well, Andy's... I'm picking Andy off the floor. Good morning.
Morning, Agus. Things you thought you'd never see.
Wow. Good Lord, we've waited about 150 days for this, haven't we, since Sydney?
Well, there you go. Test match cricket might have broken out. First ball at Lords.
Well. In comes Henry again, bowls to Duckett. Lets the next one go as well.
That's 2 out of 2.
This is extraordinary.
Back-to-back leaves.
Wow.
See, you can do it, Ducky.
When did Ben Duckett last leave consecutive deliveries outside the off stump in Test cricket?
Don't you love Test cricket?
It's an early stat for you. This is a ringer for you.
You've got to go all the way back to the Sydney Test at the start of the year.
Oh, no. So far from the previous Test match. In comes Henry again, and he bowls to Duckett, who plays at this one when he might have left it, actually. And a little play and a miss there, a bit of a nibble outside the off stump, and that's the one I was talking about, it going down the slope.
Yep.
And through to wicketkeeper Blundell.
Yep, won the toss. Why not? Always a bit tricky when it's blustery and cold for batting and bowling.
It feels like a bowling day today, doesn't it?
Yes.
There's, I'm afraid, the threat of rain this afternoon.
Yeah.
But it's just lovely to be back at Lords again, isn't it? And it's a building site at the far end. The Allen stand there has had the roof taken off. Here comes Henry, bowls, and that moves down the slope again. Duckett lets another one go.
Yeah, lovely.
So a little bit of movement and nip. 3 in and over.
75% of the deliveries have been left by Duckett. It's over the course of his career, generally leaves about 2% of deliveries. The standard for an opener is around about sort of 18 to 20% in modern Test cricket.
Right.
Oh, we've got the stats going already.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
3 slips on a gully, and Henry again from the pavilion end. Flags blowing in the wind. Bowls, and Duckett gets a little bit squared up there, and a thickish edge. Runs away down to gully, and there is no run. But say we're talking about obviously there's a lot of focus on England. There's bound to be, it's what we do. But it's a decent side, this New Zealand team. This is not a team to be underestimated at all. But, they got beaten last time here, but even so, remember Daryl Mitchell's won 300s.
Oh yeah,
those matches.
Rundle got some hundreds.
Yep. Henry again, bowls, and Duckett looking for his first run, pushes the ball square, rolls way out to cover. Well, played 3, left 3, and it's a maiden over. And well, let's see if that's a pattern for the way that England are going to play. We don't want them to score no runs per over all the way through the day, I hasten to add. However, it's interesting that Duckett should play like that. But then Henry is a good bowler. He was bang on target, and now Emilio Gay is going to face his first ball in Test cricket, and he'll face the towering Kyle Jameson from the nursery end.
Yeah, Emilio Gay's putting together a decent first-class record, averaging just under 40 over the course of his career, but much better the last 3 seasons, averaging just over 50 with 7 centuries, and scored 100 on this ground against Middlesex in May, 129 off 194 balls. That was his first-class match on this ground. 3 centuries already so far this summer, although, as we said, hasn't batted a lot in the last month or so.
But if you're going to pick form, which is what people have been talking about in county cricket, then he was the obvious choice, really,
Absolutely.
wasn't he? I mean,
A reconnect with county cricket, which we've all been sort of asking for. Yeah, you know, if you're doing that, if you're knocking down doors, you deserve to be looked at and have a chance.
Well, they've got a leg slip. So whether that's as a result of some homework or just the angle of Jameson here, he's going to bowl round the wicket with the slope taking the ball in that direction. So there are 3 slips on the offside. Gully's quite fine. Point mid-off, mid-on. Leg slip and a fine leg. And Jameson, a huge man, runs away from us and he bowls very full. It's a lovely full toss. Thanks very much. What a gift for the first ball in Test cricket.
Thank you very much.
A full bunger outside the off stump. Thanks very much indeed. Oh, and Jameson will be kicking himself. And up on the England balcony, I'm just thinking there, Ben Stokes laughing. Oh, what a gift.
Yeah. Yeah, really nice little sort of like shin-high full top just outside of the off-stump. There you go, young man.
Wow.
Get your first runs in Test cricket. Well done. Put it away nicely, though. Still got to put it away.
Well, that is Christmas come early. Oh. Jameson again moves in, bowls to Gay. Better ball. And Gay this time lets it go through. Playing any shot to that.
Well, that'll
Mark
just...
first ball. David Gallagher off the mark first ball, didn't he? In his left-hander, his first Test match.
Well, that will just take away some of the nerves. Simple as that. He would have been absolutely, well, a bit jittery. And then you get one like that, put it away nicely. That just sort of goes, oof, I'm off and running.
Jameson's bowling has quite a stiff breeze here, to be fair to him. You see it tugging at the flags. And he's more or less running into that. Past umpire Tucker, he bowls down the leg side of the thick leading edge there. It was really should have gone out towards mid-on, mid-wicket, but ended up at backward point. So Rod Tucker, let's give him mention too. It's his 100th Test match. There's lots of things going on here. 150th Test at Lords, of course. His 100th Test match. And I mentioned Ben Stokes' birthday, just for good measure.
Sir Alistair gave him his cap, didn't he? I saw this morning, yes. Did he have any words of wisdom? Did he?
Well, Ben Stokes said it was the best he's ever heard him speak in public. I think he had slightly tongue-in-cheek.
Well done, Cookie.
Yeah. 4 for no wicket. Jameson round the wicket, bowls. Just then outside the line of the off stump, and Gay lets it go by. Paws at the ground. It's a tall man. So a Grenadian father, Italian mother. Bedford school like Cookie, so it all rather makes sense actually that Alistair gave him his cap this morning.
He's played for the Azzurri, hasn't he? He has played for Italy.
He played 3 T20 internationals in 2025.
Yeah.
Got a 50 against Scotland, also played against Guernsey and the Netherlands.
Jameson wearing number 12 on the back of his shirt, runs away, bowls, gets a very wide one there. That's barely within the tram lines. I think Jameson's struggling a bit here.
Yeah.
It's gusty, it's blowy, and it looks like a bit of damp on the pitch there is scraping away. The pitch looks very odd.
Oh, does it? Why?
Yeah. Well, if I say sort of pockmarked.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember? I mean, you wouldn't know about these things, I don't suppose, but back in the day,
I do.
I'm talking about early hair transplants.
Yes, yes, I do.
My old friend Jeffrey had one, and it looked like somebody sort of just driven spikes.
Pitted.
It looks like that.
Oh, okay. All right.
With bare holes and then sort of grassy areas, like it's the hair coming through.
Okay.
And goes Jameson, bowls down the leg side this time, and Gay watches it go through. It goes with quite a reasonable pace.
Yep.
And there's no run. End of the over, 4 for no wicket, and Mark Butcher was out there. It's funny, you don't see somebody for ages, and they'll saw Butcher at breakfast, and then he's out there at the pitch. Anyway, he said, and I don't know if he's winding me up or not, but he said that they are following Wimbledon's example here and steaming the pitch.
Steaming?
Steaming it to 100 degrees.
Right.
Apparently Wimbledon do it quite regularly. They've done it here the last 2 years, and they steam it to 100 degrees, which cleanses the soil,
Yes.
And encourages the grass to grow.
Okay.
So whether that's why it's a bit pockmarked, I don't know. But that's what they've been doing here. And I must say, the square, it's beautiful. There's a lot of grass on there.
Yeah.
But we agreed that someone might have been winding him up.
Well, you get the old iron now. Get the old steam.
Well, yes. It must be a tent of some sort, I suppose. Henry's on his way, bowls to Duckett, who drives to wide mid-off. Extra cover, really.
Oh.
And, straight to the fielder there, and there's no run.
Heard of that one?
I hadn't heard of that one.
Oh, interesting.
So,
I suppose it kills it off a bit, you know. Get the old steamer for the kitchen floor, don't you, and stuff.
I think 100 degrees on grass.
Yeah, don't do that at home. Don't do that at home.
No. But it must involve a tent or sheeting of some sort.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Henry from the pavilion end, bowls, Duckett drives. He's got it through this time.
Oh, lovely.
Very nice extra cover drive from Ben Duckett, and he's off the mark for this international summer as well. As Henry just looking, it's not a bad length really. He's trying to get Duckett coming forward, but just slightly overpitched.
Nice and tight though, wasn't it? Nice and controlled, sort of like arms into the body. It wasn't a flick outside the off stump. It was sort of waiting for it and then just sort of punched it through extra cover. Often running for Duckett.
Yeah. Here's Henry, past the umpire. Now he lets that go, but wasn't too far away from the off stump. He came cutting back up the slope.
Well, you know, everyone's been saying about the style of England and everything. I still think that they'll be playing in that aggressive style.
Yes.
I think you just, as Duckett has slightly shown in this first over, you know, to get yourself to 20 or 30 first. Have a look at it. Get yourself in. Instead of sort of wildly sort of trying to get 30 through a little bit of flashing outside the off stump, just be a little bit cautious, get yourself in and then start playing your aggressive shots. Nothing wrong with that.
Henry bowls, Duckett again lets that go by.
Yeah.
Outside that off stump. It's kind of, I don't know whether playing with maturity.
Yeah.
Sounds a bit sort of old-fashioned or whatever, but it's adapting to situations, I think. And you go back to the Oval Test last year against India, where England threw that game away. It was absolutely nailed on to win. They chucked it away and lost. And there's been too many examples of that, where it's playing sensibly in inverted commas didn't seem an option. Here's Henry bowling, and Duckett forward this time, and Henry fields off his own bowling.
Well, it's not rocket science, John. You get stuck in at Lords, overclass skies, you know. Leave a couple. You know, you don't have to be running towards the danger from ball one. You know, that word, running towards the danger. Just do it. And you're still going to do it, you know, and look to be playing front foot cricket. Just take your time. Take your time, as you say. It's going to do a little bit, isn't it, first day at Lords? It's not rocket science.
Henry bowls, and Duckett's hit on the pad there. Might have been a little bit inside edge first, but it did come cutting back at him. Well, pops way into the offside, and that's the end of the third over. And welcome to Test Match Special. If you're just tuning our way for the first time for this Test series, great to have you with us. I know many of you listened long and hard into the night in Australia, and I know it was challenging. It wasn't great being the sort of the bearer of bad news either. Believe me, it wasn't great going on ABC radio, was it, Tuffers?
Oh, it's tricky, wasn't it? Getting into that box.
Deep breath.
Yeah, had all the old Aussies in there, Lehman.
Box full of gloating Australians.
Put your tin hat on and walk in there, didn't we?
Yep. Now, Jameson hadn't seen the fact umpire Tucker there has had his arm out saying you can't come in yet, and the reason was spider cam. I was going to say that whether there's a new operator, I'm not sure, but spider cam in that last over was really quite low to the ground. If you're a fielder, you don't really want to see that. And there he was really focusing in on Gay. He's over his bat again now, and Jameson's going to come back.
Yeah, he wouldn't have minded that first over, that's for sure, from Jameson. He's a real sighter.
Oh, yeah. Slightly lumbering run, but he's a big man. And he comes in now round the wicket and bowls, and Gay drives him straight down the ground. Lovely stroke that for 4. Just to the onside of straight, and Jameson's a tall man with long arms. And although he flung one out to his left, he couldn't get there. So a second boundary for Gay. That was pretty full, ran about Midland leg. He just came forward, stroked it away nicely.
Yeah, no, beautiful. Just waited for it, angled in as well, knocked it back, straight back through mid-on. You know, a shot of someone who's in a good bit of nick and you know, got a decent technique. Doesn't move that front foot a lot. I've picked up.
No. Jameson again, bowls to him. Oh, he's beaten there by a better ball.
Yep.
Yes, he could have left it. He's doing that now, but he just pushed a bat at it. But a bit more gardening and tapping here and there. He's got away with that one. So it's mentioned our usual service on Test Match Special throughout the summer. We've got the clips on the BBC Sport website and the app. There's test commentary there, of course, and analysis. There's highlights today at the Test on BBC iPlayer, BBC 2 from 7 o'clock. That might change around a bit with Wimbledon and so on during the summer, but we'll let you know. And of course, plenty going on social media channels as well. So in goes James around the wicket, bowls, and Gay this time allows that to go by.
Well, you've got a good foot movement to that. That was quite wide. I mean, an easy one to leave outside that off stump, but that time got that front foot really out there.
A left-hander planting the right foot in kind of no man's land is dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little nip back, boom, LBW.
And if it then just wants to go the other way, you can get a bit flicky at it.
Yeah.
But he looks all right. He'll be delighted with the way it started.
Yeah.
Got some good leaves in. He looks like he's watching it. Looks like, you know, the feet are moving.
Yeah.
Made a couple of good shots as well.
Oh man, he's about Alistair Cook's height actually. I would say that, standing at the crease at the moment as Jameson moves in now. Bowls to him, a bit shorter. That's rather an uglier shot. Back foot kept a bit low. Maybe it's died a bit on him. I don't think Jameson's very happy.
Oh, isn't he?
Well, I think Jameson's making it clear. I'd rather have the other end, thank you.
Yeah.
He's not really enjoying flogging into the wind.
No, it can be off-putting, can't it?
He's now pressing at the areas as he approaches the crease there, suggesting they're a bit damp. There's all sort of body language signs to the captain.
Yeah.
That, this might not be my end, skipper.
Well, he's lost that little bit of pace, hasn't he? But I mean, he's a big fellow, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he looks now just to sort of bowl that sort of steady line and length with a bit of swing.
Wind getting up, dark clouds around. As Jameson runs in bowls, and that's nicely played by Gay, who rather walked into that defensive shot. So again, he put the right foot not too far in front of him, and then to balance up, he had to make another couple of steps, playing it up towards up to mid-off.
Didn't you, I know you said that it felt like a good bowling day, but didn't used to like bowling in these conditions, wasn't it? You'd be still standing down there at fine leg, you know, wind whistling around, your hands are cold. You want to get into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like a good bowling day because of humidity or that sort of thing, but just because the batsmen are likely to be a bit distracted and on and off, and a bit of damp in the pitch and so on. No, the wind is annoying. Jameson again bowls, and Gay, who is hit on the pad there. The ball runs down to second slip, doesn't carry to Latham, who picks it up at the second attempt. It's the end of the over. Jameson still holding his head in his hands there. A moral victory. And we've had our first email of the series from Paul Hutton. There's a famous cricketing name.
Yeah.
Lying by a pool in Marrakesh.
Oh, right, OK.
Listening to the... You see, why do people write that?
No need that early on, is there?
No need at all.
Chilly day here at
it's actually really rather nasty here. Well, thank you for telling us that. Anyway, what he's really saying is, I saw Emilio bat with my son at Bedford Prep School in 2011, and he looked amazing as a lad. That's Emilio, not my son, he says. Another product of Derek Randall, of course, who taught the boys brilliant technique. It always made me smile, given how he batted himself. In comes Henry and bowls, and Duckett turns into the leg side. Thinks about two. Chase up here for Jameson, who picks up one-handed, throws it in, off balance, so they do come back for the second run. And yes, of course, Rags has coached there for many years, hasn't he? But yes, Derek had an unusual technique in the sort of walk across the stumps, but actually when the ball was down, a bit like Peter Willey. I mean, Peter was very front on, but when the ball was bowled, he was then in the usual position.
Yeah, there's been a few like that. John Carr, I remember playing for us, used to look the other way. Used to look at the point.
Oh, you did? No, very off-putting. Henry bowls, a mistimed drive by Duckett, but dear old Derek, you know, at the start of a season when the new kit would arrive, batting kit, new pads. I mean, bats. We didn't get it, do we really? But new pads, new gloves, all hard, like you need breaking in.
Yeah,
he used to pad his wife up. He used to do the hoovering in his new pads and gloves. He used to strap them on. There she was doing the hoovering in the house with his new batting gloves and pads on. In comes Henry, bowls outside the off stump, a little bit wider this time. Oh, he's bad.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely.
He lives in the Vale, lives in the Beaver.
Oh, does he? He's with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, top man. Saw him score an amazing 100. Myself and John Embry playing at Trent Bridge. bit of a spinner, you know, and we were on top. We won the game, right? But he scored an amazing 100, and it's the first time I'd ever bowled at Derek. And at first time, he kept going, "Come on, Raggle, come on," like that. And I was going, "Are you ready? Are you ready?" And he's talking to him.
Yeah. Henry bowls, duck it on the back foot, steers the ball to point. And it's fielded by Ravindra. We were told we're never to talk to him when he came out to bat.
Yeah.
Ignore him.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Because he's always looking around, all right, mate.
Yeah.
Just ignore him. But you couldn't. You couldn't. He's such a nice man. You couldn't turn your back on Derek Randall.
That would be an interesting thing if the postman, can you sign for this, Mrs. Randall? She's standing there full kit.
She's padded up.
It's a bit of a shock opening the door, wouldn't it?
I know. I roomed with Derek, it was a nightmare. In comes Henry, bowls, pushed away out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Sri Lanka in about hot as we're in Gaul.
Yeah.
Red hot. I put the air conditioning on. We arrived very late at night. The room was like an oven. Oh no, you can't put that on. We get a sore throat. You turn that on. Okay. So I turned the big old fan on.
Yeah.
No, you turn that off. You get a stiff neck. So what are we going to do? He said, well, we'll open the window. And like a swarm of mosquitoes just going straight. I got a net. I was all right. Mine was intact, but his had a big hole in it. That's turned away out a square leg by Duckett. And they take a single. I woke up in the middle of the night with Derek Randall, without any clothes on, shall we say, thrashing at these mosquitoes, the rolled up newspaper. Anyway, there we go. First 20 minutes of the series is done. So, Tuffers, lovely to see you.
Yes.
And great to have you with us, everybody. And I think Isha. Oh, Isha's late for the first time in the series.
No.
Well, there we go.
There we are.
It's got a little more on Ben Duckett's leaves so far. Six leaves already. 3 of his first 4 balls. Mentioned the first 2 balls. Only the 3rd time in his career he's left the first 2 balls of an innings, and the previous one was the 2nd innings of the final test of the Ashes. He'd never left 3 of his first 4 before. To put it in context, in the 2024 series against Sri Lanka and then the subsequent series in Pakistan, in 6 tests he left 3 balls out of over 500. So a very different Duckett we're seeing from the one we've seen previously so far.
She's here.
Yes.
She's here. It is the first stint of the series, Isha. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you, Aggers. Here comes Carl Jamieson bowling around the wicket. That's driven by Ben Duckett. Not getting all of it as it pushes its way out to deep cover. And they'll just take a single. So Emilio Gay back on strike.
It's only a minute.
Well, myself and Alison were next door listening to your dulcet tones and having a great old time.
There you go. It's only a minute. Ish, what's the matter with him, eh? Crikey.
We were settling in nicely.
Yes.
Just forgot that I had to work myself.
Oh, right, OK.
But this isn't really work, is it?
No, not really. Great to be back.
Great to be back. Nice to see you, Tuffers.
And you.
Jamieson moves in. Emilio Gay just leans forwards and lets it past him. Nice channel bowling from the tall New Zealand quick. Coming back from injury, he's had his fair share of injury, stress fracture of the back, a reoccurrence back in 2024. He was out for 2 years, so great to see him back in test whites. 3 slips and a gully in position for Emilio Gay, and a man around the corner at leg slip.
Ducky's left a few. I know. The reset, we were saying, John, the reset has begun.
Gay, nicely balanced. Edges, and it's taken. Jamieson has his first of this series, and Emilio Gay will have to trudge off back towards the Lord's Pavilion. He's out for 8 from 13 deliveries. He has his head down at the moment. It was a nice-looking delivery, angled in from round the wicket, pitched, had to play at it. Catches the outside edge. And New Zealand strike.
Yeah, he's got a good one there. Emilio Gay angled in from the tall right-handed Jamieson, and it's just held up against the slope as well. Had to play it on around sort of middle and off stump, and just had to put the bat there, and it's just moved away, perhaps a little bit off the pitch. Thick outside edge, caught first slip. He'll be disappointed. First run out at Lord's, first test cap. Would have been having dreams for those 3 weeks that he said that this occasion was round the corner. but he's trudged off. Good ball, though. You get them opening the batting, don't you?
I wouldn't know, Tuffers.
No, well, nor would I. But I've seen them happen before. New ball, hard seam.
A gentle applause for Emilio Gay as he walked up the stairs into the famous long room and up towards the dressing room as Jacob Bethel emerges out onto the field here. His first Test match here at Lord's after coming in during the Ashes and proving why he should have been in the Test team maybe a little bit before at number 3, Jacob Bethel. He's been out at the IPL, that finger injury, but there was never any doubt that he would not play this Test.
When was his last red ball game? So Sydney, wasn't it? When he got his 100, I reckon.
He's just marking his guard right now. He's looking at middle and off. So he looks down the wicket, gently marks his guard. Regulation field here for Jacob Bethel. Blustery conditions, the flag's blowing in the distance. And a nice feel and buzz to day one of the Test summer. Overcast.
Yeah, everyone was very excited over breakfast, chattering away.
Bethel gently taps his bat down. The left-hander allows it to pass in the channel. Teaser of a delivery. First up from Jameson.
Yeah, Bethel's last red ball game was the Sydney Test. He made 10 and 154 superb innings in a game that England lost. That followed an excellent contribution to England's win in Melbourne, 40 in the second innings. Continuing a trend in his Test career so far, has been excellent in second innings, not particularly productive in first innings so far.
Jameson turns at the top of his mark, shuffles forwards. Bowls, good length off the back foot, is pushing at that. Jacob Bethel out to deep cover. He's going to push hard for the 2. He's off the mark.
Ooh. Yeah, nice little one off the mark. Just short of a length. Got himself in a nice position just to push that away through the covers. Yeah, just seen a replay of Emilio Gay's decent pill that angled in, just held up. Yeah, disappointed for the youngster on debut. Oh, youngster, I don't know how old he is. He might not be. How old is he? How old is he?
26.
26. Well, sort of a youngster, I suppose.
Bethel plays at one, beats the edge in the channel. That lifting, rising delivery with the height that Jameson possesses at the end of the over. A challenging one for England, 18 for 1. Good movement off the pitch, that slope coming into play as well. I imagine Emilio Gay was thinking it might just jag back with the slope as it is.
Well, that is the Lord slope for you, isn't it? If you can, it's almost if you can bowl straight deliveries, because you're always thinking, you know, is that one going to go away from the nursery end? Is those ones should be coming back to me from the pavilion end. And when if it just holds its line and just can get that little bit of movement off the pitch, inside edges and outside edges come into play.
Jameson tosses his jumper to just before the boundary as Matt Henry bowls to Duckett, who pushes it one to gully, no run.
How have you been, Ish?
Been well.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, ready for the busy summer that's coming up.
Yeah. What have you been up to? Messing
Cricket,
about?
bit of tennis, messing about.
Bit of messing about.
Messing about, you know,
It's
off the
Aussie.
pitch.
Yeah, lovely.
Bit of travel.
Yes. Oh, where you
Visited
been?
Machu Picchu. That was pretty cool.
Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu.
Oh,
Been there?
Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu, Peru. Duckett dips down.
Ooh.
Inside edge. Past the pads. There's a throw on from square leg, rushing in as Jacob Bethel gets in comfortably. The throw is not on in the end.
And it,
for
was
one.
it a mountain? Is it a mountain, Machu Picchu?
Yeah.
Picchu. Should know that. Not great on my geography.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where you fly into Cusco, so into Lima,
Right.
and then the highest point is Cusco, and then you're getting a train down to Machu Picchu.
Right.
I didn't do the track.
Right. No.
I was a bit lazy.
Yeah. Well, still saw it.
The sun's out here at Lord's. Bethel leaves a ball angled across him. Such a big summer to bring you across the BBC. We've got the Women's T20 World Cup starting soon, a week tomorrow, with every game live on BBC Sounds. The first women's test here at Lord's, England against India, on the 10th of July. And we have tours from India's men, Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
All going on.
It is. Bit of tennis as well.
Yeah.
Queen's women's tennis starts next week.
Yeah.
We'll have coverage of that across the BBC as Bethel leans forwards and drives the ball to cover, no run.
World Cup footy.
Yes,
around the
World
corner.
Cup footy.
It's all there to this year, isn't it? Ooh.
England's women in the T20 World Cup building nicely.
Yeah, won the other day, didn't they?
Cliche, peaking at the right time. They're feeling good.
Nothing wrong with peaking at the right time.
But it feels like it's coming together.
Yeah.
Bowling department needed the batting to fire, and incredible partnership with Capsey and Knight the other day as Henry bowls, Bethel leaves.
Biggest chase, is that correct?
Yeah, it was a record chase.
Yeah.
Brilliant partnership, over 100.
Yeah, saw that.
Against India in a deciding match, so that'll give them a lot of confidence. Saw Nat Siva-Brunt, she's tracking well. Saw her yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. And she's tracking to come back for the first game against Sri Lanka. I'll pose a few questions for the coach, Charlotte Edwards, who to leave out. Bethel, again, just comes forwards and lets it go across him. At the end of the over. A few sighters. 19 for 1 then, England, as New Zealand winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Overcast, gloomy skies. See some grey clouds in the distance over towards Maida Vale. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Isha. Just a little on Kyle Jamieson. Mentioned how much cricket he's missed through injury. This is his first test since February 2024. He'd only played 3 of New Zealand's last 27 tests since he went off injured during the first innings in Trent Bridge in the 2022 series here. That was his 81st test wicket. He's averaging just under 20. Had an extraordinary start in which he took 52 wickets, averaged just 15 in his first 9 tests. One of the best starts to a bowling test career.
The tall Kiwi quick Jamieson bowls, driven by Duckett out to deep cover towards the grandstand. He won't reach the boundary. He'll push back for a couple. As the score moves to 21 for 1 and he moves to 11. Welcome along to Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Isha. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Did you ever try Machu Picchu? Did you try the cocoa tea?
I did try the cocoa tea because it's altitude sickness, isn't it? And that helps you.
Yes, but you don't want to have too many of them.
Oh, really?
It's cocaine, isn't it? Cocoa, as in cocoa.
Okay.
It's a mild cocaine, I will say that. I know.
I'm on cocaine.
Staggered. You can't remember the train journey home, can you?
It was a bit of a blur. Jameson shuffles forwards. Flashes of orange from the bottom of his shoe as he bowls back of a length delivery. Duckett looking to work that leg side. Tries to kind of short arm jab it to the leg side, but doesn't get all of it. Pops out in front of him, no run.
Low pitch. Everybody trying to get forward at the stage. Emilio Gay just the wicket from this nursery, bowling from this nursery end. He tends to close off a little, I reckon, Emilio Gay, and gets the front foot across himself to the off stump just a bit. And this was one that forced him to change that because it was a little bit back of a length, and then it swung slightly as well. And he played just a little bit forcefully with the backward defence, enough to get through to the first slip, Daryl Mitchell.
3 slips and a gully in position as Duckett leans forwards and covers the ball. He really lunges forwards there and gets right on top of it. And Kyle Jamieson in his follow-through is having to reach down to stop the ball.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think I've seen Ben Duckett leave more deliveries this morning than he has in his entire career.
You might be right.
If there is a change of anything, certainly that seems to be the main one for me today at the moment. He's having trouble timing the ball. He's hitting an inside edge and it sounds terrible. I've got to say, a horrible click.
Jamieson bowls, Duckett pushes at the ball, defends it to the leg side. No run, off good length.
So he's closing the face just a little bit, but he's certainly and extravagantly trying to get forward to the delivery because it isn't bouncing that much. I think the New Zealand cordon is just a little bit deep, actually, perhaps a pace. Even though he is quite an attacking batsman, it's just not bouncing enough.
It feels like that there is the odd ball, though, just in the channel that lifts a bit more,
It does.
especially with the height of Jameson.
I reckon it's just a little bit shorter as well.
Yeah.
But you see New Zealand are trying to pitch up, aren't they? Think of the runs so far. They've been all drives of one sort or another.
Big open gap on the offside as Duckett fends at a delivery to Gully. That did lift off a good length. And he's just gently looking down the pitch as if to say, hang on a second, that's not what has been happening over the last few deliveries.
Yeah, so Jameson, at the second iteration of Jameson, really, he was a little bit faster before he had his first stress fracture, which was treated medically. And then when he came back, he did it in the first test and it went in the same site, unfortunately. So they used a different method in the second stress fracture.
Duckett crouches down, works the ball to mid-wicket, no run at the end of the over. It's 21 for 1. England, Duckett on 11, Bethel on 2.
Yeah, so it was weights and conditioning and those sorts of things, the same as they've used with Will O'Rourke. That's just closing the face of the bat a wee bit, isn't he? Duckett, very aware of the ball keeping low, trying to get forward as much as he can. So slightly odd conditions, I think, here, slightly unusual conditions. I don't know what it's been like in the championship. Has it been shin-high stuff, has it? For those of you who have been watching it interminably for weeks. 6 or 7 rounds, isn't it, so far? There's been a lot of runs, though, just looking at some of the scoreboards.
Well, when they changed up the drainage, it did suck the life out of the pitch a little bit, which is why it had been quite difficult for the ground staff to get it completely right. And it was, how much grass are we going to leave on the first day so that it will last for 4 or 5 days? And it has made it a little bit slower over time.
This is Nathan Smith bowling from the pavilion end now to replace Matt Henry. He's going to bowl round the wicket at Bethel.
27 years of age. As it beats the edge, first ball using the slope to his advantage. Nathan Smith angled in, and it just nips away as Bethel leans forwards, but he holds his line, which is what got him out of trouble.
Yeah, he's fresh from the Ireland test match, where I think he got 6 in one of the innings. He has developed a bit of movement back into the left-hander, so it's an outswinger for him. We'll just see if it does swing for him today from that pavilion end.
Breezy conditions here at Lord's. Smith hustles in, bounding in. Bethel works the ball to mid-on off the front foot. Angled in a little bit more there and slightly fuller as well. He's got a lot of energy as he approaches the crease, Nathan Smith. Played for Worcestershire a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he did. And Surrey, I think, as well. He's had a few seasons over here in England, as have other New Zealand players. But he has developed this outswing, and that makes him a bit more interesting. I'm pleased to see he's used with the ball still in good condition.
Smith bowls, Bethel plays it late, jabs it down into the pitch towards Gully, no run.
Almost bottom of the bat, wasn't it, that delivery, going between the slips and the one sole Gully. But yes, that did come back just a tad. It's not extravagant swing at all, but just enough.
Yeah, just assess the bottom of his bat there, although I'm sure he's got plenty in his bag as replacements.
Batting, out of his crease at the moment? Just slightly?
Just slightly.
Yes.
Smith again round the wicket as Bethel turns that to a wideish mid-on, no run.
It's a full face of the bat day, isn't it, at the moment, from what we're seeing of the bounce and the lack of bounce. Got to get the full face on it if you can. If it's offline, yes, you'll play other strokes, but anything around the stumps, you want to give it a good chance, I think, that you can get a good bat to it. So it's not an extravagant morning, I'm afraid, folks, for the English batsmen until they get a bad ball.
looks quite dark and grey in the distance as Smith approaches the crease now. Bethel lets it go in the channel. It's a good follow through from Smith. Coming in hard here. That breeze just blowing across, it keeps changing direction. Swirly conditions.
I wonder if O'Rourke's going to come up from the nursery end after Jameson. I would have thought his natural line of attack would have been from the pavilion end, because he tends to lean, if anything, away and bring it back into right-handers, away from the lefties. And so I would have thought you'd use that slope a little bit and then try and hold it up against it.
Bethel pushes the ball forward, sets off, turns back after Duckett puts his hand up. 3 players converging on the ball there from New Zealand at the end of the over. Good hustle.
Yeah, 2 good athletes, actually. The bowler, Nathan Smith, very quick across the turf. Good arm. And, of course, Bethel himself also. A young man who's pretty quick and well balanced on his feet. So that was there was never quite a run there as soon as Smith saw the opportunity that Bethel was trying to seek.
Jeremy, I'll just get your thoughts on this New Zealand side and the makeup of it, and then you'll be hearing the voice of Simon Mann.
Well, it's a side that we've come to expect. I guess there would have been, you know, for me, I personally like to see a specialist spinner in a test side. New Zealand haven't gone with that. They perhaps would have played Santner, who's arrived in England now and might play another test later in the series.
Good morning, here's Jameson bowling, and it's guided away neatly by Duckett, but straight to backward point, and there is no run. 21 for 1.
I don't think there's any real surprises in the batting lineup, Simon. I mean, it's going to be Latham and Conway opening, and then it's going to be Kane Williamson, and then it's Daryl Mitchell or Rachin Ravindra then, and then Mitchell. Number 6 will be Blundell. So that's very much a tried and true top 6 for New Zealand. That's been the way they've selected sides over the last decade, really.
Jameson turns the nursery end, moves in with 3 slips and a gully to bowl to the left-handed Duckett, and Duckett is forward again, getting that bat right out in front of the pads, playing away into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run. So if Santner did come in, would he come in for Phillips, or would they play one?
They'd play one less.
Pace bowler?
Yes, they'd play 3 and 1.
Right. I do like having a 4-man pace attack and a
well, at this time of the year, I think it's fair enough, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, if you looked, I'm sure the stats, and I'm throwing this to Zaltz, because look, we haven't done much with him this morning. He's been, look at him, he's so isolated over there away to our left.
He's got all sorts of rattle.
Do seamers take more wickets at this time of the year than the spinners? Now, it's a fairly obvious question. I think it'll be yes.
Jameson bowls to Duckett, and that one nips back. It goes to the slip cord, and there's an appeal. Well, I think that came off the pad or thigh pad. It ballooned away to Williamson at third slip, who dived forward to take it. There was no inside edge, and it was too high for an LBW shout.
And what percentages?
I'll dig around for you. Are we talking first class or tests?
No, tests.
Tests, okay, I'll get that for you. Just quickly on this ground so far this season, 4 first class matches here. I'm not sure what you can read into the first innings scores: 445 for 9, then 191 all out, then 430 all out, then 177 all out. So alternating good and bad scores. So.
Well, the weather as well, it's so different from the conditions we've got today. Come back that moment. Here's Jameson bowling to Duckett. Duckett's forward, a hint of a thickish outside edge on that defensive shot, goes out towards cover, and Ravindra comes round from backward point to his left to pick up, and they're through for a single. Duckett moves to 12, Bethel's on 2, England are 22 for 1. We're in the 10th over of the morning. The rain that has been predicted, it feels like it's not that far away. I think it's raining out towards the west-northwest. It might just slip by, but it feels as though it's coming. I think 12 o'clock till about 2 o'clock, the forecaster said, and then I think later on this afternoon we might be okay. But it has filled in a bit in the distance. We have blue sky, now it's dark cloud. Jameson bowls, guided away neatly, beats the dive of Ravindra at backward point. They're through for 1, they're coming back for the second, so 2 to Jacob Bethel, who moves to 4. Characteristic Bethel shot. He's quite strong through there, guiding it away. 24 for 1. yeah, the weather in London until, well, very Monday really, in the start of Test match week, has been astonishing, as I think a lot of people know. I mean, just weeks and weeks of without rain, a lot of sunshine, sometimes quite windy, and then obviously that very hot week last week, astonishingly hot for May. Jameson bowls to Bethell. Bethell leaves the ball outside the off stump, taken low down by Blundell. It's the end of the over, so it's overcast now, and England 24 for 1. We'd love to hear from you. Plenty of ways you can get in touch. WhatsApp 0330 123 1826. It's quite a complicated number, but if you can think of 123 and then the date.
It was promising for a start.
Yeah, it's okay. 0330 123 1826. You've got to think of a date in. It's a date in history, isn't it? 1826. Jeremy would better tell you with his vast historical knowledge what happened in 1826.
And he's in just before the Civil War.
Which one?
The one in America.
Right, well, a little bit before, actually. A little bit before.
As against the York and Plantagenets, or you know.
The Battle of the Roses in the 15th century.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
What War of the Roses? It was a full war. It wasn't just one battle, Simon.
Yeah. Well, the Battle of Bosworth Field finished it off. Now the two umpires are consulting, and I think they're pointing in the distance. I think the rain is coming, and they're saying, but the rain is just beginning to start. And it's not going to, once it does start, it's not going to stop for a while because it has filled in the distance. They might well, yeah, they're coming off. There we go. So they're coming off the field. We've had 3/4 of an hour's cricket. Actually, we were hoping for an hour. I think the forecast said 12 o'clock, and the rain is coming down quite steadily now. And so they're firing up the hover cover down beneath us, and the spectators, and a lot of them are here today, are raising umbrellas or heading for cover. It's not a great scene out there, and to be fair, the first 3/4 of an hour's cricket as well, the conditions not that good for cricket, with a heavy or strong wind blowing, so not easy for batters and for bowlers as well. So the cover coming on, and the pitch is taking a bit of water at the moment, but there'll be time for that to dry out with the hover cover on top of it, and also the fact that once it does stop raining, which you think is about 2 o'clock, then they'll give it an hour, I suppose, to dry up and clear everything up. That's the hope, anyway, that we might get some play, possibly from 3 o'clock today. There is a block of weather, suggests about 2 hours rain of varying degrees of intensity. At the moment, it's raining quite steadily, and it's filled in.
It's a good call, wasn't it? Good premature call, but just
for the umps to come off.
Yes,
yeah.
It was indeed. Now you've got the percentages for us.
So I've got the stats on. I've just looked at Test this since the year 2000 in England.
Oh, okay, quite recent then.
Month by month.
well after me.
in June, seamers have taken 822 wickets, spinners 177. Seamers average 30.7, spinners 36.8. But actually the difference between the spinners average and the seamers average in June is the lowest of any month of the months that are used for Test cricket in England. A slightly bigger gap in the other months. So say in July, seamers average 31, spinners 39, August 29 and 37.
That's interesting, isn't it? You might think that it might close up during that period where spinners might be used more often, that there might be some more assistance perhaps from drier surfaces.
Yeah, if indeed it's
August
dry.
has changed things now, hasn't it, a little bit?
Well, there's no Test match cricket in
That's
August,
what I mean.
or very little. There is a Test match this year in August. It's the first game against Pakistan at Headingley, starts on the 19th of August. But August has been sort of cleared out for the 100. Largely speaking, I suppose the thing is about the English climate is you think of August is going to be dry or July is going to be dry. It isn't necessarily so. It might just wetter in July than it is in June, say, or even in May. I mean, we've just had 2 months in London where it's barely rained. 2 months without any rain. It's just been extraordinary. So it's hard to draw too many conclusions.
But that's from 2020, you're saying, isn't it? So that's 26 years. Has that been a change observed in the last 26 years?
Oh, I could look that up for you.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Just quickly on Emilio Gay out for 8. Andrew Strauss made his debut against New Zealand on this ground in 2004 and scored 112 and 83. Looking at England openers who've debuted at Lord's since then, it looks like Strauss used up all their luck. Sam Robson out for 1 in his first innings here against Sri Lanka in 2014. Adam Lyth for 7 against New Zealand in 2015. Jason Roy 5 against Ireland in 2019, and now Emilio Gay 8 in 2026. So
it's a good luck, isn't it, opening the batting at Lord's?
Yeah,
on your debut.
This is not an easy pitch to bat on.
No.
I've got to say, you can't score freely. It's got to be very full, or you've got to bat out of your crease a little. It's not great for the bowler. In fact, it's not ideal for cricket when you're getting low bouncing pitches. It's hitting the bottom part of your bat. There's no bounce, so the catches generally might not carry unless you're playing a very attacking stroke, or unless it comes from about 9 feet 6 from Kyle Jamieson, and it just carries. So we hope that this will change throughout the game, but it depends, I guess, how much of the weather is around throughout the match.
Yeah, there's going to be more. I think the forecast suggests that over the next few days, but tomorrow's not too bad. I think Sunday's okay. Saturday there might be some rain around. Obviously the rain around today. The covers are on then. We've had 10 overs, 24 for 1. Emilio Gay, the player out, caught by Mitchell at first slip, low down off Jamieson for 8. Angers is showing me the rain radar. There's a big splodge of rain coming over London at the moment, and for the next little while as well. I was interested in something you said about Gay, just from a technical point of view. You said he got a bit closed off. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about the thigh. Perhaps I would just think of that. If he's a left-hander, so it's the front leg I'm talking about. So it's his right leg, and instead of perhaps staying where it is, it gets across by more his off stump, and so the outside of the leg, if you like, is pointing. There you are, you've done it.
I've just stood up and demonstrated to Jeremy. It's not great radio, admittedly. But
no, it's not great radio, but nevertheless, that's closing yourself off. If the ball is straightish at the stump, yes, you have to play round that front leg or move it prior to that. And that's one of the things. He likes to drive. He obviously likes to be having the weight, and then he can push back and then get into that favourite position. He drives nicely. Played a very nice on drive, didn't he, when Jamieson got a little bit full with the line on about middle and leg, and it was a lovely stroke straight down the ground. But yeah, I just feel that a bit of a slightly LBW candidate, and this one actually was a ball you can get as an opener, and it just swung away as it went into sort of middle and leg. It swung away to this, and so he was caught with the bat around the front and took the edge. It only just carried too, didn't it? Only just carried to Mitchell.
So are you saying a good ball but a bit of batter error, or are you saying a lot of batter error and a reasonable ball?
That's his style. Look, Steve Finn's joined us. He'll say what a fine delivery that was. I'd love to have played that. Look, he's shaking your hand. Oh, and mine. Well done, Steve.
Good morning. Good morning still, just.
Yeah. No, I mean, the problem, of course, with when you get so little play, we've only had 10 overs, is that we tend to focus on sort of one instant in a way. And so Emilio Gay, the build-up, of course, he's had this good summer so far, although we did note that he hasn't had much cricket of late. So you actually, strangely, you come into this test match having one knock in a month, and when he made a duck, and he had that as well. I think it must be quite tricky, all that, the ceremony before the game as well. You have to stand out there and go through various things, and then you're out there in the middle. So inevitably you focus on one incident because there isn't much else to talk about in a way. How did you see that dismissal, though, Stephen?
I think it was a good delivery. I think it's probably the first one that Jamieson put in
he wasn't
the
bowling
correct
well.
spot. He was spraying them all over the place, which actually
can make him more difficult.
You'd think so. I mean, that's the way I went about getting my test wickets. You'd spray them all over the joint and then put one in the right place, and you'd take a wicket. But certainly the nuance of batting at the pavilion end when facing a right armour from around the wicket is that you feel as though everything is going to come into you. So you're thinking about protecting your stumps and your off stump as a left-handed batter. And it just held up the slope, which with a brand new ball if it's put in the right spot with the right angle of seam, which it was slightly canted towards first slip, you can edge it. I don't think his hands followed the ball, which is a good thing. I don't think he could have got further forward. It was a perfect length. Yeah, I would say good ball and something that can happen under lead and skies at Lords.
Ben Duckett is out there on 12, Jacob Bethel on 4. How many balls has Duckett left?
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Have you got
that's
that?
very different. I would say it'll be almost double figures.
Not quite, I think. I'm
okay, 9.
The latest up. We're just looking that up.
He's having a snooze there.
I was not having a snooze. I was being asked questions by Stefan Schemmel.
Still thinking about that 4 for a couple of weeks.
Thanks for bringing that up. Lifetime best figures at the age of 51. There are no easy wickets in the Kent Village League Division 7. Now, Duckett has left, I think, 6 balls, but they're all quite early on in his innings.
I would say it'd be equal the number of inside edges he's got too. He's
tricky.
It's hard to bat when the ball isn't. It's just low and it's a bit ugly. The whole thing. I think it's ugly for everybody.
Yeah.
Would you like to bowl in this? You have to bowl pretty straight to get your LBWs.
It certainly wouldn't necessarily suit my style of bowling, and I think what we've seen already is just. You hear batters talk about two-paced wickets, and it feels as though the ball is just stopping sometimes in the pitch. It's a bit of movement, which you expect with the new ball, but it looks as though it's hard for the batters to find any degree of rhythm at the moment.
Anything a little bit shorter too is starting to just. It's certainly bouncing a little bit more than the fuller deliveries, and everyone's tried to go full really so far from the New Zealand bowling contingent.
I mean, you know a lot about this surface here. Are you expecting it to be the same throughout? Or do you think it will just improve as we've had a couple of days of rain, haven't we? I don't know whether that would have hindered the pitch preparation, but the lead up to it. I mean, in a way, as you think as a groundsman, you can control it because it's been dry and there's no rain around.
See,
or do you think that's tricky because you have to kind of how much water do I put on it?
So I think when with the days we had last week that were 35 degrees,
really
as
tough.
a ground staff, you probably hear going, right, we need to water it if this heat wave stays in order to keep life in the pitch, because I think if it gets too dry, it just completely dies. So for that week, he would have been watering it, and then it's almost as though someone's just flicked a switch and it's gone completely the other end of the spectrum, much cooler, very, very wet. And then you're probably in a situation where there was lots of water in the wicket. It's going to come into this slightly underprepared, under-rolled. So what I would anticipate happening, and what happens here in domestic games generally, is you do bowl on the first day because of the overhead conditions and the freshness of the pitch and that slightly underprepared nature of it. But actually the best time to bowl is on day 2 when it just quickens up that little bit more, but you just hope in these conditions that you can do enough damage to get yourself ahead of the game. But certainly you would anticipate, as there's more footfall on it, as hopefully the weather gets better than it is right now, that pitch just firms up slightly, which means that it carries that little bit more than it is today. So
rather than being good preparation weather, actually it's kind of the worst. Like really hot and then rain.
Yeah, I think so, because naturally you would have to water the wicket if it was 35 degrees without knowing exactly what you're getting this week, and it's been atrocious.
When did they put the new drainage in?
Well, that's been in a while, hasn't it?
I think 2012 Olympics.
So would that dry it out as well? I mean, that's if there was rain, it would just suck it away.
Yeah, it certainly is a very, very quick drying ground, which is a domestic cricketer's nightmare, because you're looking for an afternoon off and the groundsmen click their fingers and you're back out there again. So the drainage here is outstanding if you're the paying public and want to watch loads of cricket.
And is the whole, you call it a square, we call it a block, and is it exactly the same soil throughout the whole block, or do they have different parts?
It is, but because of the natural canter of the slope, you'll see if it rains really hard, the water will all pool in this bottom corner down here, because it all runs down the slope. So typically the pitches at the top of the slope are slightly better and slightly better for batting and stay drier, but as that moisture flows down, when you play at the bottom end of the square, that they can do quite a lot, especially if you don't have the preparation time. This is just towards the grandstand, which is the top of the slope, so you would anticipate this one being slightly firmer than if it was 3 or 4 pitches down.
Okay, well, it's raining at the moment. The covers are on. It's not absolutely lashing down. I'm sure there are people out there who would have been caught in some of the storms that we've had over the last couple of days. I got caught in one the other day. Did you?
I got done. I went for a walk over Wandsworth Bridge up into Fulham, and then just out of nowhere the sky closed in, and it was like I'd jumped in a swimming pool when I got home.
I think it must have been the same one as I got caught in.
It was so bad.
I think it was on what day was it? Tuesday, I think. It was an incredible build-up and then absolute huge downpour. We haven't had one of those yet so far, but it's rained quite steadily and it's filled in the distance.
Just a couple more things on England's start so far. 24 off 10 overs, their joint lowest score after 10 overs since the start of the Bazball era on this ground 4 years ago. And Ben Duckett mentioned his leaves. He's on 12 off 31 balls. His score after 30 balls of 11 was his joint lowest after 30 balls of any test innings.
As a statistician here, so we're talking about the Bazball era. Is this a new era starting today? Is this Bazball Mark II?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you can break it into different sort of phases, I guess. But it does, it felt like the Ashes, I don't know, that was the first series they'd been outscored in terms of runs per over by an opponent since Stokes and McCullum took over, and quite convincingly by the end of the series. A bit early to say yet, but and that game against New Zealand here 4 years ago didn't start with a sort of blaze of attacking shots.
I think we can say it is Bazball 2, whatever.
Bazball 2, yeah.
Don't you think?
The second iteration.
It just makes it easy for us.
Sequels are always dangerous.
but there have been instances where England have scored quite slow. There was a game here, I think actually, was it the Lord's? Might have been the Lord's Test last year, where I think the first day it's ended with something like, I think, a fullish day as well. They bowled probably most of the overs, about 260 for 4 or 5 or something like that. And that was very much sort of out of character with what we've seen before. So inevitably there were going to be outliers.
Yeah, and there was certainly a game at Headingley, I remember, where Crawley and Duckett batted really sensibly for the first half of their partnership. The run rate, I don't think, was much over 3 and over, but then
that was on the chase, wasn't it?
On the chase, but then they earned the right to explode. And I think that's the thing with this is if you can earn the right to then play those shots, then by all means go for it. But doing it from the very beginning is really tricky.
Yeah, that test against India last year that ended with that dramatic end when Bashir took the final wicket. England were 251 for 4 off 83 overs at the end of day one, with Root unbeaten on 99.
That felt very different. That felt like England, I don't know, assessing things and playing smart cricket, which is what the coach has been talking about actually in the lead up to this game. You just wonder why there wasn't a bit more of that a little bit earlier. I'm sure England supporters will be thinking that. Those that went to Australia, those who followed it, listened to us, watched it over the winter. We're going to be actually talking about that now for the next half an hour or so, kind of looking back and looking at where England go from here and what we're expecting them to do. Let me just recap though for what has happened so far, for those of you who might just be switching on and wondering what's happened so far in this test match. Well, a little bit, but not a huge amount. 24 for 1. We've had 10 overs. Emilio Gay caught low down by Mitchell off Jameson for 8. His first ball in Test cricket for 4. It was a lovely, juicy, full toss, an absolute perfect gift. No batter could have had a better gift than that, I think, in their first ball in Test cricket. It was a bit like these old charity games when you used to be given 1 off the mark, but he was given 4 off the mark, basically. Anyway, hit one fine drive down the ground for 4 as well off Jameson. So he was out for 8, 16 for Duckett there on 12, and Jacob Bethel is on 4. And England 24 for 1. Jameson with the 1 wicket, 1 for 16. And the rain is falling. Actually, the forecasters, it seems to me, they get it right quite often these days, because they said about 12 o'clock. And quarter to 12, the rain started falling. And at the moment, Lord's is a bit deserted. I'm not surprised as well, because it's coming down quite steadily and people looking for cover under the stands here at Lord's. Good crowd in, despite the tube strike. It's not affecting all of London. Some of the tube lines are running, including mercifully the Jubilee line up to St John's Wood station, but that will have had a bit of an impact as well. A decision has been made to take an early lunch at 12:45, so in 6 minutes' time. Restart at 13:25. Obviously, only if it stops raining on the ground can be cleared in time. It hasn't belted down. I think at the moment, I think it's just a bit of a drizzle out there at the moment, but we know that there's this kind of band of rain, a block of rain that's come in over London. It's going to last couple of hours. It started at quarter.
It looks like it's going to go by about 1:30.
Right, there we go. So, with a fair wind, we may restart, say, 2:15, 2:30, something like that. We know it's been very dry until this week, and this ground does dry quickly. So, reasonable prospects for play later on. The score at the moment, England put into bat 24 for 1. We've had 10 overs. Gay was caught by Mitchell low down at first slip off Jameson for 8 after hitting 2 boundaries, hitting his first ball of his Test career for 4, then driving one down the ground, then he nicked off and was caught low down. Duckett is on 12, Bethell is on 4, and that's the cricket we've had so far today.
And the players are coming back out, pleased to say. So lunch was taken early, the rain has gone away, the sun was out a little earlier. It's overcast again, still a few pockets of blue up there right now, but New Zealand taking the field once again. And for England, well, they reached 24 for 1 in the 10 overs of play that were possible up until 11:45 when the rain fell. And so Ben Duckett and Jacob Bethell come back out. Duckett on 12, Bethell on 4, with play getting ready to resume again. Vic Marks, welcome back. And very good news that we're getting play again. Here's a bit of news, just to bring you.
Yes.
Matt Henry, New Zealand bowler, experienced some lower back spasms during the first innings. He left the field. He's going to be monitored throughout the day, so he won't be up here. I have to find out who's come on as the substitute fielder then for Matt Henry, but then certainly they're a bowler light.
Well, that's a significant loss, of course.
Opening bowler.
Therefore reduced to 3 seamers, and I watched Phillips bowling a few off breaks. And I'm wondering what the devil's he doing, because he can't be going on for a while. But if Matt Henry's injured, then he has to come into the equation. So that's a big loss, potentially. Let's hope it's okay.
Well, absolutely. They will be hoping that he'll be able to come back out onto the field. If not, we'll be able to have a good old conversation, Vic, around substitutes in Test cricket, won't we, for injuries? We'll keep that up our sleeve for the moment. Will O'Rourke is going to continue duties on this restart of the game in front of the pavilion, with the pavilion behind him now. Exciting, tall, fast bowler. We didn't see him in that shortened morning session, short crop of dark hair, but he's bowling to Duckett with 3 slips and a gully and a short leg around the wicket straight away. Duckett withdraws the hands quite late as it goes through to the keeper, but he's a bowler that can generate good pace, 85 miles per hour first up, and he can bowl with aggression as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of the assets you want to see. He's 6'4", he's not as big as Jameson.
He's taller than that. 6'4", Jameson 6'8", yes, correct, Vic.
Yes. But he's the quickest of the lot, I think. And as you say, as a loosener, 85 Ks, he can get up around 90.
So O'Rourke moving in under cloudy skies around the wicket again. Duckett taking a big stride forward, more of an elaborate leave that time through to Blundell, the keeper, once again. Good zip. So
if Henry is injured, that's a huge blow for New Zealand. He's currently 4th in the Test bowling rankings. His last 10 tests before this one, 62 wickets, average 15.9, which is the best 10 test sequence by any New Zealand bowler in terms of average, better even than anything Richard Hadley managed in his phenomenal career. So the last 3-4 years he's been absolutely superb for New Zealand.
Yeah, he's played some huge roles with the ball. O'Rourke is racing in, scooting away off the outer edge, beats cover, running away towards the Allen stand through the deep. 2 for Duckett, the ball slowing up, turns for a third. Will the ball reach the boundary rope? It's been retrieved just inside. And so it will be 3 for Duckett as the throw comes in on the bounce to Blundell. A long chase back to the boundary, but the first run scored after the early lunch was taken.
Yes, he timed that. It was only a little push. Better than anything he timed in the first session, Duckett, I think. A real tantaliser. He almost ran 4 there, but not quite.
Well, O'Rourke himself, we spoke about Carl Jameson coming back from injury. He has had 8 months out himself, came back for a 3-day game in New Zealand for Canterbury A, and then played ODIs against in Bangladesh in April, but his last test was last year in July. Around the wicket again, and here is Bethel. Drops into the offside, thinks about a single, but thinks better of it. Cover comes moving forward. The clouds are making wonderful shapes across the outfield at the moment when they're really scudding across the sky. Brightness and then the more overcast. It's settled now. The sun well behind a cloud right now, but yeah, certainly a great opportunity here to see what the 24-year-old Will O'Rourke has. 11 test matches before this one.
And a good record already.
9 wickets on his test debut as well. Made an instant impact. Tall around the wicket, past the umpire goes again. A little straighter that time. Bethel defends into the onside. Picked up, and there is no run. And immediately when you see a short leg go into the quick bowler, the batter's always wary. He's thinking, well, when's the short one going to come? I'll be asked to deflect or get up on my toes. At the moment, he's bowling so that 3 slips in the gully, the backward point.
Yeah, there's 2 ways. There's the fen that can go to short leg. There's also the inside edge onto the pad that pops up sometimes.
One fielder back on the boundary, fine leg. Down below the media centre. O'Rourke races in, and there is a lifter, but it's sufficiently wide outside the off stump that Bethel just swayed. The ball moved as well, some shape away, taken by Blundell. O'Rourke waiting till the last ball of the over to drop one a little bit shorter, but he kept up pretty consistent speeds, Vic, throughout that over, starting with 85, and that last one was 84. England 27 for 1.
Yeah, and that was a very short ball. And when you bowl short, it takes some MPH off. I think Darren Gough got to learn this because he's
tiring.
Well, he liked to get as high an average as possible, and I think at one point when he got to work out how the radar system worked and how they average it out, he said, I'll give up bowling those slower balls. It brings me average down, but the pace average down.
Ramp it back up.
Not
again.
Exactly what you necessarily want as captain. But no, O'Rourke is one of the quicker bowlers in this match for certain. I think he's the quickest in the New Zealand side. And full of potential, but as with all these big fast bowlers, a few injury problems in his history.
So Nathan Smith continuing from the nursery end. Forward comes Duckett, lays bat on it, but only as far as short extra cover. Finds the fielder and no run. So no Matt Henry. That's the early news on this resumption of play. Lower back spasms. So not taking the field as things stand. He was the opening bowler, bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8 in his opening spell. And Carl Jamieson was bowling from the nursery end in his first spell up against what was a pretty stiff breeze. The flags on top of the pavilion are still wafting away. Smith gives it a little bit short, a little bit wide, and opening the wrists, Duckett to steer this up the slope. A little flashing steer outside the off stump and guides it up past the point region up to the grandstand. So the first boundary after lunch, 31 for 1.
Yeah, he likes them there. He scores lots of runs just behind square on the offside. It was a bit short, and he's punched that very precisely. It's a good shot, right off the meat. Open face a little bit.
What did you make of what you saw? The brief innings from Emilio Gay, Vic. He was out there for 14 deliveries, so not a great amount of time. As Smith is in again, and that one comes into Duckett. There is a shout for LB. Smith has appealed, the finger's gone up. Well, will we see Duckett review this? He's walking towards his partner, Jacob Bethel. Smith is celebrating.
I think he's going to review it, isn't he?
Doesn't look like
I'm not
he's
saying
going anywhere.
it's a poor decision at all, but having a long chat, he hasn't got much time left.
Time has run out to 0. He's going to have to go, and he does indeed.
Well, you always go to your partner, and I guess Jacob Bethel rushed into a difficult situation there, said, actually, it looked pretty plumb to me, and off he's got to go. It hit him probably just above the knee roll, but he's got short legs. I reckon, I'm surprised they didn't review that. I think at very best you might get an orange anyway. That means you wouldn't lose a review. And we'll have a look in a minute.
It moved in off the surface quite
down
the slope. Yeah.
I thought he would review that because batsmen usually do, and usually non-strikers, I suspect, encourage you, say, well, I think he might be going just a bit high or just going down.
Well, a wicket for Nathan Smith then, his first over after the break. And Duckett gone for 19, he'd faced 37 deliveries.
Well, we're hungrily waiting for a replay of that.
It's not coming just yet, but here is
Root.
somebody coming. Joe Root, his familiar sidestepping, the sprint first across the rope, then the sidestep facing one side, then the other. Now will come the whirl of arms and a slight cry of Root, very, very gentle from the stands. But the man who is chasing Sachin, 13,943 test runs, the second most of anybody in the history of test cricket. Just remarkable, and is a treat, I think, for all England supporters who are in the ground today, and probably neutrals as well. New Zealand supporters.
To catch up, roughly? Well, no, exactly.
Roughly 2,000. I'll get you.
Oh right, it's not going to happen today then.
Not today.
Or indeed this year.
Probably not this summer, but he's on track, and he's taking his time here to settle in, scraping at the crease. Smith is ready to bowl, but the umpire is holding out his left arm. So 2 wickets now have gone down, 31 for 2. Emilio Gay out for 8, and now Ben Duckett for 19. LBW to Nathan Smith, who's in again. Root's pulled away. Root has pulled away. He's not quite sure what distracted him then.
No.
Smith has had to run through the crease, and the signal of dead ball comes from the umpire. But we talked about, just before play restarted, Vic, we were talking about the Fab Four, and Kane Williamson and Joe Root. We've got 2 of them in this match, with Steve Smith and Virat Kohli, the other 2 touted as the Fab Four. But Kane Williamson was sort of having none of it. Such a humble guy. Didn't really think like that. Smith is in, the first ball up, moves away. A treat from Root, shaped away late. A tumbling take from the keeper. Root offered no shot.
So Kane Williamson would say, "Oh, they must be an iron." Is that it?
I think he was happy to sort of play down his role in any Fab Four, but he was very complimentary of his fellow cricketers. Now we are getting a replay of this. It's come back a long way from outside off stump, struck him in line, hitting leg.
Jacob Bethel, the umpire, did right. So.
Yeah, no review was wasted.
Yeah.
So here is Root waiting as Smith is in. It'll straighten now. Root very quickly has to play almost a double shot there. He defended the ball, one of those that could have spun back onto his stumps. And in the end, he's allowed to pick it up with his glove and toss it back to the fielder.
Root is 1,978 runs behind Tendulkar's record of 15,900.
Of that Fab Four, I would guess that Root has the potential to score more runs from now on, than any of the others. He's still hungry, Root. And of course, England play more Test cricket than most as well.
Although we're talking about the 14, is it, that New Zealand have got?
Well, great. That's
coming
great.
Up ahead of them. It is great, considering the paucity of some series. Smith is in, full of delivery. Root defending from the crease. The ball angles away into the turf towards the gully region. Dot ball to end a wicket taking over them from Nathan Smith, 31 for 2.
Well, it may not be high on his list of priorities, but I think Jacob Bethel was quite a good umpire.
He did all right just then.
He did well there. Because
sure
your instinct is to support your mate up the other end and find a reason to review it.
Duckett's the more senior.
But in fact, if he had a word with Jacob, and Jacob, sorry, you've got to go, and it saved England losing a review. So, I mean, he's got a few years playing before he can join the international panel, I suppose.
So both openers are out. In fact, was the conversation had Zaltz at the start of the day about these being 2 Northamptonshire developed opening bats for England in a test? Has that ever happened before? Can you tell which county I was born and brought up?
I can think of 2 Northamptonshire players who did open the batting for England, but...
Willow Rourke tall around the wicket, draws Bethel forward, defence into the onside.
None of them developed in Northamptonshire, though, I don't think.
Well, yeah, both obviously started their careers, and then Duckett moved to Nottinghamshire, and then Emilio Gay to Durham.
Was what Wayne Larkins,
Jeff Cook,
but they didn't play together.
No, and they weren't really I don't think they either were really Northamptonshire boys. Certainly Jeff Cook wasn't.
Emilio Gay went to Bedford School, didn't he? So you could argue he's the other side of the border. But that's why I say I was very careful to couch that as Northamptonshire developed.
Yeah.
But no, a lot of people very proud of both of these in Northants. Forward comes Bethel, driving through the vacant mid-off region, a chase back here. As Bethel comes back for a gentle 2, got onto the front foot And a gentle drive down the ground towards the pavilion. He's on to 6.33 for 2.
Well, just before you asked me about, an unfair question about, well, what about Emilio Gay? He's faced 14 balls. He hit 2 nice boundaries. And there are bad dismissals and there are good dismissals. And to be fair to him, he was out to a pretty useful delivery. And he wasn't playing an extravagant shot. He just didn't quite have the bat in the right place. And it did move, I think.
O'Rourke in, Fuller again, getting his head well over this one and forward to defend into the offside. No run, Bethel.
So this time, it's a funny game, cricket. Even the best player, this is the odd and frustrating thing about being a cricketer, especially a batsman, is that you can be the best player in the world and you fail, 30% of the time, 20% of the time. It's a real mental problem, that. You've got to get used to failing, even if you're the best in the world.
Yeah, some would say the best thing about bowling is if you bowl away with delivery, you just
got another chance.
Go immediately again, don't you?
Yeah.
No second goes for batters, unless, of course, your review is successful, but then you shouldn't have been out in the first place. O'Rourke is in, now struck on the boot outside the off stump. They're appealing now for, is that
they're appealing LBW.
LB came well forward. There's some excitement here.
I think he might. I wonder if he got a bit inside edge on that.
It hurt. It sounded a little bit
hard to tell
clunky,
from here.
Well, the review has been asked for, so
okay.
We're going to get another look. The signal of the TV screen is made by the standing umpire.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
This is Bethel, who is on 6, and O'Rourke looking for his first wicket back in Test white since he played in July 2025 against Zimbabwe.
I tell you what, that looks very, very close to me. I don't see an inside edge. I was just wondering whether there was an inside edge there.
It's a very confident appeal. We're looking at ultra edge.
He's missed it by a long way. I can't see how that can possibly be not out.
Clear gap. Clear gap here. Okay, ball tracking, please. No bat involved.
He missed it by a long way.
Yep. It in waiting for ball tracking.
He wasn't given.
Nitin Menon, the third umpire, making this decision now, and I think Jacob Bethel knows which way it's going to go, but we're all being kept waiting for the confirmation, including New Zealand. No, here is the ball tracking.
It's got to be out.
Pitching in line, coming back in, striking his front pad.
Go back to Adrian on field.
Going on to hit.
You need to change your decision.
2/3 up, middle stump.
I'll let you know when you're on screen now.
So a third wicket goes down in the first 20 minutes of the resumption of play, and Jacob Bethel's innings is a brief one, 6 from 21 balls. And England have slumped to 33 for 3, Vic Marks.
For what's new? There is a little tiny stat that I picked up downstairs, but I wait confirmation from the guru, but Jacob Bethel, this is to cheer everyone up. Jacob Bethel in his England career averages 9 in the first innings and 84 in the second. So don't
make sure you come back and tune in for part 2.
I think England will have a second innings the way things are going.
Yes, that was his 7th. It was his 7th test, 7 times in the first innings, 61 runs and a highest score of 16. Average now 8.7 after that dismissal. So when you talk about average, that's runs scored by dismissals. In the second innings, 6 innings, 1 not out, 421 runs at an average of 84 with that brilliant century, and 3 other 50s, all of them in that debut series in New Zealand late in 2024.
What was strange about that dismissal, though, it was a full-length ball. But when we saw the replay, I thought he might have nicked it, but because I thought I heard 2 noises.
Such a big gap.
He missed that ball by an incredibly long way.
That's got to be a worry.
Well, it was. Yeah, I suppose it has. It was a full-length ball. It's practically half volley, but he didn't pick it up. It might have come up the slope a fraction, maybe. Anyway, 33 for 3.
Familiar
2 batsmen on naught. Yorkshire batsmen.
Yep, Harry Brook has come
I expect Harry Brook will run down the wicket on the first ball and slap him over extra cover.
Well, this is where we'll start to
see.
Have things changed? Is a mentality different when you are 33 for 3? How is Harry Brook going to go about it?
Well, we'll see. It's 3 slips, a gully and forward short leg.
2 balls to come from Will O'Rourke, and he's over the wicket now to the right-hander, and it's a bouncer, and it has Brook dropping to one knee to evade it.
Well,
the delivery first up.
Just as well he didn't run down the pitch and try and aim for extra cover.
Ramp that up to 89 miles per hour as well.
Well, that's a bouncer too, and as I say, that takes a bit of pace off the speedometer. So Well, all the three seamers now on the field have wickets to their name. They say he got a bit tangled up there, Bethel. And it was a foolish, very straight ball.
And very handy that the other bowlers are doing the business at the moment with Matt Henry not on the field. O'Rourke, and again, last ball squares him up and the outside edge balloons away and drops safely in front of Gully to be taken on the bounce. Well, Brook then on naught. Root on naught. Duckett gone for 19, followed by Jacob Bethel now for 6. So 2 LBWs picked up in the last 20 minutes, and England 33 for 3. Vic, a little bit more from you, then Aggers is joining you.
Well, these are tense moments. If you're in the England camp, a lot of talk of getting past the, if you like, the trauma of the Ashes, and within how many overs have we had now? 13. It's 33 for 3. I mean, to be fair to the batsmen, it's not as if we've seen an array of eccentric shots to get out.
No, it's been got out, haven't they? There's been some decent balls. 33 for 3. Smith's on his way and he bowls to Root as forward to full ball on the off stump, which he guides for a single into the offside. So he's off the mark to the 4th ball that he's faced. England 34 for 3. Ball's just done a little bit, just done enough, hasn't it? And inevitably so, I think, under the clouds and the damp weather that we've had.
I mean, Gay got a good ball that left him.
Yep.
Sort of went up, almost up the hill. Which you don't expect. The others, full-length balls, sort of missed by the 2 left-handers. I was amazed how much Bethel missed that ball by when you saw the replay. He was sort of an inch from the inside edge, wasn't it?
Well, let's see how Harry Brook plays here. There were moments in Australia in this sort of situation where he batted eccentrically, to put it mildly. Here's Smith, he bowls to him, inside edge into the pad. There's an appeal for leg BW, but we heard that from here. And Brook nearly paws at the ground with his boot there, checking his guard. They're still talking behind the stumps about the question of reviewing that. There was definitely a hard sound that could be heard from here.
I mean, I suppose, is it possible it could have been pad bat? Are they going to review that again? They're on a bit of a roll at the moment.
Yep,
they're going to have a review. I mean, if it's just conceivable, it could be pad bat.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery.
Third umpire's earning his corn at the moment.
Nitin Menon. Brook yet to score. We'll have a look at the first replay. Will give us more of an indication, which we're looking at now. It does come back a long way, and does it hit the bat? Yes, it hits the inside edge.
Inside edge first, I think.
So we heard that from
confident
here.
of that.
Clear deflection.
So you spotted that. Your eyes are still pretty good.
I heard it.
Oh, you heard it. Well, your ears are pretty good then.
No, that was. Everything else was pretty good about it, but. Good old Rod Tucker in his 100th Test match gets that one right. It did move a little bit though, I must say.
Sort of up the hill again.
Yep. So Brook over his bat again. There's 3 slips of gully, backward pointer mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, away in the distance, a long leg. As Smith again, a bustling run, runs up bowls, and Brook lets that one go through outside the off stump. 34 for 3. If you were to see a mug shot of Smith and not know much about him, you'd know he was a New Zealander.
Because?
Well, he's got a mullet and a sort of pokey moustache. He's sort of a young Jeremy Coney and not quite as tall. But he's a Kiwi, isn't he?
He's a bit quicker than Coney, I can tell you that.
he just. Yeah.
You reckon?
He's a Kiwi,
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Look at him. Scurries in again, past umpire Tucker, bowls. Brook once more gets one that just swings away a little to go by outside the off stump.
I'm a bit worried as you wander the streets of London, you come across someone with a mullet and a moustache, and you say, "You from the North Island or the South Island, young man?"
It could probably depend on how big he was as well.
Yeah. Okay.
But so your wiry New Zealand country boy has a bit of a look, I think, doesn't he? Anyway, he's a good bowler. 34 for 3. Brook is being tested here. Still the wind blowing strongly. Shadows of the clouds we see blowing down the ground. Smith again from our end runs in bowls. Brook on the front foot. Steers the ball to gully. Quick cry of no. And it remains at 34 for 3. Some gaps in the stands around the ground. People sort of enjoying their lunch maybe. Got a text from Lady Boycott saying they're in the box over to the right. Could I possibly go around and say hello?
Well, I expect he'll be there very
Well, I'd
shortly.
love to go say hello. I've not seen Jeffrey for a while. I think he's doing okay.
Regal summons.
Oh, yes, it is. Smith again bowls. Brook very late. Dabs the ball into the offside. Once again, it's picked up there in the gully area. And there is no run. Good over that. 34 for 3. Bang on target. Oh, well against Ireland the other day. Set up that comfortable victory. Brook yet to score. Joe Root has just won. England put into bat. A real surprise there. I think Stokes would have done the same thing. Stokes had a very savage haircut. Have you seen it? I mean, he was wearing a cap when I interviewed him, so it wasn't immediately obvious, but I saw him up on the players' balcony there. Brutal haircut. Very, very short.
Well, that's very strange because I think he's invested in some additional hair, and
I think he has.
He spent a lot of the money then cutting it.
Yes. But he's actually usually quite proud of it. He always sweeps it back, doesn't he? Very golden look. No, he's absolutely.
And yet he's from New Zealand. I mean, originally.
He's an Englishman.
Yes.
Right, we've got O'Rourke. Tall figure coming in hard from the pavilion end. Moves in, bowls to Root, who comes forward. Gets around at the bottom of the bat, that, and O'Rourke stoops, picks the ball up. Turns quickly and wanders back to his mark again. Nice contented sound around Lords.
Yeah, that hum.
Yes, great, isn't it? Yeah. The window's just open ajar. It's the wind blowing rather from the wrong direction for a window to be opened fully. It'd be like a big gale in here. There'd be papers blowing everywhere, but just enough to let the sound come through. Leg slip positioned. 2 other slips and a gully. Rourke bowls outside the off stump and, well, it's chopped that away to second slip. Came off the bottom of the bat. Looking there to guide the ball away to one of his favourite areas down through third man, but Latham's got a bit of a stinger there at second slip.
Root thought that before.
Yeah.
Solitary window in the press box.
Yes.
Was here, which was marvellously insisted upon when it was designed.
I think Peter Baxter had a number of arguments about that.
Yeah. Oh, it's hit him just on the shin.
Nasty. 91 miles an hour, that was timed at. And in the sunshine, O'Rourke again thunders in. He's there and he bowls to Joe Root, who's forward, takes his bottom hand off the bat handle. The ball goes nowhere, just a yard into the leg side. Up by Ravindra, fielding in that area, and there's no run.
Well, good pressure this from New Zealand, isn't it? Got 2 quick wickets and now no easy runs.
An unusual shot that of Root. It actually came off the top edge, didn't it, of the bat?
How did it
not
go
the bottom.
down?
I don't know. He was rather fortunate there. That didn't go flying to slip as a catch. It went very quickly, but somehow it went down into the ground. O'Rourke past the umpire, bowls a good one. Yes, he's out, caught behind. A jubilant wicketkeeper hurled the ball in the air there. It must have been a thin one. We couldn't hear that from this distance, but Root is out for 1. And what a start this is now for New Zealand. England are 34 for 4. Root is out for 1, and coming out at number 6 for the first time will be Jamie Smith. There's rather long faces on that England balcony. There's some bounce there. It was a lovely ball, actually. Just lifted, and Root, I think, probably had to play at that. And Blundell hurled the ball skywards. Terrific celebration from the wicketkeeper. Really launched the ball, showing how much that wicket of Root means. England are 4 down.
Well, it was a fine delivery. I mean, it really did bounce to almost not quite taking the shoulder of the bat, but high up the bat. And again, it just not only bounced, but may have left him a fraction, and he sparred at it. I suppose in hindsight, such was the bounce, he could have left it, but it's easy to say that. It's a fine delivery and a huge wicket for New Zealand. I mean, he's the man who has the capacity to bat for hours, but he's gone. And now 34 for 4, and we've got Smith adjoining Brook, both of whose instinct is to take the attack to the opposition. And what worries me too is that Brook is looking very tentative. He's not playing any big shots at all, and I'm not sure with this pair that they are capable of playing long defensive innings, and they don't move so well when they're not thinking positively. So it's a real tangle of thoughts for them. And at the moment, New Zealand just cock a hoop since the break. 3 big wickets, Root especially. And England really under the pump now.
They are, and they've had a conversation there. Smith had a poor tour of Australia, really. The Nadir definitely caught in the deep, hooking Marnus Labuschagne.
I remember it, yeah. I think I was awake for that. I probably went back to sleep after it. But
It's one of those great commentary clip moments where the camera, which you have here, worked to a T, because it literally said, I was on with Alex, and we were saying, you can't get out to this.
It was fatal.
Literally, the ball before hit out. in the gap between the two balls. Flogged it out to
sort of deepish extra cover.
It was the new ball was due. I mean, it was all sorts of just horrible things.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a new start. He's had a good start for Surrey,
but he's got a tight situation to deal with here.
He has. He's got O'Rourke with his tail up, thundering in from the pavilion end. Here's the first ball as Smith lets it go by. Oh, that bounced a second time. And that doesn't make it easy for the batsman.
No, because the previous ball zipped through.
Yep.
It was caught right about chest high. Here we go. You just see from a replay, they demonstrate how that ball has moved or changed direction. It actually moved quite a lot.
Yeah.
And a clear edge. It's another. If you're a batsman, it's another pretty good dismissal in a sense.
O'Rourke again bowls, and Smith pushes forward, rolls away out to be picked up at cover, and there's no runs. A 34 for 4. Root put into bat. Smith naught, Brook naught.
Root looked at the pitch as he left, as if to say, well, I don't know quite what else I could have done there. And he looked at the pitch as if he'd been betrayed by it, because the ball did move up the slope a little bit. Maybe a lesser batsman would have missed it completely, I don't know. But he's gone, and, well, can England get out of this hole? It's very early in the game.
Jeez.
Everyone was thinking, well, we'll be here Monday with this weather forecast. I'm not so sure now.
No, forecast tomorrow is good. Right, Harry Brook is waiting for Smith, who runs in now over the wicket, bowls down the pitch. Took a bit of a run at him there.
Well, it's the first time we've seen him do that, and I don't know whether Smith saw him, but he went down the leg side in the end.
Yep.
Can't hit that over extra cover.
His 8th ball. He danced down the pitch, not yet off the mark. Sarah Taylor, I see, sitting up there on the pavilion balcony alongside her 2 colleagues, McCullum and Trescothick, both looking rather thoughtful at the moment.
They've all got their shades on.
Oh. Brook waits for Smith. In he goes, bowls to him on the off stump, forcing away, finds backward point. I think Smith's a bit quicker than he looks. I mean, that was 86, 87 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, that's brisk enough, isn't it?
Yeah, he bowls a full length, isn't he? He's not as tall as the others, so he pitches the ball up.
Well, the others are very tall, of course.
Yeah.
6'4" and 6'8".
But that sort of pace, you're not looking to get too far forward, 27 miles an hour, are you?
Well, I'm not, and I know you're not. Even 30 years ago, you're not.
No, not necessarily.
40 years, perhaps.
In goes Smith there, and he bowls. Oh, good one that beats the bat. A rather tentative bat, if I'm honest. Smith Brook has prodded at it there.
Well, he's not a good defensive player. This is the dilemma for him,
Yeah.
He hasn't played many long defensive innings in his time. And we saw him shimmy once.
Smith spins himself a catch out of the back of his hand. Brook is ready. Still sunshine and cloud, a bit blue sky overhead, but not much. Smith wide of the crease, bowls to Brook, who's off the mark now, punching the ball through the covers. It's a very short boundary out there. They've brought it in, even on that tavern side and down the slope. It's probably, well, one of the quickest outfields in world cricket. And once you beat the field, really, although the fielder there had a bit of a dive at it, it was always likely to be 4 runs. But so Brooks away anyway with the boundary.
Yeah, he just a push, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's amazing how this outfield soaks up the water too now.
It is.
And it looks like a billiard table.
Smith again bustles in past the umpire, and Brook defends once more. With a tripod shot there. Back leg going out towards the offside. Have you heard about this steaming the grass?
No. What does that mean?
Well, it's apparently what they've been doing to the pitch here. I've had some information on it here. Pitch being steamed. Here we are. So Adam, actually, I was talking about this earlier on. Mark Butcher told me, and we both agreed at the end of the conversation that it was possible we're being wound up by somebody. But Lords has been steaming the square to 100 degrees. Here's the next one outside the off stump. Loose shot from Brook. Full swinging away, didn't move his feet at all, he just prodded the bat at it.
The goal being?
Well, apparently it revigorates the soil. It's like a sort of a...
Okay.
Sort of a cleanser, perhaps. Okay. Maybe you reduce it on your skin to heat up and release the pores.
So to encourage more growth?
Yes, apparently so. And there is a photograph, actually, of it being steamed. So it's like it is... We're trying to work out if it's actually a tent. It's like a large black sheet that's put over. Wimbledon do it, apparently.
Oh, well.
So it's put over the square, and they steam it. And it's, I don't know.
Makes things better.
Encourages
growth.
Well, the sort of thing you don't want to do to your lawns. You'll be mowing it too often.
Okay.
Here's O'Rourke starting a new over, and Smith gets on down the leg side, which he brushes away off his hip, or runs away down towards fine leg. And Smith also off the mark. So he's 1, Brook 4. England are 39 for 4 put into bat. 4 sort of genuine dismissals, you have to say. Nothing sort of foolhardy or irresponsible about those dismissals. They've been got out by good balls against a very good attack. But one of which, Henry, I think, is still off the field at the moment with a back spasm. And now Brook with a leg slip and also a short leg. Waits for O'Rourke, who comes up now and he bowls to him, and he's on the front foot. He's getting 4 for this too. Again, nothing more than a push. My old friend Jeffrey, sitting up there in the box, more or less where that ball went, will be saying something about modern bats, I think, having seen that. It just flies away. You really don't put anything on it at all. 4 runs. Nice stroke, nice controlled shot, actually. Jeremy Coney, lovely to see you again. The years pass.
Hello, Eggers.
The years pass. And
they do. We just lose a little more hair.
I know more, me too.
Well, yeah.
I know. Lovely to see you. Here's O'Rourke in the sunshine, bowls, and Brook gets on down the leg side that he flicks at. And he misses. Mind you, you're a pom really these days, aren't you?
No. Back in New Zealand, been living there for the last...
They've gone back again?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Right, so you're right.
I do have family here.
Yes. I knew you were living...
Which I love to come over to see them every year.
Of course. Oh, no, I thought you were...
This is, of course, just as important, as you know. Come
Indeed.
and talk to you.
Of course.
Yes.
So where are you living in New Zealand now, then?
Picton.
Oh, lovely. Up by the ferry?
Yes, that's it.
What a beautiful part of the world.
It is the Marlborough Sound.
Marlborough Sound is gorgeous. Comes O'Rourke again, bowls down the leg side, and there's no stroke. Wouldn't mind waking up to that view every morning.
Yeah, I've got the view over the marina.
Oh.
So you get that little shimmy that looked like diamonds, in the water.
Do you dangle
You'd
your
like that? Oh yes, love it.
Yeah.
We go out to the Strait for that, Cook Strait.
Yeah.
Then we can catch anything.
I did the post boat, or whatever they call it.
Yes.
Went all the way around those little
That's
people
right.
living in
That's
those remote places.
They do.
Sending down sort of a lift, and they put all their goodies in and
That's
their
it.
food, and they haul the lift back up again to their house.
That's right.
Amazing experience. Here's O'Rourke, bowls, and that thumps into the pad, rolls out to forward short leg. And there is no run. Oh, well, that's lovely. What a lovely place to be. 43 for 4 here. It's not a very lovely place to be. They bowled well, haven't they?
Well, the good balls have got people out, haven't they? And O'Rourke is a danger, I think, from that pavilion end. I just mentioned it this morning. I think because he falls away to the offside, it tends to be, if it was a leg cutter, and so it will hold its line. And like if you notice Root, he just pushed the hands at it just a little bit, didn't he?
O'Rourke bowls short. Oh, he's dropped a backward point. Was not a difficult catch.
Conway
should have caught that. Back foot carved at him by Brook, who survives on 8. A chance that really should have been taken. That would have been 43 for 5. So some real fortune there for Brook. It was a slicey shot. Just went shoulder high, just to his right. I mean, he had both hands on it.
He went down, didn't he, Jonathan? He went down to try and use the reverse cup, but it was an awkward position to get into, actually. Didn't have his head in line with it at all. Yeah, it was very catchable.
Certainly was. So a real let-off there for Brook, who's up on the how about the striker's end to face the first ball of Smith's next over, and Isha's coming in here.
In comes Nathan Smith. Thanks, Agus. And that's defended to the leg side. Good length delivery. He's been in some really good areas here, Smith, from the nursery end. Bowling that tight line, top of off. Bounce has been a little bit uneven, hasn't it, Jeremy?
When it's short, it is bouncing. And when it's up to you, it's not bouncing quite so much. That one beat Devon Conway with pace, really, didn't it? He wasn't quite ready for the catch and got himself into an awkward position to hold it.
Brook taps his bat down gently, bends his knees, back and across, drives to the leg side, bat turning in his hands as it finds its way to mid-on, no run. Sun just peeking through the clouds here at Lord's, gentle breeze blowing. Cooler conditions here, day one.
It's going to be interesting, though, with the absence of Henry. Smith becomes very important, doesn't he, in these next few overs, about how long can he bowl, because really there's only Mitchell left. Obviously Jameson.
Brook drives, vacant mid-off. Leans forwards, comes back for a couple as extra cover is rushing to chase after the ball. Throw comes in, pick up a couple. England in a spot of bother here. First test of the summer, 46 for 4, gloomy conditions. Matt Henry not coming out into the field of play after the break because of concern around his back. And so Will O'Rourke, Nathan Smith, this spell has been absolutely brilliant from the duo here. Not giving England a sniff. Brook pulls. That has been slapped away to the grandstand. He tries halfway down the middle of the pitch. Nathan Smith, he asked the question, and Harry Brook has responded with a nonchalant slap away as England moves to 50 for 4.
Yeah, that's too short for the pace of Smith. He's not a tall man. He's not going to quite get the bounce. If anything, the variety in the New Zealand side, you've got someone like Smith who's quite skiddy as a bowler. Then you've got O'Rourke and Jameson, who will get, because of their height and their release points are very high, you're going to get some more bounce.
Smith pushes in again past the umpire. Brook struck on the back pads, taking it second slip. There's a half appeal from behind the stumps, and they decide against asking the question even further as it's given not out. Just nipping back up the slope. I think it was height on the LBW, and I'm not sure he got any bat on it.
Yes, it's beaten the edge of the bat, but it has hit him round about the thigh pad on the back leg. Reasonable decision. Not quite as good as I'd have to say the dismissal of Bethel. That's not good umpiring, I would say.
Brook sets up again, this time turning the ball to the leg side. No mid-wicket. Mid-on rushing around to his right. Carl Jameson there throws the ball in. Pick up a single at the end of the over. It's 51 for 4. Brook has moved to 16 off 24 deliveries. Jamie Smith in after his promotion to number 6. He's on 1.
Are you going to allow me to continue or
Yes.
not? I don't know. I just felt if the umpires thought New Zealand were appealing for Bethel for an inside edge onto the pad, and then it was caught anyway, so that would be out. So I'm assuming, therefore, he thought he didn't get an edge. And therefore, why didn't he consider the LBW? And it hit the middle of middle.
It was pretty plumb,
almost.
wasn't it?
Absolutely. And really, he should have just taken a bit of time to think about the logical processes as far as that was concerned. It'll put pressure on it. He'll put pressure on himself for that, I think.
Here comes Will O'Rourke from the pavilion end. 2 for 11 off 4. Rolls onto the stumps, and Harry Brook leans forwards and defends it back down the pitch. Got 2 slips and a gully in position. A man around the corner at leg slip and a short leg as well. That angle of the slope. He's got some good height. He reminds me of someone, his action, Will O'Rourke. Had a couple of...
Would it be O'Rourke?
Suggestions.
Very similar.
He circles around now, pushes forwards, chasing his shadow. Past the stumps. Brook pulls another short one. Well, they're just getting him into the game here. New Zealand with the short stuff. He has dispatched that to the boundary for 4. 55 for 4. Brook to 20.
I don't know quite what that pace was, but it's not a fast pitch. We've been talking about how low it has been when it's up, and I think that's what you've got to concentrate on. We've seen a couple of LBW shouts today. We've seen a couple that were given. There's been a nick behind. It's just the traditional ways of getting people out here. There's no one back on the hook anyway. So I just don't feel the short ball, particularly to Brook, who's going to take it on, is worth it unless you put a man out there.
What's the follow-up delivery? O'Rourke in again. Inside edge. Nearly onto the stumps and nearly to the fielder at leg slip. It goes into the ground. Kane Williamson position there. That was a slightly fuller than a good length delivery.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, I'm not seeing the ball swing from Smith, which is a slight and minor concern from the New Zealand perspective. If he doesn't move it, you'll find that length doesn't become quite so important. In other words, if it's short of a length that you wouldn't normally drive if it's moving, if it doesn't, you'll find these players will get onto the front foot.
Brook on the back foot, just dabs down on the ball towards gully, just waits on it nicely.
And if you've got two bowlers like O'Rourke and Jameson coming back from stress fractures, then how long can they bowl? I don't think they really know at the moment. This is the first test match back for both players. How long can they bowl in a spell, let alone for the rest of the day?
And that's what England needs to be thinking as well.
Absolutely.
They need to be, well, I'm not entirely sure if that's what Harry Brook thinks when he's out in the middle. I think he's playing it on merit. There's Rook bowls, and that's up in the air. Harry Brook looking to work that leg side. It's a diving catch from short leg to his left, but no bat involved. As Brook is hobbling away to his left.
That's Ravindra in there. You don't normally see him at bat pad. He's normally patrolling the boundary quite often, but I suppose needs must.
So back to bowling similarities and action similarities.
Sorry, yes, you were about to make a key
as
point.
well as
I'm
looking
sorry.
like Will O'Rourke himself.
Yes.
Morne Morkel?
Does he lean quite both tall, both in the southern hemisphere?
Is that the only similarity we've got? Leg slip has gone out to deep backward square as Brook leans forwards. It's the bluff from O'Rourke at the end of the over. It's good length delivery, fuller. And he just pats that to the offside. 55 for 4 then after 19 overs bowled here today. We had a break in play because of the rain. It is starting to look a little bit gloomier now with a grey blanket of cloud above us here. Jonathan Agnew has just come to pick up his water bottle. It's a nice metallic blue colour. The Lord's water bottle. He's in a few different shades of navy today, isn't he?
Another freebie.
Loves a freebie. How's that cheese going down?
Goes well with his suit, though.
Is that it?
Thing of
Is
the
it
tie.
all the different-
Matches everything. I only want a blue one, thanks.
Question, Jeremy. Would you wear navy with black?
No. Well, certainly, I'd wear anything with anything, though. I think you're not the right person
He's got
to ask, really.
the dark navy trousers with a lighter navy jacket, electric blue tie, and a purpley navy water bottle. This is bowled by Jameson, who's back into the attack, to Smith, who defends the ball.
Harry Brook and Will O'Rourke. In the third test in the series in New Zealand late in 2024, Brook had fantastic series, scoring key centuries in the first two tests. In the third test, O'Rourke got him out in both innings for 0 and 1, both with shortish, quick balls, discomforted Brook a little. And in the first test of that series, England were 4 down early on, and Brook was dropped in the gully, went on to make 171.
I think New Zealand dropped 8 catches in that innings.
Smith pushes at the ball to backward point, no run.
Conway dropped him later on in that same innings, who dropped him today.
But he batted brilliantly in the second test match at the Basin Reserve. It was nipping about, and I think he got 160 or 70 there as well. He was just played supremely well in that second test.
123.
Did he? Well, it felt like 170.
Out of 280 all out, and again England were 43 for 3 when he 43 for 4.
The tall frame of Kyle Jameson is in, and he's bowled him straight through. Jamie Smith, what were you doing? He left it. It was a good let delivery. It's just nipped back and taken the off stump.
Extraordinary dismissal, really. How long he's been in for a while now. It's delivered from about mid-crease. It's swung away, but then it's nipped back just slightly. He saw the swing, the batsman Smith was looking to let it go, thinking it would go down the hill, but it's nipped back and come up the hill and hit the off stump very hard.
Forget about the short ball. Keep bowling it there, New Zealand. Outstanding from the tourists. 55 for 5, England. Smith goes for 1. And a bit of shock in the crowd, you would say, here for England fans. All this talk of a reset.
Yeah, these aren't easy batting conditions when the ball, if you've got 2 tall bowlers bowling at a reasonable pace and nipping the ball around, and the bounce isn't entirely even for you to attack. Yes, it is when it's short. You can see it a lot more, and the pitch is also grabbing hold of the ball, and the friction is quite high, and so it kind of just loops at you a little, and so that the cross-batted strokes are possible to play if you are into those kinds of strokes, or you let it go. But anything up is quite demanding. Balls, how many overs are we into at this stage? I didn't see.
20th.
20 overs.
Yeah,
it's still in good condition.
It's just got even more difficult now because the lights are coming on here at Lord's. It's looking a little bit gloomier as well as Ben Stokes emerges out onto the field. How many times has he got them out of trouble in the past, the captain?
Tell me, Yishi, you follow the English game a lot more closely than I. Why is the captain 7? I mean, apart from not getting many runs against the Australians and averaging, I read 18 or something like that. But he's been a 5 and a 6 for a long time. Is he going to open the bowling? If he doesn't, he's kind of getting himself pushed out of the game. Well, he's not bowling, he's not opening, and he's now going down the order.
Let's deal with this in stages.
Okay,
because
thank you.
I was gobsmacked every single time when Jofra and Gus were injured in the Ashes that he did not open the bowling with that Kookaburra ball in Australia. I actually think here in these conditions for the Duke's ball, he is one of the best first change bowlers, and because of his ability to swing the older
He doesn't normally
ball.
do that, does he? Not often does he open the bowling.
No, so I actually think he's better off not opening the bowling.
First change.
He's better first change with this Duke's ball. But all the talk has been around giving Jamie Smith the opportunity and not having to bat with a tail. And that's something that Ben Stokes has been used to. He's got the experience of doing so, but he finds himself in a spot of bother here. 4 slips in a gullying position. Jamieson speeds in to the captain, who turns the ball away to the leg side. He's off the mark. He's coming through for 1. He's going to push back for 2. Throw on, a better throw.
Ooh.
And I think it might have been a lot tighter. Tom Blundell moving to his left to collect it on the half volley. How close was that as Stokes picks up 2?
Well, you got the feeling that Stokes thought that there was a comfortable 2 once he stroked that. And I think it's Smith who's the one who's chased. He had a long way to go because he's mid-on. No one by the umpire. But he got there, as I said, he's quite an athlete. He got there quite quickly. And actually, 3/4 of the way down that second run, Stokes looked in trouble for a moment if the throw was accurate. It was just a bit to the left. Blundell had to gather.
Always the centre of some sort of drama, Ben Stokes. It's just great to see him out there after he was struck on the face earlier on in the year, back in February. He looks even fitter than he did before. Obviously, the toil of being England captain through that Ashes series. And now there's a break in play here. Just there's a bit of disturbance from behind the bowler's arm.
We're talking sight screens here, do you think? Oh, hang on, the umps. Oh.
Not entirely sure.
Certainly something behind, isn't it? But just off the ground.
Oh, is it the LED board? I think it just hasn't changed, and it's coming out the some dark navy branding that the ball is coming out of. The cameramen are all looking at each other saying it's not us.
Looks like is it the advertising, as you
Yeah,
say,
it is. I think it's the advertising. It had there was a blue patch where it's there. You can see it over to the left. There's a navy logo. From our broadcaster friends.
Rod Tucker would be an excellent traffic cop, wouldn't he?
They're actually going to move. They're moving the entire advertising board over to that. Might take a little while. So while we wait, just a reminder of where England are at. So New Zealand winning the toss, electing to bowl first. It was very gloomy and overcast this morning, so you understood the reasoning for that. Matt Henry is off the field currently after picking up a spasm in the morning, break in play because of the rain. And now the captain is setting up because we're ready to go again. Jamieson bowls. It's defended, but he plays it really late, nearly chops onto the stumps as that hits the floor, bounces up over the stumps to the keeper. Amelia Gay was the first to go on debut here at Lord's, out for 8. The bowling of Carl Jamieson, squared up, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, edged and caught by Mitchell at first slip. Then duck it out for 19 LBW to Nathan Smith, his first wicket of this Test series. So when the score was on 31, then Jacob Bethel next as Jamieson is in, round the wicket, and that has just kept going down the slope and to the boundary. Ben Stokes just watches it on its way. Some useful runs added there. 61 for 5 then, England. Those 3 wickets coming after the lunch break. Jacob Bethel, Joe Root and Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith, just on reflection, it looks a lot worse than it was. It did stay low, but a complete misjudgment, leaving the ball. The bowling of Carl Jamieson, angling back in that lack of bounce. So we're going to have a change of commentary up here. Jeremy, Will O'Rourke, what a spell it's been for him.
Yes, he's picked up the wickets of Bethel and then Root, particularly. That New Zealand were delighted when they managed to find the edge of his bat.
Here is O'Rourke going in to bowl to Brook, guided away towards backward point, and there is no run. O'Rourke's been a threat. He's got that pace, hasn't he? He's a very promising bowler. Well, more than promising, he's arrived.
Yeah, they've also, New Zealand have dispatched a man now to that just in front of square boundary on the, and so it allows O'Rourke, if he wants to pitch short, he can do so and bring him into play a little bit. If it's quicker and finer, there's also a deep fine leg, which you can understand.
And the leg slip as well.
Yep.
Kane Williamson. O'Rourke goes in and bowls, short ball, and Brook ducks underneath it. He doesn't take it on. And it goes flying through to Blundell. Well, excellent day for New Zealand. It really has been so far between the breaks in play.
That's helped New Zealand too, hasn't it? What hasn't helped, of course, is the absence of Henry. They'd love to have him there at the moment. Bowls a foolish, demanding length and nips it about this way and that.
Yeah, they've got 3 pace bowlers at the moment, and Henry is off the field. And they might not need him if they keep on going like this, but if there's a partnership, then it becomes a bit of a problem. O'Rourke goes in and bowls to Brook, another short ball, and Brook, with minimal fuss, gets underneath that as it heads through to Blundell again. The weather is much improved. There's some blue sky where the rain has come from today. Lord's not absolutely full. We've got that redevelopment on the far side. There's not that big screen here at Lord's above the Allen stand. I don't know what the plan is for that, but there's a little thin strip of a scoreboard now to the left of the tavern stand. Those of you used to coming to Lord's and looking at the big screen and seeing replays and all the information on there, that's not there at the far end. There's O'Rourke pavilion behind him. Sets off again to bowl to Brook with 2 slips of gully and a leg slip. He's with him now and bowls, and Brook dabs into the offside, sets off for a quick single against Stokes there. It just feels as though he's almost treading water to make his ground at the striker's end, but actually it was a well-judged single from Brook. And I suppose if you're struggling in this situation, or this type of situation, then you're not hitting boundaries, tip the board over and also change the batter who's facing as well, so that you've got a different problem for the bowler, especially with the left-hand right-hand combination. 62 for 5. Brook goes to 21. Just on your question to Isha about the Stokes and Smith changing position, I think let's wait for Stokes actually. He's got 4 slips of gully. O'Rourke's coming round the wicket from the pavilion end to bowl to him, and Stokes gets one down the leg side, and he keeps the gloves high there to prevent the ball flicking them on the way through to Blundell. And they feel that, well, I think Stokes has struggled a bit with the bat, but they also feel that Smith is a proper batter, and therefore they want to get him up the order a bit more. I mean, he's been batting at 3 for Surrey in the Championship, and also playing in a different way from the way that we've been used to seeing him play. I mean, he's taken his time, whereas normally his Test career so far he's gone at it quite hard, quite early. Jamie Smith batting at 3s really has taken his time for Surrey this season. O'Rourke goes in, bowls very wide. That surely is a wide, isn't it? O'Rourke tumbles over, it's off his feet there, but it's not given as a wide. Down the slope, it's the end of the over. 62 for 5. Adrian Holstock with that decision. I mean, that looked a wide ball.
That was extremely wide.
Yeah.
And as you say, tumbles over at the same time. So, I mean, it's getting to the point. How many overs, please? We just keep an idea.
21 overs bowled.
No, for O'Rourke particularly.
6,
yes.
Right, thank you.
2 for 16.
There's something quite perverse about Smith's dismissal as well, and that he's a man who plays lots of shots, and of course that time he didn't play a shot at all. bowled off stump. So 62 for 5. Jamieson's taken 2. 6 overs, 2 for 18. O'Rourke's taken 2 and Smith the other one. Harry Brook, 3 slips for Jamieson. Goes in from the nursery end to bowl to Brook. And Brook plays a fiddly defensive push away into the offside towards a backward point. And there is no run. Henry Nicholls on the field.
Yes, he is.
Fielder.
Yes, he is.
The man who actually top scored for New Zealand in the World Cup final. He was the only man to make 50 that day for New Zealand.
Yes, well,
he's a spare batter these days.
You see, that's him at mid-off at the moment. Yes, I suppose really for the selectors it was a choice between Nicholls and Will Young, who actually has arrived now, hasn't he?
Jamieson goes in and bowls just outside the off stump, dabbed away by Brook. He wants the single, it's not there. Nicholls is onto it from mid-off, running in towards short extra. There definitely wasn't a single there.
Well, I think Nicholls has played a fair bit, and he realised there was a single taken last over off O'Rourke that shouldn't really have been there, so he's alert to that now, and Brook is on strike and just pushing it in front of square there for the single. But it's just getting to a point with O'Rourke, I think, where New Zealand are going to have to consider a change at that end. And I don't know quite who they're going to. Are they going to go back to Smith?
I'd probably have to, won't they?
Well, that's going to be the thing, isn't it?
Jamieson bowls full. It's driven straight to Nicholls at mid-off, and there's no run. Nice crisp sound off Harry Brook's bat there, but he's picked out the fielder on the offside, and there's no run.
It wasn't a bad ball from Jamieson to defeat Smith, though, was it? It started to swing away from the right-hander and then nipped back up the slope, if you like, to hit that off stump pretty hard. He saw the movement in the air prior to it pitching, and was letting that go. He didn't counter on it, actually, but you've got to cover that with your pad.
Here's Jamieson bowling full and smacked away by Brook, square of the wicket on the offside. He launched into that one. That's raced down the hill to the boundary before. He really gave that everything.
Well, this puts a little bit of pressure onto the New Zealanders, because they won't want one of their three bowlers to be hit. Where do they go after that? Well, you either go to, as I say, Daryl Mitchell, which is I don't think that's an option, and then really after that it's the 2 part-time spinners. So it is exposing the weaknesses of this side as soon as someone, in the main trio are off the field.
Yeah. 66 for 5. Brook to 25 from 38 balls. Jamieson bowls to him, and Brook plays an extraordinary shot. He lifts it down the ground, out towards the long on boundary. I don't think it's going to have enough on it to go for 4. It's knocked back inside the rope, and Brook comes back for 2. He's sort of lifting the ball away there off the back foot in unconventional fashion. Mind you, that is the way Brook plays. He's on to 27.
Smith didn't pick that as Nathan Smith is at mid-on. He didn't pick that up, and he started to go towards where he felt the catch was going, and had to turn pretty quickly and chase it at a straight mid-on.
It was high up on the bat. It was a high degree of difficulty in that shot. High up on the bat. It could have landed it in mid-on's hands as Brook drives, very well fielded by Nicholls, diving away to his right in that mid-off stroke extra cover position. Brooks trying to take it on here, not outrageously so, because that ball was there to be hit, and so was the one earlier in the over, which he crashed through the offside. But there was quite a risky stroke the ball before, trying to lift the ball away into the onside. New Zealand have seen the best of Harry Brook. I mean, even on that, what turned out to be a very controversial tour, the one-day tour before the Ashes, he played one sensational innings in I think it was a T20 game, where he smacked it everywhere.
Just quickly on Brook today, it took him till his 11th ball to get off the mark, the second most balls he spent on naught in his Test career. Took 16 balls to get off the mark against India at Leeds last year, went on to make 99, and third on the list, 10 balls to get off the mark at Edgbaston against India, also made 100 there. So when he's been on naught for a long time, he's generally done pretty well.
He's on 27, early days for him. I think we've already lost 5, 68 for 5. 22 overs. People say, oh well, same old England, but it's not really. It's been the generally goodish balls that have taken the wickets. Here is O'Rourke beginning a new over. It's defended by Stokes up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Stokes 2, Brook 27. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, has been replaced by former England captain Michael Vaughan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's been a good day for bowling. There's been movement. This New Zealand attack is excellent. And O'Rourke has been getting the ball down at 92 miles an hour. It's got an awkward action, and there's been seam movement, which they've managed to find on a regular basis.
Steams in again to bowl to Stokes. Stokes has a fiddle at that one as it goes down the slope and away past the outside edge, taken by Blundell away to his left-hand side, low down.
One thing I will say this time, I do think there's still... I think the England team are not quite sure how to play it. I think there's still a little bit... I don't know if the messaging or it just... You can see that Harry's trying to play the Harry way. Whereas I looked at Ben Duckett this morning. Ben was, I think he left 3. Did he leave first 4 balls? No.
3 of his first 4.
He must have left more today than he has done in the last 4 years.
Not quite, but...
O'Rourke moves in and bowls to Stokes. Stokes tries to force that away, gets into a gap on the offside, goes for one slight hesitation over the second. It is there. Revenger's after it and lobs in a return to Blundell. So 2 more to the total, 2 to Stokes. He goes to 4, and England to 70 for 5.
Yeah, it was sort of in terms of proportion of balls in an innings, it was certainly right up there. I'll check exactly, but yeah, he'd never previously left 3 of his first 4 balls. Only the 3rd time he'd left the first 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly working out what kind of team they're going to try and be.
It's quite a tricky day to try to work that out as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not easy.
Because of the conditions today, O'Rourke bowls a short ball. Stokes ducks underneath it on its way through to Blundell.
And also, the pitch has not got a great deal of pace in it, so you're not seeing little flicks past square leg for 4. You're not seeing little punches that are flying through the covers for 4. So it's almost like a Tuesday night in Stoke, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of those days. Can you do it on a damp Tuesday in Stoke? It's that kind of day for the England batters.
Yeah, it might have been a bit more straightforward for them if we'd been playing this test match this time last week, when the temperatures were high and the sun was out, and you'd think, oh well, glorious for batting, but tricky conditions today. O'Rourke bowls to Stokes. Stokes is tucked up by that one, manages to play the ball back down the pitch, picked up by the bowler, coming back into him from round the wicket.
But I think we've already seen inside 23 overs that this series is going to be a cracker, because this New Zealand side, they're rock solid. They've got a great seam attack. They've got Mitchell Santner that they could add into this team if they wanted an out-and-out spinning all-rounder. They've got Sears around as well. He bowls wheels. They've got a serious cricket team. They go to Australia later in the year.
Yeah, they've got some pace bowling options. Here is O'Rourke, one of them, who's their champion bowler, really. And Stokes squared up by that one, thickish outside edge in defence, goes away towards backward point, and there's no run. So O'Rourke's bowled 7 overs. How many in this spell? Is it
all in
one
spell
spell
since the restart?
And he does run in from a long way, so you wonder whether that might be it. I mean, Jeremy was saying, so who replaces him? Hold on, what's happening there at the far end? Is this... Because Henry's off the field. Anyway, they're making a change at the far end. It's difficult to say who's coming back on the ground. But anyway, Rourke's making his way down towards the Warner stand. His fastest ball today, 92.3, average of 89.2.
No, it's a serious attack, and it's a real quality team. When you look at Blundell, the way that he bats number 7 at times, and Ratchin at 4, Kane Williamson, Darryl Mitchell, Latham and Conway, quality players. Just hope they're all fit when they take on Australia, because I reckon they could give them a run.
Nathan Smith goes into bowl from the nursery end. It's cuffed away by Brook, but straight to gully, backward point gully, really. Phillips is there.
Simon, I get a sense with Harry that he's not going to respect this pace of bowling, and he's going to try and it won't be long before he dances down. You saw there, he just tried to glide it into that vacant 3rd area. They've got cover point on the boundary. Probably not too worried if Harry got a single. But you just get a sense that this is a potential danger moment for Harry Brook.
70 for 5. The sun's back with us. Nathan Smith, this short skiddy bowler, past the umpire now, up to the stumps and bowls to Brook. Brook gets a thick inside edge on that. It goes down fine towards O'Rourke in front of the Warner stand. And they're through for a sketchy single. 71 for 5. Brook moves to 28.
It's got an average of 75 against New Zealand.
Yeah.
Striking at just over 100. You get those teams, don't you, that you just fancy.
Where did he make those run, Zaltz, in that white? There was one white ball in.
I think it was a 50-over game.
A 50-over game, was it?
Did he get 140 or 150, something like that?
It was a phenomenal innings.
I think no one else got 20.
Yeah, well, they all struggled in that series, just about. It kind of, in a way, just wrecked their confidence a bit going to Australia. So I'll go there, free up, play some white ball cricket, score some runs. But actually, the conditions were so tricky. Smith ran the wicket, bowls to Stokes. Stokes covers up in defence, plays it back to the bowler, who bends down to pick up in his left hand this follow through.
It was 135 off 101 balls at Mount Maunganui in the first match of the series. 11 sixes and 9 fours.
11 sixes.
What was the next highest score?
So it's a total of 223 all out. Next highest, Jamie Overton made 46. No one else made more than 6.
It was extraordinary ball striking. We all know what he's capable of. Smith bowls full. It's driven by Stokes. Not really timed. Goes up towards mid-on.
I've seen a few.
No run.
We saw Ben Duckett play a few drives and it came off the toe end of the bat. Looking at Ben Stokes now, he's looking at the bottom of his bat, because that was pretty much a half volley. Went to drive it past mid-on and it just didn't come off the middle of the bat. So the odd ball's just keeping a little bit lower.
I suppose the question is whether this pitch will change in character over the course of the match, or whether this is it. This is the sort of surface it's going to be. Sometimes it just dries out a bit and get better for batting. Smith bowls. Stokes takes one hand off the bat there as he plays in defence into the onside towards forward square leg. What about the psychology for Stokes dropping down the order? I mean, no self-respecting batter really likes to drop down, do they? He's gone.
Well, if they'd have done it,
I mean, it must have been with his
agreement.
agreement.
Ago when Jamie Smith was in great form, but Jamie Smith's not in. For England, you look at Jamie Smith's number within the Ashes; they weren't tremendous. But it certainly it will have an effect.
Smith moves in, ran the wicket to bowl to Stokes, and Stokes gets one that nips back into him, struck on the pad high up, goes down to the slip cordon where it stopped, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. We've had 24 overs on this day, not ruined by bad weather, but interrupted by it. And we've had that big block where we had no play between 11:45 and 2:15. So we'll go on to 7 o'clock tonight to try to make up time. Drinks are coming onto the field, and some of the players are nipping off by the looks of it, for a comfort break on this chilly day at Lord's. There's a strong breeze blowing across the ground. So not the best playing and watching conditions today, but this is what you have to do, isn't it? You're confronted with this at test level, you have to try and tough it out. Stokes is on 4, Brook is on 28, England are 71 for 5. A few more thoughts from you, Michael, and then Alison Mitchell is coming in.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the players have for drinks these days, but they're having a bit of a breather. Probably a nice cup of tea or something. It's a bit breezy out there. It's quite blustery as well. England have just got to find a partnership. You kind of start to look at the conditions and what the ball's been doing and thinking, what's a par score on the given day that England have been asked to bat? If they can get to 170 to 200, I think that would be probably be on par from what the ball's been doing. But they're certainly going to need, you would think, another 100.
Partnerships again, Michael, isn't it? And now we've got the position of Stokes at 7. So whether it's Stokes or Brook who will be batting with the bowlers. Gus Atkinson's got 100 on this ground, of course. Don't forget. And then Ollie Robinson in his first Test match back. Josh Bashir make up the lineup for England from here. Should mention to everybody as well that the highlights programme tonight, BBC 2, 7 p.m. BBC iPlayer, of course, as well from that time. So you can watch the day's play back at your leisure. We'll tell the story of the day. Ishigo presenting that. And of course, if you go on the BBC Sport website and app right now, you can watch the digital clips of the wickets that have fallen in key moments. And Sam Drury is on the live text commentary as well. So do drop Sam a note and get involved in the chat on the BBC Sport app as well. But so far, Ben Duckett, the top scorer with 19. Emilio Gay was first out for 8. He got a good ball, didn't he? Jameson round the wicket, that angle that, he's got such long levers with his height. And then from around the wicket to the left-hander, very effective. A ball which, he's had to play out, caught the outside edge and went to Daryl Mitchell at first slip. That was 16 for 1, 31 for 2 when Duckett got a big nip backer from Nathan Smith. This was after the rain delay. So 24 for 1 after 10 overs at the point the rain came down. Early lunch was taken at 12:45. Then Jacob Bethel was LBW to O'Rourke for just 6. Joe Root got a very thin edge to O'Rourke that went through to Blundell, who threw the ball at him. Absolute delight. The key wicket for them, the prize scalp of Joe Root, out for just 1 today. 34 for 4 and then 55 for 5 when Jamie Smith left one from Jameson. Again, a horrible looking dismissal. The ball did move back up the slope, but shouldering arms offering no shot, and then just to see that off stump clattered right back. So not a happy start for his Test summer.
No, I mean, it's not been an easy day for batting.
Yeah, and England would have bowled as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just been, there's been enough movement and there's not a great deal of pace. So we've seen 1 or 2 shots off the back foot, particularly from Harry Brook, but it's not been a day where you felt the cut shot's been on or the kind of pull shot off length. And there's not been many flicks that fly to the boundary. It's been a workmanlike day for the batting unit, but New Zealand have been excellent. This is what you expect from a New Zealand side. They've played a Test match in Ireland where they obviously bowled nicely, got enough runs in that first innings and kind of blew away the Irish team twice. You're kind of looking at how England kind of get to that number of 170 plus. Well, it could have to be this partnership, because I'm intrigued how the tail bats, because over the course of the Baz McCullum way, they've pretty much just gone out swinging. Now that's one of the kind of resets that I'm looking at, to think that if Harry Brook's out there, surely if Gus can just stay in for Harry Brook. You look at a couple of the late order collapses, go back to Perth. England just came out swinging from pretty much, from being 100 for 1, they came out swinging. So they're the kind of things that I'm looking at to see if they're going to bat with a bit more discipline down the back end as well.
Change of ends here for Kyle Jameson after drinks. Full to Brook, who comes forward, pressing defensively. The ball dribbles away behind square in the offside into the ground. I mean, the only thing that hasn't really gone right for New Zealand today is dropping the chance off Harry Brook. He's on 28 now. He was on 8 when the ball went hard to Devon Conway at backward point, and it was a real catchable height just above his head. Had his 2 hands there, fingers pointing to the sky, and the ball coming so firmly to him. Burst into the hands and parried straight back out again.
Yeah, it was a sharp chance. He's got a good pair of hands, Conway. Would have expected to take that one.
Jameson with the pavilion behind him, 3 slips and the gully. Brook awaits, and he's forward again defensively, squirting away towards point. The floodlights are on here. Yeah,
I'm just looking at so Jameson's come into the attack at the pavilion end, and it's just an orthodox field to Harry Brook. 3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg. So they're not having square leg on the boundary. And I think they feel that to Harry Brook, if they can bowl a couple of dot balls, which they've just done, it might just make Harry play that kind of expansive shot, the drive or the dance down.
Yep, and they've got all those fielders waiting. Stiff wind is blowing. It's now behind Jameson as he pushes off away from the pavilion up to the stumps now. And bowls outside the off stump. There was some width, but chopped into the ground by Brook and then into the hands of Gully. So no run. But he does like those forceful shots. We go up the hill towards the grandstand here if he can get them away.
Yeah, his average against New Zealand's just come on the screen. Average of 78 in 6 games, 300s, 350s.
A lot of those away.
Well, New Zealand will be thinking if they can get rid of Harry Brook now, they'll fancy bowling England out for 120.
Is it going to be patience, or is it going to be counter-attack at some stage to try and get some momentum as Jameson is in, and he does try to dance down the track. Hasn't hit it altogether cleanly though, but it's running away towards the pavilion. Mid-on is chasing back, and the ball reaches the rope for 4. So he has got the boundary. The applause is coming from the slip cordon as well, because they induced that from Brook to come forward down the track.
Yeah, I mean, he's an amazing player to watch, but you kind of know it's coming. So 3 dot balls, you kind of know he's going to try that. Gets away with it. The thick inside edge goes to the boundary, but I don't think New Zealand will be too concerned about that stroke.
It's not a pretty nor classical looking stroke from Harry Brook, but we've not necessarily come to expect that. He waits again, a little flex of the knees as the blonde-haired Jameson moves in. Bowl's now full, and that is beautifully played. Back down the ground, controlled shots all the way down towards the boundary for 4. Just to the onside of straight, middle of the bat. That was beautifully timed.
Yeah, the traditionalists out there will be thinking and saying, why don't you just play these shots? Why do you have to dance down and try and launch? And you can just stay still and just transfer your weight slightly. He'll say, well, the ball before, because I danced down, it made Jameson bowl that little bit fuller.
It's the cat and mouse of Test cricket, isn't it? 2 very different ways back-to-back boundaries have come up. Brooks on to 36 from 47. England 79 for 5. Jameson in, guides this into the ground and fielded at gully. 2-handed, safely and securely to end the over. Jameson, so the 2 boundaries from it. Jameson's 2 for 32 from the 8 overs he's bowled. Emilio Gay and Jamie Smith his 2 wickets. As England 79 for 5. Stokes on 4 alongside Harry Brook out there. Sunshine breaking through, a bit of a mix of darker grey and fluffier white clouds at the moment. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag today, that's for sure. Certainly all the spectators are hoping that they can see play through till the close tonight and get a lot more action in. And they're hoping England will still be batting by the close. Nathan Smith from the nursery end took the wicket of Ben Duckett at the start of the second session after the rain break. Around the wicket he is, and Stokes from the crease. He was in with 2 minds there as to whether to come forward, and in the end not a lot of footwork. Dabbing into the offside for no run.
Yeah, I think he did Ben Stokes there for length. Ben's gone back to a really full delivery, whether he's not kind of picked it up out of the hand. He's looking...
He's still not happy.
Had a few problems, hasn't he?
Behind the bowler's arm, yeah. And so again, whether this is, I don't know whether it's ground staff or ground crew, camera operators, or what it is, something is bothering him, but they've been asked to move a little wider. Stokes taps his bat against the ground with some intent. 3 slips in the gully and backward point. The fine leg is back on the boundary. Around the wicket is Smith, outside the off stump, played back up into the pitch, and pace taken off it by the bowler in his follow through. Yeah, just that movement off the surface.
Yeah, I mean, we're into the 26th over, and the ball's, and whether it's the sun, whether it's the ball's just got that little bit softer, but it's certainly not nipping as much as it was 5 or 6 overs ago, which is pretty much what happens in Test cricket, and a new ball does a bit more.
You just hope at this stage that you may be only 2 wickets down, and you've got more of a longer batting lineup to capitalise as the ball does get older. 25 overs in as we are. This is the 26th. Bustling in around the wicket is Nathan Smith, and just walking forward enough to then manufacture that along the ground past square leg to the boundary for 4. Well timed getting to the pitch of the ball and squeezing it past the fielder who was up at mid-wicket. So a boundary for Stokes, 83 for 5.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He just walks at Nathan Smith. He's not too worried about the pace. What I like about the way that Ben walked there, it was just in a controlled state. Got himself in a nice balanced position. He wasn't kind of dancing down trying to launch it. He just goes, okay, I'll nullify the LBW by coming out side of my crease.
Yeah, a neat clip, and then aided by the slope down towards Old Father Time in the mound stand. Stokes awaits, Smith in, guided away, but towards point. Got the parry in the field, picked up though, and there's no run. Flag still fluttering, green trees, we can just see the tops of them behind the Allen stand, waving in the breeze. Allen stand being renovated at the moment, it's not quite finished, but it will be. They're adding, 190 seats, I think, to the Allen stand, and then adjacent to the pavilion, we'll get eventually, because there used to be that archway, wasn't there, the bridge. That's coming back. Members Bridge, they call it, to connect the pavilion with the stands. That'd be a nice attribute. In the sunshine again. And around the wicket, Smith moves in, cuts in a little bit to Stokes, but off balance this time, brings the bat down quite late. And Smith fielding off his own bowling to his left-hand side in his follow-through. A little bit of gardening now being done by Stokes. What have you made of the messaging, Michael, from Stokes and indeed McCullum, sort of in the immediate lead-up to this match?
Well,
and then how did that translate to what you saw from the batters so far?
Well, I think it's very hard to say anything, really. I think come out saying, everything's going to change. Well, we're all looking. You come out and say, nothing's wrong. We just didn't quite get it right in Australia. People will complain about that.
Smith in defence from Stokes, very correct and no run.
It's very clear and obvious. Just got to play better cricket.
I was looking at what Stokes said, his exact words yesterday. Yes, he said, we've contributed towards losing games of cricket on too much of a consistent basis. When it was in the balance, we consistently let ourselves down. So that sense of it probably as much of an admission as we've heard since the Ashes to say it was our fault, really. We let ourselves down.
The problem that they've had is that we've had a 5-month break from Test match cricket.
There's been so much time.
So much time for people to talk. There's been so many interviews. Now they've got a chance to put things right that was wrong and just play good, solid cricket, try and win a game or two. If they do that, I wouldn't say all will be forgotten, but you start to move forward.
New over, Jamieson in 83 for 5. Full ball to Brooke. He squeezes it past mid-on. He was on the ground putting in a dive. The ball is slowing up as it heads towards the boundary. It's a tall figure of Will O'Rourke. In fact, there's Stokes scrambling back. They thought there might be a third run in that, but it's just the two. Throw comes back into Tom Blundell over the stumps. So 85 for 5, England now. And Brooke on to 38. Yeah, you say a lot of interviews. There was a time, wasn't there, when there was a media sort of blackout on the players at some stage right at the start of the season, where it was felt no England player was going to be allowed to do an interview. That swiftly got overturned. I don't think that ever helps, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, I don't think that's the right approach.
The players do all have their own social media accounts, but the media is still such a huge conduit to speak to their own fans. Wristy shot this time, an aerial from Brooke, away. Backward a square for 4. It wasn't that much of a short ball. He really used his wrists and lofted it away past the square leg umpire. So in a flash, he's on to 42 from 50. Dropped on 8, remember?
Yeah, I just keep looking at Devon Conway, and he'll know. He knows that if he'd have held on to that chance, there was a good chance that New Zealand would have bowled England out for 120. It might still happen, but now you've got a Harry Brooke that's 42 from 50 and he's starting to motor.
Square legs drop back onto the boundary now. He really hit that from low to high to get the elevation. Jamieson in, Fuller knocked nonchalantly into that vacant region now at mid-wicket to take the 1. So forcing the player back, then able to pick up a single. So 7 runs now from this over, 3 balls to come from Jamieson. And that's just transferring that bit of pressure back onto the New Zealanders. 90 for 5, England. I think Stokes is always looking to try and keep the pressure on in the field. He's turned again. Is there an extra run there? But no, there isn't. But he's looks like he's got that intent about him. Stokes on strike 8 from 21. 3 slips to gully and backward point here for Stokes. Jamieson around the wicket to the left-hander. He goes with the angle there around the wicket and finds the boundary behind square for 4. It just really seemed to help that along its way. A pull, a touch of a swivel. Didn't need much more. He's on to 12, 94 for 5.
Yeah, this is a long hop. There's no pace in the surface, and with all the field up, it's a wonderful ball to get as a batter. Just to hit it wherever you want on the onside. Just looking at Matt Henry. Matt Henry bowled the first 4 and he hasn't bowled since, is that right?
He went off with a back spasm.
Right.
Yeah, we've had Henry Nicholls has been fielding in his place. Around the wicket again here. Stokes edges. Oh, and it's been taken. It has, low down in the slips. Oh, that's an outstanding bit of work from Kane Williamson. And that's the end of Ben Stokes. It went quite sharp, it went low. And he came up with the ball in his hand. Might have been one-handed.
Well, they're just going to check. He's dived to his right low. He's going to cross second slip, and they're just going to check that he hasn't caught in, and dragged the ball on the deck. I mean, Kane Williamson is one of the nicest men in world cricket, and I can't imagine that this isn't anything but out.
Well, the New Zealanders were celebrating straight away. Jameson, the bowler. Oh, Williamson has grabbed it. His elbow hits the ground as he dives to the right. He keeps that elbow flexed, and the ball in the hand is off the ground. And that is an outstanding bit of work from Kane Williamson. 35 years of age, reflexes sharp as ever. He did go in front of Latham, didn't he, at first slip as well. And that is the end of Ben Stokes.
Yeah,
He's gone for 12.
Yeah, that's what New Zealand do. They I know they've dropped one catch today, but they're renowned as being a good fielding team. That's a fantastic grab, and Ben Stokes was looking fine. He was playing quite nicely. Gets a good one from Jameson, just a little bit of extra bounce.
Well, things are really teetering for England now. 94 for 6. Stokes the latest to go for 12. And so now it is going to be Harry Brook batting with the bowlers.
Yeah, well, this is interesting for me, because you've got Gus Atkinson coming out, who's got a Test match 100 here at Lords. He likes to play his strokes. Surely you want to make sure that you don't gift New Zealand a wicket while Harry Brook's out there. Now, Harry Brook, as we've seen before in white ball cricket and Test match cricket, he's got the ability to strike 100 quickly and take England to that 180, 200. And who knows, it might be a very competitive score, but if you come out swinging, you could easily find yourselves 125 all out.
Well, this is it. Each batter that walks out, say, has the capacity, but have they got the execution to stay out in the middle and build partnerships? And that's a recurrent theme still so far. We're not seeing any evidence to the contrary.
3 for 43 now for Kyle Jameson in his first test for more than 2 years. 7 balls before that wicket had cost him 19 runs. But I don't think he'd have taken that transaction.
Pretty happy with that. He's been playing mainly T20 since his comeback. So yeah, a long time since that last test match. First test match since February 2024. Played one game in the Plunket Shields, New Zealand's domestic competition last season. But yeah, this year it's all just been T20. But here he is in a test match, and he's picking up wickets for fun. First ball is a lovely one to Atkinson. It draws him forward defensively, goes past the outside edge and to the keeper. England in all sorts. Tuffers, 94 for 6. Yeah. Goodness me.
Could have been 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Brooks there in 43. He should have been gone.
Yeah. I mean, it's done a bit. The ball has jagged around on this Lord's pitch, a little bit of sort of rain around and overcast skies. They've bowled pretty well. They've got it in good areas, haven't they, New Zealand? And they've asked a question. Yep,
Aggers is going to join you. Tuffers, They just need that ability to see out these tough periods, though. Stay there, and then somehow earn a right. Aggers is joining you.
Yeah, no, it's been hard work. Take nothing away from the Kiwi bowlers. We were saying this morning that this is a very compact, good side, New Zealand side. They're well drilled. They know what to do when conditions favour, and they're putting it in the practice here. They're into the bowlers.
Yeah, very impressive indeed, isn't it? Now, Brooks on 43. He should have been caught on 8.
Yeah.
And there's a single who fiddles that away down to Gully's left hand. So, Gus Atkinson, well, he scored a century here. Let's not forget that.
England will be thinking if they can get themselves to what? 180.
Yeah.
It's looking like 150.
It's just done a bit, hasn't it?
Listen.
Enough.
Yeah. And the odd one's done quite a bit. That one Duckett got really did jag back.
Yep.
There's sometimes not a lot you can do really when the ball's doing that. Difficult to play it off the pitch.
Smith again scuttles in, he's there, and he bowls, and Atkinson is forward, playing across his front pad, sends the ball out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. The forecast tomorrow is good. All sunshine around, so by that I'm meaning a better day to bat, perhaps.
Yeah, that moisture just goes out the pitch a bit, doesn't it? Or you were always thinking about the bowl first if you won it, didn't you?
Yes, definitely.
And they put it in good areas.
Yep. Which they have done. much more blue sky around now, although there's some dark stuff over in the distance. There goes Smith, bowls,
shot
down the ground. That's a good shot from Gus Atkinson. There's runs here. He's running out towards the boundary directly below us. The fielder should just pull that back. He does. Well done by O'Rourke. He's put a big spell in. He's a very tall man. And he flung himself there to save that from actually going for 4, but they get 3.
Yeah, nice shot.
Here's Brook back on strike again. We've got a nice job at tea time, Tuffers. We're going out to the sunshine.
Oh, lovely.
As a part of the 150th Test match celebrations.
Yes.
They're bringing out all the captains.
Oh,
of England.
no, are they? Well, they've sent me out there.
Yes. Yes. Here's Smith bowling. That's tucked away down to fine leg for a single.
Oh, I don't know.
I know I'll have to separate some of them from you. Those are long memories.
Oh, I don't know whether I'm the right man for the
Well,
job.
I know. Well, the thing is, they'll have a story to tell.
Well, okay. Who will be there? Atherton, Hussain.
Yeah.
Oh, Gucci. I've been through a few.
Yeah.
Dewey.
Yeah.
Now, oh, well, that'll be nice.
It will be nice.
Yes.
They're going down there to go and enjoy that. So it's all part of the celebrations of 150 Test matches played here.
Yeah.
3 slips a gully, and Smith again spins himself a catch. Scurries in, bowls, and Brook lets that go by outside the off stump. 99 for 6. I think the oldest is Mike Brearley.
Yes. Been to see him a couple of times professionally when I played for Middlesex. He'll recognise me.
He probably will. He didn't like to talk about that sort of thing, did he? He always kept his private work.
Yeah.
Psychoanalyst, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. I've been laid on the couch a couple of times with Bruce.
Sort of shine a light into your face.
Yes, he did tell me about your childhood.
In goes Smith, bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Brook. He lets it go through. And it's 99 for 6. Brook himself dropped on 8. He's now on 45. Atkinson on 3. And wickets today. Gay the first to go for 8. Hit his first ball in Test cricket for 4. Duckett 19. Bethel 6. Root 1. Smith 1. And Stokes most recently for 12.
At least, John, I said they've been bowled out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
it hasn't been this sort of like thrashing around and giving wickets away. I mean, Rooty's one was a good one, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and okay, Smith's ones might have been a misjudgment, but it did jag back on him again as it smashed middle stump, off stump out the ground. But yeah, it's some good bowling in helpful conditions.
Jameson from the far end, Brooks down the pitch at him, and then has to react quite quickly there because Jameson saw him coming, so he bowled shorter. And Brook played the way down to gully. 99 for 6. He's on 45.
I don't think it was that bad. I wouldn't think it was that bad to be captain, do you know?
Would you?
Well, always. Right,
I remember you being.
Always turned up.
I'm just trying to think of the number of times I remember you being fined over the years.
Well,
I think it's only 2 or 3.
Well, that's only because I cared too much.
Yeah. There was Grenada.
Well, yes, no, that wasn't great.
He dropped a bundle there, I seem to remember.
Yeah, that wasn't great. Vizcapatnam weren't great.
That wasn't good. Jameson bowls, hits him on the pad, rolls the way out to,
not that bad.
To the offside.
Wasn't that bad.
Were there any others?
Just because I just wanted to do well.
Perth didn't go quite so well.
No, Perth wasn't great.
You were sectioned, weren't you?
No, not quite. Just a bit upset.
Graham he'll fill me in.
Yeah. No wonder we had to have that hair transplant, old Gucci, because I kept having to pull it out when I was playing.
Well, that was the year, of course, we were talking about, we have our various hand issues, me and Graham.
Yes.
Both have the same thing.
That's right.
As Jameson bowling.
Out.
Outside the off stump. A little fishing and missing.
Yep.
In fact, 3 of England's finest batsmen suffer from Dupuytren's contracture.
David Gower.
Yep.
Gucci.
Yep.
And I don't know, KP?
You've seen it.
What?
You've seen my one not out.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were putting yourself in there. Of course.
3 of England's finest batsmen
yeah.
have Dupuytren's contracture.
Do you want me to run the stats on that, Clay?
However, that's not really what I'm talking about, because he had that bad finger injury in Perth.
Yes, that's right.
Where he dropped a catch, I seem to recall, in a practice match. They played them in those days.
That's right.
Here's Jameson coming in and bowling, and that's flicked away to the leg side by Brook. Oh, he's dropped again! And that really was easy. That's a terrible drop. It's gone straight to him, a deep square leg. A sort of a shoveling pull shot from Harry Brook on 45. Second time he's been dropped. The 100 comes up for England. That was a really, I mean, one of those drop catches that is really quite difficult to explain. In fact, I don't know quite how you do explain this one. I mean, how much more simple could it have been than that?
Well, it was sort of waist high, wasn't it? I mean, as he thought it was coming towards him, he might have thought fingers up there, and then all of a sudden it was a sort of a top spin flick from Harry Brook, and it's just dipped on him, and he's sort of got in that halfway position. But I mean, you're looking at
Jameson again.
Look at the catch there
into the pad. Well, it's just waist high.
Yeah.
Catching practice.
Yeah, it was a little bit. He's had a bit of luck. All need a little bit of luck. But he'll be disappointed. Set the trap as well.
Yeah.
Just that wristy sort of...
Is it Ravindra?
Yeah, it was,
Yeah. Oh. Well, poor chap is up on the big screen now.
Don't turn around.
Oh, now he's going back to that fielding position again. And the crowd are giving a bit of stick down there. No, it's a horrible one, that one. And you can't really explain that.
No.
It happens. 100 for 6. Jameson again bowls, and Brook allows that to go. Atkinson allows that to go by outside the off stump. It ends the over.
Sometimes they do sort of come on you because they sort of keep that trajectory, and then just sort of sometimes dip on you a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I can sort of... Sometimes it's nice to see him chest high, but that just dipped on him and hit him in the old bread basket, but he couldn't quite react. Big drop, that could be. Harry Brook on 46.
Yeah. No, so he cut his finger, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And also,
this game.
Yeah, didn't something happen in India to Gucci as well, 92? Oh, he got very ill, didn't he?
Yes.
He missed a couple of tests, I think.
Well, that was the disastrous Chinese meal in Madras.
Yes, I think that sorted him out.
That's the next one, played away to Gully. Smith bowls on the off stump to Brook, and there's no run. But the thing was, we're talking about this finger.
Yeah.
Because it was just healing up.
Yeah.
And if you remember the hotel in Perth we always used to stay at had a tennis court on the top.
Act, was it?
Yeah, so he challenged me to a game of tennis.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, come on then. And so he beat me 6-love, 6-love, 6-love.
Yeah, done right.
He could play.
Yeah.
With an injured finger.
Yeah.
But the tennis racket that we'd borrowed from the hotel was one of those sort of toweling handles.
Yes.
Got infected.
Oh, really?
And that was how he ended up with that very nasty operation. Here's the next one. Brook tries to pull that. It wasn't really short enough for that. Thumps into his...
So you stuffed our skipper up, did you, with a game of tennis?
Yeah. 6-love, 6-love, 6-love.
Oh.
But, yeah, he got the infection off that handle.
Wow.
Toweling. And that was it. So he had an operation in Adelaide. Alan Lamb was captain in Brisbane.
That's right.
Yeah.
When we all went up to the casino.
Well, if you went down to...
casino.
If people talk about the modern day cricketer, toughers. Not even Harry Brook goes to the casino in the middle of a test match.
That's right, front page of the Sun, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A big roulette wheel.
Yeah, I think you're playing with Kerry Packer, weren't you?
That's right.
100 for 6. Smith bowls a nice outswinger, which is pushed away up to mid off by Brook.
Well, it's not often you can get taken to the casino by Kerry Packer. I mean, I thought it was an opportunity you couldn't miss.
In fact, it was a 2-hour drive each way from the test match.
And we were behind the 8 ball a bit.
Oh yeah, getting hammered.
Oh well.
I know.
I think Lammy just thought it would be a nice sort of relax, just relax the boys, take the mind off cricket.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Because Alan was captain, wasn't he?
Yes.
Graham wasn't there.
I played in that game when he split his hand.
Yeah, this is on off stump, pushed away by Brook for a single. Brook to 47, 101 for 6. I think I haven't got the full list, Andy Zaltsman, of the captains who are going to be down there on parade, but I did hear that Marcus Trescothick is amongst them.
Oh right,
So which test match here did Marcus captain then? It must have been a temporary situation.
been.
Was it Strauss's debut, 2004? Because I think Michael Vaughan was injured for that, wasn't he?
Was he?
That's why Strauss came in at short notice. Scored a century, NASA retired.
NASA run him out.
I'll just check that.
Yeah.
NASA run him out on 90-odd second dig.
That's
could
right.
Could have got 200s.
It's the next one down the leg side, and Brook again has not really got hold of that. That's Atkinson rather trying to paddle it away. Just a backward square leg, so a single it is. 102 for 6.
Oh, well, they're all friendly faces.
Yeah, I think the only one that's not here is Andrew Flintoff, who's got something else on or something. But others are all here all the way through, I think.
Yeah. Mark Butcher?
No, he was Old Trafford, wasn't he?
Oh, it's Lord. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Butch was skipper at Old Trafford. Got dropped for the next test at the
Good.
Happy days.
Yeah. Smith over the wicket, bowls, and that's just guided really out to point by Harry Brook on 47. He remains. He's looking really as a steal a single, I think, to keep the strike, but found the fielder instead. So 102 for 6. Brook 47. Atkinson 3. England put in. When he faced 30 overs, it's been a real battle.
Yep.
So we're at under 3.5 per over. Duckett left the first 2 balls of the game.
Yes. Yeah, that woke us all up, didn't it?
It did.
I think it left 4 out of the first 6.
Yeah. Remarkable. Gaps in the mound stand there filling up now. People are coming back. It's always a nice part of the afternoon there. You've got the sunshine. Jameson from that far end comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away by Gus Atkinson. You might think about a second. No, they're not. So picked up there on the slide, as it were, by the fielder.
How's the euphonium going? All right.
Well, we gave a concert on Saturday. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Neville Holt Festival.
Yeah.
Second euphonium was on good form.
Good.
I've got Jim Carter coming. So you don't know Jim.
No.
Carson.
Jim.
You know Jim Carter. Married to Dame Imelda Staunton.
Oh yes.
If Jim walked in here, you'd know immediately.
Oh, okay.
But there was a film called Brassed Off.
Yes. Oh, of course. Yes.
There's Jameson bowls, and Eaton the bat there as Brook played a bit of a nondescript shot. So I've got Jim and Imelda Staunton on the stage for a bit.
Oh, right.
Because in Brassed Off, Jim plays the euphonium.
Yes.
So when I watched it, he clearly didn't blow a note. He didn't blow a note.
Oh, of course I know Jim. Yes, you're right. Sorry.
Didn't blow a note. And in the film, it's a great film, by the way. It's a lovely sort of romantic comedy, but with a serious edge. It's about the closure of the collieries in Yorkshire and the impact on the brass bands there, you see.
Yeah.
He has to conduct the regional final at the Albert Hall. Well, I watched it with his arms flailing all over the place.
Bad technique.
Doesn't know what's going on. Here's Jameson, bowls. Oh, he's got away with that. And he's reached 50. In the air and semi-steered but edged between gully and slip. And Harry Brook dropped twice, has reached 50. With a rather fortuitous shot in the air there, but 51 from 64 balls and 9 fours.
Yep. Well, gone to his 50, with a bit of a streaky one outside that off, just bounced on him outside off stump. As you say, a great effort. I think that's from Williamson at sort of gully, tried to reel it in, but he's had a bit of luck. But sometimes you need that when the pitch is doing a little bit. So well played, Harry Brook. If he'd have been caught on 8, it might have been a bit of a different score on it. Would have been all out.
Jameson bowls to him. Oh, there's a drive there, looking for the offside, but ball trickles into the leg for one more run. 52. So anyway, so after we've done our bit on the stage, I mean, he clearly wasn't conducting either. No. I sent him a message saying, he said, I haven't got a musical bone in my body. I want him to, so he's going to come out and he's going to conduct the Melton Band. After our little show, we're going to do the March Barnard Castle, which is a very famous march. And he's going to conduct it. And it should be a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Out in the sunshine there, hopefully, Neville Holt. Comes Jameson, and that's outside the off stump. There's no stroke.
What happens if it rains? Does it all go down the engine?
We go in a tent.
Oh, do you go in a tent? Yes.
If you're playing that.
Oh, blowing bubbles.
Full up with water, yeah.
That'll be fun. We're very game of Jim to do it, because he's not really a musician. But it's a lovely film. We haven't seen Brassed Off.
Yeah, no, very good.
It's a real brass band favourites.
All in purple, weren't
the
they?
floral dances in there. Yes, they were. Yes, they were purple, correct. It's a sort of poignant story.
Yeah.
108 for 6. Comes Jameson again, bowls. Oh, has hit on the pad. Appeal flag before wicket is out. Atkinson LBW for 4. Quick decision from umpire Holdstock.
Has he hit it?
He's walking up slowly. Oh, he's reviewed it immediately. I suppose as well he might, under the circumstances. He was just trying to get on the front foot. Jameson's a tall man, of course. So he might get away with this, we shall see. But given out initially by the umpire.
His ball looks like missing the bat.
Back knee.
Nissen
Mennon's been kept busy today. And he's missed this again by a long way.
Clear gap. Clear gap between bat and ball. Ball tracking, please.
I think that's hitting Midland leg about halfway up.
Yeah. Another good delivery from Jameson.
Pitching outside off.
Back the slow.
Impact in line. Yeah. Wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to
correct. Hitting middle stump halfway up.
Your decision. You're on speed now.
Yeah.
Signal out.
Yeah. Another good delivery. Just putting it in the right areas, New Zealand. You say, getting pushing forward. Use that slope that you have here at Lord's. One sort of nips back quickly. You're going to be in front. If you can just hold one up as well, you can bring the outside edge into play. So they've done well, New Zealand. They've used the conditions and they haven't got carried away with it. They've just put it in danger areas, ball after ball after ball, and that creates chances. Dead.
Yep, absolutely. Dead. Middle stump. 108 for 7. Brooke remains on 52, but maybe now he might be inclined to play a shot or two, because there's not much left. Josh Tongue and Shoaib Bashir.
Yeah. Ollie Robinson, haven't seen him for a while.
No. Well, he can bat a bit.
Yeah. Got 100 for Sussex the other day.
Yeah, no, he can play.
Yeah. Not a lot you can do about that, really, as a batsman. You're trying to get yourself in a good position. It's just good bowling. It nips back like that.
Yeah.
Thumps into the pad and you're on your way.
So 2 years since Ollie Robinson played for England. Chosen, of course, predominantly for his bowling.
No bug bit of bat.
Very much back in the fold again. He had a blistering start to his career. So watching him bowl, you know, I remember saying somewhere that he's such a natural bowler, one of those natural bowlers I've ever seen.
Oh, well on air.
It's with his wrist, yeah. I mean, just a beautiful bowler.
Yeah.
You know, we've got Brooke on strike as Smith starts a new over, runs in now and bowls to him, and he's pulled that into the leg side, running out towards that boundary, towards the grandstand there. Fielder giving chase, can't get there. It's another boundary. And maybe now Brooke will think it's time to play a few shots.
Yeah, well, that one not that short, and again he's so quick there, isn't he? So quick at picking up that length. It's not that short and just swatting it through sort of mid-wicket. Really is a new shot that they're playing nowadays, isn't it, the batters, especially in that one-day game, to spinners. Not that short, and they just rock back and clip it through mid-wicket. Great shot.
Well, a slip comes out now, goes to extra cover, so Latham here deciding to get a bit more defensive. 2 slips, a gully, deep point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, long leg as well, as he charges now and has a huge swipe and misses. Aiming somewhere towards us, I think that would have come.
It's on Harry Brooks' half-century that came up just before Atkinson's wicket from 64 balls. It's his 26th 50-plus score in Test cricket. 10 of those he's converted into centuries, just his 36th Test, and against New Zealand. It's his 10th innings against New Zealand, the 7th time he's reached 50, 3 centuries amongst those. His other scores, 0 off no balls, run out, and then 0 and 1 in Hamilton.
Smith again bowls, and there's a bit of swing there once more. You know, England will have their eye on this. Definitely a little bit of outswing there, and Brooke was looking to hit that into the leg side. It straightened on him a bit, but there is some dark cloud approaching. It might rain on our parade at tea time, Tuffers.
Oh dear, have you got a brolly?
Only for one. Only a very small. Only a very small one. Yeah, might get a shower.
Really?
Well, looking at that around about 4 o'clock.
So just quickly, 9 fours in Brooks, 50s since hit his 10th.
Don't mind him playing a few shots now, actually.
No.
Now is the time to want rules and danger.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you can still be selective, though. You know, if it's in that area, right, I'm really going to go for it. If it's a good leg ball, defend it.
Smith bowls down the leg side. Brooke watches it go by.
Is there any more rain today, they say? They're saying the bits about,
There's just sort of showers.
Yeah.
It's a late finish, that's for sure. 7:30 we can go through to, if the light holds.
What about your Chardonnay, John? Might have to just push it back by half an hour.
8:45.
I've got to go and record my radio show after this.
Have you?
It's starting at 8 o'clock at London Bridge.
Oh,
we get there in time.
God, we work hard, you know.
Yeah. Smith over the wicket, bowls a nice game, nice little bit of shape there. Yeah. Brooke plays it very late down to gully, and there's no runs. So he doesn't record it. It's not actually live. Not waiting for you to arrive.
No. So the news quiz goes out tomorrow night, 6:30. We generally record Thursday evenings. Yeah.
Right.
Is that a reason for that?
Well, just to give the producer time to edit the show.
Oh, okay.
If it went out live, it might be a little.
What if something happens between now and tomorrow?
Well, that does happen sometimes.
Does it?
The old resignation.
Yes.
But so if any political figures are listening,
maybe Donald
keep your Fridays
around. They could possibly record anything at the moment. Smith again down the leg side, and Brooks got hold of this, and is he caught third time? He is. Down on the long leg boundary, fired down the leg side, he's brushed the ball away and picked out Jamieson there in the deep. And so, well, it's a very useful half century from Brooke in the circumstances. That was his third opportunity to be dismissed, and finally they took it.
Yeah, third time lucky for the New Zealanders. Not a bad shot, really. You see it down leg stump, you're looking to play a few shots and just sort of followed it round. Got a good middle of the bat on it, but it's quite a big boundary down there.
Yep.
Straight down the throat of the big fella Jamieson. And he's not dropping that. Henry Brooke goes for 56.
113 for 8 is England's total. They were put into bat this morning. It's been a battle against some very tidy bowling. Balls just seemed around and offered that little bit. But as we've said throughout, New Zealand and their attack is not to be reckoned with at all. So really down to the last two then. The Josh Tongue coming out number 10. Shoaib Bashir will be number 11. So sun's shining at the moment, but I can see rain falling not too far away, so it's a perfect opportunity for me to hand over therefore to Simon Mann.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of a strangle, isn't it, down the leg side, having a bit of a flick at it. Be disappointed. Thought that was going to go all the way, but it is quite a long way down there at the fine leg at Lord's. We've got to get it high to get it over Jamieson's head. He's about 6'8". And another one goes for England.
The reset's not going very well, is it, Tuffnell? 113 for 8.
It's done a bit, Simon.
It has, yeah.
It's done a bit.
Yeah.
And they've bowled nicely.
And they've been bowled out by 3 as well. I mean, Henry's been off the field since the resumption.
Yeah.
Now here's Smith bowling. Oh, that's nearly another one. Inside edge, past the keeper. It's gone down to the boundary before. It was a streaky start from Josh Tongue. And nearly bowled him off the inside edge. But he got away with it. 117 for 8 after 32 overs. I mean, it's very much an Ashes kind of scorecard for England and total, but it's been very different. Their ball has done a bit today, and it has been tricky. It's been a test, it really has, for this England batting line-up against persistent New Zealand pace attack. And they're not far away from finishing it off. 117 for 8. The tea interval is at 4:15. So, I mean, there's a possibility that could be early or late, depending on what happens in the next few minutes. I think they were 9 down. We play on. 117 for 8. Robinson, yet to score, yet to face a ball. Tongue is on 4 from his 1 ball. O'Rourke is going to bowl. 7 overs, 2 for 18. He's steaming in from the pavilion end. Moves in now, bowls down the leg side, and Robinson shapes to play at it, and it misses it. It's through to wicketkeeper Blundell, who takes it leaping away to his left-hand side. Robinson has got a first-class 100 this season against Surrey at the Oval. I think he made 142 runs in the match. And it's actually one of the tales of county cricket that down the order, lots of runs are being scored down the order. There's been some big partnerships down the order this season, and he was involved in one of them at the Oval. 117 for 8.
Well,
Victor's here.
He's like a lot of cricketers that when they get made captain, they bat better.
O'Rourke bowls to Robinson, and Robinson flicks that away down towards fine leg for his first run. Smith's down there in front of the Mann stand. One more. 118 for 8.
I can't help noticing that Robinson got... I mean, we've known Robinson can bat, although we haven't often seen that in an England shirt, to be fair.
Is his highest score?
But he can bat.
The highest score coming in his first test on this ground? Did he make 42? Is that, I think, might well be his highest score.
No,
did he make one other significant score?
He had a half century in India. I think the last test he played. I'll check that.
That's right, he did, yeah. This is his second highest. That's his second highest score on debut. It's Josh Tongue on 4, waiting for O'Rourke at 118 for 8. It's a short ball, and Tongue ducks underneath it, almost as if he knew it was coming, through to Blundell.
So, and he's captain of Sussex, who started really well in the Championship actually this year, and he scored runs. New captains often bat better. Craig Overton, actually, down at Somerset, captained a couple games, and one of them he got 140. And there is a logic to it. It kind of takes you out of yourself. You fret less about your own game. You're more concerned about the situation. In a funny sort of way, you're a bit more relaxed about it. You're not worrying about your own technique. How can I get out of this hole for the team?
O'Rourke bowls to Tongue. Tongue plays that as though it bounced a bit more than they expected. He poked it away into the offside. He went away aerially, but short of Conway coming in from backward point. So he escaped. The lights are on.
It's just clouded over.
Yeah, it has, yeah. And these are tricky batting conditions. I think they have been all day. Not sort of devilishly tricky. I mean,
I don't think
some days you see the ball beating the bat consistently.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that's all day. It's one of those days when, if it just does enough, that is enough for the bowler. If you understand what I mean. Sometimes you see batters playing and missing, playing and missing, playing and missing, 4, playing and missing, playing and missing, getting away with it. But not today. He's just done enough, and that has been good for New Zealand. Full from O'Rourke, dug out by Tongue into the onside towards Jameson at wide mid-on. And there's no run. 118 for 8.
I don't think it's an 118 for 8 pitch by any stretch of the imagination.
But you also, I mean, sometimes you get those days where every good ball or every mistake takes a wicket, and so therefore it does become a 118 for 8 kind of day.
I mean, there haven't been a whole array. This innings is only 33 overs on, but there hasn't been a whole array of irresponsible shots, the sort that getting people's ire up.
O'Rourke again bowls. He's past the outside edge of Tongue, who's just happy to survive the over there, I think. On its way through to Blundell. So that's it, 33 gone. O'Rourke 2 for 19. Smith's taken 2 for 36. And Jameson, on his return to Test cricket, has been away for a while.
He has 4 for 50 from 11 overs, plus the drop catch from Harry Brook, who finished with 56 from 71 balls with 10 fours.
Well, he's got a fantastic Test record, Jameson, hasn't he? I've almost... hang on a minute. I've lost that magic piece of paper of Andy's, but there's 1 or 2 spare copies around. Not many, mind, not many. But his Test record it's limited in terms of number of games, given that he started quite a long time ago. But
he's now
averaging 19.
84 wickets now at 19.3 in his 20th Test. I mentioned earlier on at the start to his career, had 52 wickets in his first 9 Tests, average 15. Tailed off a little, was still averaged well under 30 over the rest of his career prior to the injury break. Mentioned earlier on, only played 3 of New Zealand's last 27 Tests, but a welcome return for him here.
Well, he's looking for 5 foot. He's got Robinson in his sights. Goes in now and bowls to him. Bowls an absolute beauty. We were saying just now that the ball hasn't gone past the outside edge and consistently, but that one did. It was a fine ball. And in a way, it was wasted on Robinson. It might have actually been wasted on quite a lot of players, even top quality players, because you had to play at it, and it left him quite prodigiously. Robinson 1, Tongue 4, 118 for 8. The two umpires have consulted it and about the light, and possibly about some impending rain as well. They're going off the field.
Right. I don't think it's actually raining at the moment, but
it's quite
got
dark.
Quite dark. I don't know if they've taken a reading.
It's time for the pink ball, Victor. We need the pink ball now.
Do we?
Which has been passed by the ICC as a legitimate regulation, but actually without much detail on it, and you have to get both boards to agree
and then
to use it.
Do you have to use it? Well, I don't know how far they've gone. Have they established that you need to use it from the start of the game if you think it's a weather-struck game?
They haven't established anything. That's the thing. They've said you can use. They said boards can experiment. You know, it's fine to use it from now on in a red ball game where the light is poor. So to prevent a situation like this, but they haven't actually said the actual fine details of when you can use it, how long you can use it for. So, for example, in this situation, say, right, okay, bring on the pink ball, and then when the light improves in 15 minutes' time, do you bring back the red ball? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't that they haven't gone into yet. So not much detail, and I think it's taken a few by surprise. I think it seemed to take the ECB by surprise that this was passed by the ICC early this week. But
well, they say we're in favour of the pink ball now. Just go and sort it out.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Well, I would have thought you might have to start with the pink ball in a match that you reckon, because the forecasts now, to be fair, are much more accurate than they used to be.
I don't think you can do that, Victor.
No,
I really don't think you can do that.
Oh, you think you can?
I think you have to.
You can use.
It's for this situation.
Okay.
So you bring on the pink ball now. The question is, when you dispatch the pink ball, and then what sort of ball you bring back after you've dispatched the pink ball. Because, say, for example, you bowled 20 overs of pink ball. That nice red ball hasn't been hit around, is it, for 20 overs?
No,
so
I know.
do you then bring a ball back that's a further 20 overs old? So those are the sort of things they've got to look at.
And they're taking a light reading now. Yeah. They put the meter onto the top of the stumps, and then they take a reading. So they have now, I think, set the standard for the rest of the match. If it comes down to this at any other time in the match, off you go. What I think is frustrating is all these wonderful grounds now have all these wonderful floodlights, and yet they are not deemed sufficient to allow you to play with the red ball when the light gets dodgy. And it is supposed to be an issue about, is it dangerous? Well, often I think it may be much more difficult to bat, or indeed see the snip catch that comes herring towards you. But dangerous? I'm never quite so sure about that.
Well, it's hard to define, isn't it, really?
Exactly. But it just seems such a waste of all that wonderful investment on these wonderful lights that when it gets a bit dark, you can't play anyway with a red ball.
Yeah. Well, I suppose the lights really are there for white ball cricket, aren't they? For night cricket, really, ostensibly, that's why they've been built. But they kind of helped us a bit in Test cricket, but not totally. I mean, the lights have been on for a large part of the afternoon, which I suppose has helped at times. But it is frustrating for the crowd when you see players walk off with the lights on, especially now that we can use the pink ball. But
well, we have to establish that the pink ball is so much more visible, which seems strange, but I mean the experts probably tell us that you can see a pink one better than a red one. What happens if it's dark pink or light red?
Well, I think they're standardised.
Standardised pink. Different. Anyway, sadly the covers are on.
They might as well just take tea now, haven't they?
Well, I would have thought they probably will. I mean, the day's already been disrupted, but goodness me, the game's moved on, and this is the sort of game, it now seems, that can tolerate quite a few stoppages and still produce a natural result.
Yeah, 118 for 8, a real chastening day for England after losing the toss this morning. Duckett out for 19, Gay for 8, Bethell for 6, Root for 1, Brook, and he was 56 for 3, wasn't he? Harry Brook.
Yeah, but he's he's comfortably the top scorer.
Smith for 1, Stokes for 12, and Atkinson for 4. So Robinson tongue together, and Shoaib Bashir to come.
Lights are on here at Lords. It's been one of those on-off days. There's been rain coming through. It's looking a little bit bright. You can see a bit of blue sky in the distance. Some grey cloud cover over to our right, but the umpires have emerged. They're walking out to the middle, and you'll be able to hear the hover cover being pulled off the field. Lovely scene, lovely pictures here. The ground is a picture. Immaculate turf as New Zealand head back out, looking to wrap this innings up quickly. England in all sorts of trouble on day 1 of their test summer, 118 for 8. New Zealand winning the toss, electing to bowl first. It has been good conditions for bowling. It's had a bit of nip, there's been a bit of swing, and there's been uneven bounce that England have had to contend with. But certainly they would not have expected to have England 8 down at this stage.
No, I agree with you. Not an easy day for batsmen. That's because of lack of bounce, sometimes normal bounce from short of a length. It has swung. The odd ball has seamed as well and created wicket-taking opportunities. It hasn't been perfect from New Zealand, I think you'd have to say that. They went for over 4 runs and over in that last extended session. That's quite a lot to go for. I know they've got attacking fields, but nevertheless, but still 94 for 7. You're always in with a chance on this pitch, I think, if you bowl. And I'm quite surprised, for example, there's only been 3 maidens. I would have thought there might be some more for New Zealand. Henry absent, of course, that hasn't been easy for New Zealand, so some bowlers have had to bowl a bit more. But I don't see any reason why England can't create some problems for the New Zealand batsmen.
33.1 overs have been bowled here today. We're going to have 75 overs of play. We've lost 40 minutes, means that we can have play up till 7 o'clock with the extra half an hour as well. And then day 2, day 3, 98 overs as we try and make up some time. 3 slips in a gully in position for the tall Kiwi Carl Jamieson, standing at the nursery end. He's got a point, an extra cover, no mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down on the fine leg boundary. It's going to be Ollie Robinson to start things off here. 5 balls left in the over. Carl Jamieson, 4 for 50 into his 12th over. Here he comes now, shuffles forwards. Past the stumps, Robinson defends to the offside. What a moment it would be for him after the challenges that he's had with injury. Jamieson returning to the test side. And a chance to scribe his name on the honours board.
Yeah, that's just one of the many things that I was thinking about, what Lords means, and to have your name up there, that would be rather special. He'll be certainly... It will have passed through his mind, I think.
Shirt hanging out of his trousers. Gentle breeze blowing as he approaches the crease now. Robinson cut in half. Bit of nip back up the slope through to Blundell. There's a muted appeal. They heard a noise. Was that just a bit of jumper as it goes through to the keeper? Not much interest back there as they don't look for a review. Give a not out. Didn't seem to be any thing as it went through. We're looking at the replay there. Well, was it a late call? It was reviewed, okay.
Well, there must be a sound. It's just nipped back from outside the off stump. Robinson plays at it. It's come from the inside. It's slightly closed back and quite close to that inside edge. But I'm not sure. It didn't hit the stump. There is a sound. There is a sound. It might have hit the bottom of the bat. And he's going to have to go, I think.
Well, it's been very curious because everyone just returned to their mark, but they did go up for the review, and that is Carl Jamieson's Test fifer here at Lord's.
It's a curious part of the 5 wickets, isn't it? The 5th one.
What a moment for him.
Certainly, Blundell took it low and then raised the arm, and they're now just having a look at the catch, and that looks to be pretty safe to me. It's hit the bottom of the bat and just carried through. It's pretty, yeah, I think that's gone into the gloves. I don't think that's touching the ground at all. He's claimed the catch, and also the bowler half-heartedly put his hands up, and Rod Tucker's had to give that out. So there's the wicket, the 9th wicket to fall for England.
So confirmation on review. New Zealand have extracted another 118 for 9. Robinson departs for 1. He heads up the stairs into the long room. And Carl Jamieson, what a return for him to this Test side. A Test fifer here at the home of cricket.
That's fantastic for him. It's been such a battle. He found things quite easy at the start. I would have said he got a lot of wickets. He has about 80 wickets, I think, Test wickets. That's obviously increased by 5 at the moment today. But you know, he was such a good bowler. At you all the time. He got a wee bit of swing, in swing mainly in that first period of play, and then had to sit out because of 2 stress fractures, and has now returned. So he's had to change things. He's not quite as quick, but he has developed an outswinger as well as to go with that in-swinger he already had. So it's a slightly different version of a bowler.
Here he comes again, 3 slips in a gully in position. Shoaib Bashir on strike. He comes forwards and leans forwards to defend the ball to the leg side, to the applause of the crowd. Very much the story of the day, Carl Jamieson.
It's his 6th Test 5-wicket haul, but his first since the World Test final against India in June 2021, just under 5 years ago. That was his 5th in just his 8th Test. This is his 20th Test, as we mentioned earlier. He hasn't played a Test for well over 2 years, and his overall record now 85 wickets, average 19.
Jamieson past the stumps to Bashir, leaves him on length, bit of nip down the slope, and that extra bit of bounce as well.
He was a more than handy lower order bat too, prior to his back troubles, and I think the World Test Championship, he was the one who kind of picked up key wickets during that match. And he's been such an important player when he's played, and maybe this is the start of more. Let's hope so for him, because he's had to work very hard to get back.
Bounding in now, Bashir works it to the leg side. He's off the mark. He's going to push back for a 2 as well. As the throw is sent in. So England's score goes to 120 for 9 at the end of the 34th over. Carl Jamieson retrieves his jumper and his wanders down to the fine leg boundary. You said that they had to change tack in terms of how they approached his recovery for this particular reoccurrence.
Yeah, look, I don't know the medical reason for that. It was screws and wire the first effort, and then the same site gave way when he came on his comeback test when we were playing against about a South African third side, if you remember that. And that was the first test match played at Mount Maunganui, and since then, and he did it during that match and hasn't been able to play.
Will O'Rourke bowls. That's pushed away by Josh Tongue to a vacant mid-off. They've set off for the single. They're going to push back for 2. Shoaib Bashir sprinting back to the non-striker's end, and he gets back in time as the ball is sent in. Tongue then to 622 for 9.
It's New Zealand's 20th Test at Lords. He's the 7th bowler to get on the honours board for New Zealand on this ground. So talk about the honours board, that's a 5-wicket haul or a century in a test match. Richard Hadley had 3 5-wicket hauls on this ground, 78, 83 and 86.
How many appearances has O'Rourke past the umpire, bounced the bowl, it's jumped off the pitch, and Tom Blundell does well to retrieve that behind the stumps.
I'll check that. Who would have definitely played here in 1990 as well?
86.
Yeah, so 86 he had 5 for 90.
Yes.
Sorry, 6 for 80.
83 he would have been
5
here.
for 93. 5 for 84 in 1978.
Yeah. It might have been. He toured in 73 as well. Was he in that? I don't think he was in that side. That was Bevan Congdon's team. New Zealand got a lot of runs.
Tongue misses one outside the line of off stump. A good length delivery in the channel from Will O'Rourke.
500? 500 did they get?
Oh, in that game, I can't look. I can only look.
Sorry, we keep asking.
I can only look up about 4 things at once. Hadley didn't play in 73. He did play in 1990.
There's a man under pressure.
On his first tour. The other New Zealand bowlers on the Lord's Honours Board: Dion Nash, 5 and 6 in the 2 innings of the 1994 Test. Chris Cairns in 99. Daniel Vittori, left arm spinner in 2008. Tim Southey twice, 2013 and 2021.
As O'Rourke approaches the crease, Tongue defends to the offside.
And Trent Bolt in a brilliant match here in 2015 ended up with England bowling New Zealand out on the last day after New Zealand passed 500 in the first innings. That time New Zealand then won another thrilling test up at I think Leeds, the second test, just a 2-match series.
Of the 20 matches you've just described under pressure, how many have New Zealand won?
Just one.
Just the one match. That was the Cairns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay.
All sorts of
not a
bits of
great
paper.
record. Out of 20.
O'Rourke in again. Tongue drives back to the bowler. O'Rourke falling forwards as he takes the ball, rolls onto the pitch, and gathers himself. He's been brilliant today as well, in the absence of Matt Henry, who didn't return to the field after a back spasm. He needed others to step up, and just the 3 bowlers really. Nathan Smith, Carl Jamieson, Will O'Rourke, they've all rallied. I was just saying there's a lot of bits of paper moving around here, Jeremy. On a day like today, it's always tricky trying to sort out the rotors as O'Rourke bowls, and Tongue plays that away to deep cover towards the grandstand. Good length delivery in the channel. A lovely looking drive for England's number 10 as he moves to 10, 126 for 9 at the end of the over.
Good stroke from Josh Tongue, wasn't it? I mean, it was short, and it certainly is just bouncing up. You can play shots off the back foot here. It's coming on nicely. Oh no, it's sort of semi coming forward as well. You're absolutely right, Isha. And then just punched through that vacant kind of cover area. So there is some chance to score, but I think you've got to be err on the full side, I think, of the bowling, and it just tends to nibble just a bit, keep a little bit low on occasions. We're in for a good session here, I think, folks.
Bashir pushes the ball to the offside towards point. Another good length delivery from Jamieson. No run. Just taking a peek of the England balcony, and Joe Root and Ben Duckett looking fairly relaxed up there. They're in their full test whites, so they imagine that this might end quickly. Useful runs from these two at the end of the innings. Very dark grey cloud over to our right, but it feels like that's moving to the side here towards the north as Jamieson circles at the top of his mark, shuffles forwards, now bounding in. The big tall frame of Carl Jamieson comes in, and it's a lovely leave from Shoaib Bashir. He leans forwards, shoulders, arms in the channel through to the keeper.
Yeah, that game in 1973, Jeremy, was New Zealand's highest score at Lords. They made 551 for 9 declared in response to England's 253.
Right, and then couldn't get them out. I think. Who got the runs?
For New Zealand.
Who saved it for New Zealand? I would say Burgess got 100.
He did.
I would say Bevan Congdon got a big 100.
175.
I would think Brian
Hastings.
Hastings, yes.
86.
Jameson bowls. Bashir again, looking confident as he, with an angled bat, just guides that to the offside. No run.
Another 100
One
from
more
some,
100.
wasn't it? Yes, I know. Was it the all-rounder from and the off-spinner? Oh dear.
Vic Pollard.
You're getting
yes,
tempted
Vic
now,
Pollard,
Jeremy.
yes. I'm getting suddenly the pressure's onto me. I'm not sure I'm like this.
551 for 9 in 204 overs and 5 balls.
Oh, they smashed them.
Strong England bowling attack. John Snow, Jeff Arnold, Chris Holt, Ray Lingworth, Norman Gifford. England then 463 for 9. The game was drawn.
Bashir still in the crease. Edges through the slip cordon. Down to the third man boundary for 4.
It was aerial, wasn't it? New Zealand have the slips in, but expertly played by Bashir. In the air, through the gap. I'll take 4, he says. 130, these are useful runs.
And they've added 12 to the score, these two. Massive summer of cricket coming your way here across the BBC. Style of Test summer here today. We've got the Women's T20 World Cup beginning a week tomorrow with every game live on BBC Sounds. The first Women's Test match at Lord's on the 10th of July. And tours from India's men, Pakistan and Sri Lanka as Shoaib Bashir carves that away to the boundary. That deep cover, but still a bit of moisture in the deep. Not able to pick up the 4 down the slope. Just a couple then to him. 132 for 9.
What you call an emphatic brace, don't you, really, as far as that's concerned, though. He's got onto the front foot. He's batting out of his crease a little. He's playing like a batsman, a big square drive like that. A flashing blade of Bashir. Races to 8.
Run a ball 8.
Yeah.
Final ball of the over. Jameson pressing forwards, past the stumps. Bashir, it's really well played in the end. Just covering the line. He doesn't follow the ball off a good length and lets it go through. 132 for 9. Get him up the order, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He probably could suggest that. He's just fallen behind the ball's face now. 8 off 9.
Pretty decent run rate for England.
Yes, it is.
Be at 9 wickets down. 132 from 36 overs.
Nearly 4.5 runs and over.
Yeah, off the bowling of Carl Jameson. And that run rate 3.67. Josh Tongue on strike. Will O'Rourke comes in, bowls a bouncer. Ducks underneath it, does Tongue. Still probably quite restrained for the Bazball era though, 3.65 now, the run rate. What would you say would be a first innings par here, Jeremy, after what you've seen from this pitch?
230, 220. It'll quicken up, you would think, tomorrow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a lot nicer tomorrow.
Oh, the weather?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Big open gap on the offside as Tongue works the ball to the leg side. That one jagging back off a good length from Rourke. Bit of blue sky in the distance. Here in northwest London. That breeze just keeps blowing across. It's almost a swirly breeze. You can see the flags in the distance, one hanging limp and one blowing towards the south as O'Rourke pushes forwards, bowling from the pavilion end. Josh Tongue guides the ball down into the pitch towards gully. No run. Definitely a lot less nip in the surface. The ball being a little bit older into the 37th over. Nice buzz and hum in the air. Tongue sets himself up. That nicely balanced. With his forwards, a bit late on that one. That was that uneven bounce, didn't really bounce as much. Manages to get the bat down in time, pushes to the offside.
That was the kind of normal delivery you get from a bowler like O'Rourke, which is just coming back at you, especially with the slope, just maybe accentuating it a bit. The question is, can he get it to hold its line? And that's the one that got Joe Root earlier today. And he just pushed the hands towards and got a fine edge through to Blundell. But his natural line is to bring it back to a right-hander.
He bowls now short. Tongue nearly ducks into it as he heads down. Tom Blundell positioned behind the stumps. Bit of hair poking out from underneath his cap. It's a new style for him. Tom Latham will be pretty pleased with proceedings. That second slip. O'Rourke past the umpire to Tongue, who's pushing at the ball back down the pitch to mid-on. No run at the end of the over.
Another maiden this time. It's been quite rare.
Number 4 today.
A couple of little short ones bowled at Tongue in the over from O'Rourke, trying to get him on the back foot to poke at one, but no, he's resisted that so far, got one to nip back quite nicely. But you'd have to say relatively comfortable, wouldn't you, in terms of defence at this stage from the last two? I'm quite surprised there's been no... I mean, we're only into the 37th over. Normally maybe it's just the cold, maybe it's the temperature, and maybe it's that blustery breeze you're talking about.
Jamieson into Bashir, who turns that through mid-wicket. Calling for 2, he's going to push back. Thinking about the third as the ball is retrieved and sent in. Settle for just the 2, Nathan Smith with the throw. 134 for 9 then, Bashir to 10.
Good stroke again from Bashir, just tucking it on the onside between a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Always a run there. In this case, picks up 2.
Coming in on an angle. Jamieson past the stumps, and that's carved away to the offside. Bit of width on offer. That was a tired delivery from Jamieson as Bashir takes that out to deep point for another couple. He moves to 12. 136 for 9.
Handy runs. This one's too short and too wide. Induces a kind of a cut stroke.
It's a first real poor delivery we've seen from Jamieson today. He's been so on the money. Comes in again now to Bashir. Again, a bit of width on offer. He just guides it to point, no run. Sometimes from this end, when you've got that slope angled away from the right-hander, if you're feeling a bit tired and fatigued, you can fall away with your action. And I think that's what we've seen from Jamieson last couple of deliveries. He has bowled from both ends today. Top score of 13 for Shoaib Bashir in Test matches. He sits on a runnable 12 at the moment. Jamieson in, he tries to flash his hands through that one. Another wide delivery in the channel, that one just lacking in bounce. And he was ready to cut that away to the boundary, Shoaib Bashir. Beats the edge, goes through to the keeper.
That 13 Bashir made was in Dharamsala in India in the first series of his career early in 2024. Had 12 not out at Edgbaston last year as well, so this currently his joint second best.
Nice first class score of 44 not out. Bat waving in the air. Crouches down and comes forwards and lets it go. Looking very comfortable out there, Shoaib Bashir. That one a little bit tighter to the stumps. Another rising delivery from Jamieson as point is heading out to the boundary. One more ball left of the over.
Worried about his front arm, isn't he? You see him just rehearsing that as he came back there, wanting to get it in the right position to give himself some good balance. If anything, it's just a little wide, isn't it? He's bowling rather than at the stumps. He's tried one and was tucked away, but that was more length as well.
Bashir dips down. Jamieson bowls on the back foot, and lovely timing as he waits on the ball with an angled bat, just dabs it into the pitch. Nicely defended to the offside. Bashir on 12 or 15 deliveries, Tongue on 10, 136 for 9. England, 38 overs bowled. Plans tonight, Jeremy?
Yes.
Are you
not sure whether I'll reveal them. I've let myself down so often. No, I'm going to see the former CEO of New Zealand cricket, a guy called Scott Weenack.
Lovely.
Who was ousted, I might say, after receiving a bonus. Who knows what boards do?
Tongue struck on the pad. Will O'Rourke turns around to appeal. Another half appeal. This time Tom Latham is not going to review. It was given not out, but another threatening looking delivery from O'Rourke. Would you like to talk about that anymore,
No,
Jeremy?
no more than I will about the other night's activities. Thank you. What about you?
I'm doing my tennis research tonight.
Oh, okay. Not doing the crochet tonight.
No.
Lovely.
Josh Tongue plays that in the air to the offside, finds its way to extra cover, no run. Yeah, very quiet one for me tonight. I'm sure there'll be a few out and about on the town.
There's that Lord's hum that Eggers talks about all the time. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, it's quite subdued at the moment.
Ah, well.
A lot of Macs and umbrellas that we've seen today. As Will O'Rourke is in to Tongue, who looks to drive on the up, catches the inner part of the bat, finds its way to mid-on, no run.
That looks like Santner on the field, is it, at mid-on? No? He's through with the left arm there. I think it is. That's his loping run.
Well, for those of you who would like to watch the highlights of today, 136 for 9 England. The highlights will be on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock tonight. O'Rourke bowls another short one that Josh Tongue aptly just dips underneath. Goes through to the keeper. Also available on iPlayer as well if you want to catch up on there. We have had a few breaks today, but still plenty of action. Jeremy?
Yeah, it was a long middle session, wasn't it? A very short one, premature lunch, really. And then a long session. And it's looked pretty comfortable in the last few overs, I've got to say.
O'Rourke pushes forwards. Tongue again dips underneath a short one. So really putting in here, O'Rourke. 2 for 25 into his 11th over. We love to hear from you wherever you're listening as well. Contact us on WhatsApp 0330 123 1826, Also on email, tms@bbc.co.uk, and you can also send us a message directly via the BBC Sport website by getting involved with the Get Involved button. Those lights still on here at the home of cricket as O'Rourke shuffles forwards, paces down a little bit as Tongue looks to drive. I think that's caught the inside part of the bat. It's hit him, I think, on the elbow as it heads out to the offside. No run at the end of the over. 136 for 9. He was getting up to sort of late 80s, O'Rourke, but that's just dropped down a little bit. Bright sunshine now here at the home of cricket, and that is a sight to see. Lush green turf. So we're going to have a change of bowling here now. Kyle Jamieson is off. On comes Nathan Smith, and he's really put in today. Really attacks the crease well, bowling from the nursery end. Just losing his radar a little bit there, Jamieson, the over previously. He's got a nice big red stain down the right-hand side of his trousers. New Zealand searching for their 10th wicket. Shoaib Bashir advances, heads down the leg side. Tom Blundell trying to dive to his left. He fumbles it, heads out to the fine leg boundary as Kyle Jamieson runs around to retrieve the ball. Shuffle back for a couple. Bashir just spins the bat in his hand. Nathan Smith, his partner. Mealy Kerr, I think, is turning up tomorrow. New Zealand women's captain. As Bashir wafts at one in the channel, slightly fuller delivery. It was a teaser. Big wide open space on the offside. First time he's looked a little bit uncoordinated. Shoaib Bashir. Yeah, she's got a big few weeks coming up, the New Zealand captain. T20 World Cup round the corner.
Yeah, she'd like a few runs.
Well,
she's been scoring extremely well in New Zealand, but not so much in the last few matches against England.
Bashir swats one over to the leg side, doesn't catch all of it, but that was a big old heave. Over to the grandstand, he's pushed back for 2. As that's collected and thrown back. So slightly tighter to the stumps, and he's really gone for that one. Shoaib Bashir goes to 14, 140 for 9.
It was a leg side delivery from Smith, looking to get it to straighten from there. It didn't, and he just teed off, didn't he, really? He didn't get all of it, but he certainly cleared the mid-wicket, who's well in saving the single.
That is now his highest test score in his 20th test, 29th innings.
Edged and gone. So New Zealand wrap up the innings. It's Nathan Smith with the final wicket. And England are all out for 140. A disappointing display for the home side, who were put into bat under gloomy skies. Nathan Smith finishing with 3 for 38 inside 11 overs. Kyle Jamieson, the star of the show. A test match fifer here at Lord's. He will make the honours board after a turbulent time with injury. His return to the test side, and he has delivered. But Will O'Rourke as well, when you think about his spell after the lunch break when they'd lost Matt Henry to a back spasm, they all needed to rally, and they absolutely have done that. They've held their catches, some stunning grabs. You'll have to watch Kane Williamson's dive to his left to take a catch earlier on today on the highlights, because it was quite outstanding. But Kyle Jamieson will be walking his team off. It's been a tough journey back, but he gets to raise the ball now to the crowd as he heads off up the stairs and into the long room. What a lovely moment for him.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? After all his travails and coming back, a 2-year break and then coming back, it's good that he can work so hard, and then he gets a chance to come and play at Lord's. and has bowled well enough today and had the conditions, let's be fair, for the New Zealand bowlers. They've been able to dismiss England for a smallish total, but I don't think it's going to be easy batting for the New Zealanders either. With the new ball, Robinson, I would think, would open the bowling with Atkinson. Would that be about right?
Yes.
He should,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So, would you give your chair up now, please? Steve's arrived, so you know.
Sorry, Steve.
Yes.
Do you need to sit down, or are you okay standing up
I've been
there?
called Steve for a long time. That feels very weird.
It is. Well, we're friends here.
He's crouching now.
Yeah.
Still taller than me as I stand up. As Simon Mann comes in here. So thoughts from you, Finney, on that display that you've just seen, the way that New Zealand have bowled, the way Kyle Jamieson has bowled here at Lord's, and then how England are going to approach this with the ball.
Well, it was good, wasn't it? I think New Zealand benefited from the fact that it was off and on and stop-start, especially because of the injury to Matt Henry. It allowed the bowlers to rest and recuperate off the pitch as opposed to spending time on their feet. So it meant that when they came back on, they could make the most of the perfect bowling conditions that they've been given throughout the day. And I thought they were all impressive, really. Look back at England's dismissals, there were a couple that you could attribute blame to the batters. But fundamentally, I think it was a really good bowling performance. Now the challenge for England is going to be they have to set the tone with the new ball, because if New Zealand get a flyer in a really low-scoring first innings, or after such a low-scoring innings like this of 140, then they can be ahead of the game.
Well, they're in a good position, aren't they? You get rolled out for 140 in a Test match, on any surface. The opposition have got a great opportunity.
Fantastic opportunity, and that will be the conversations happening inside that New Zealand dressing room. Will be no freebies, and you would not anticipate New Zealand to give any freebies because it's not the nature with which they play. But if they can weather the initial energy burst of the England bowlers, which again in this scenario you come out firing on all cylinders, if you can weather that storm, it feels like a moment in the game that New Zealand could seize and take advantage of. And on the flip side, when we look at the way that England have played in the last few years, this is one of those moments in games that we talk about that England have missed regularly over the last couple of years. For New Zealand, this is a moment in the game for them to seize the initiative even more.
You play a lot of cricket here. What's a par score on this surface today? Or is it irrelevant, that question, in a way, because the pitch might change tomorrow?
Well, not necessarily irrelevant, because I think the pitch will become a bit quicker tomorrow, which should suit edges or the ball moving slightly quicker off the surface. The overhead conditions play a huge part here in what the ball does off the pitch, and when the clouds close in, you could even encourage me to dust my boots off that are 3 years unused and bowl a few overs when it's overcast and it feels dingy and moist, and it just feels as though the ball's going to zip around all over the place. So New Zealand made the most of those conditions. The clouds have lifted just slightly here, as is typical when you are the team who's been under the cosh, and England will just have to set the tone really well, which one of the criticisms of them in Australia was that I can't really remember a time they set the tone very well with the new ball. With Robinson recalled and Atkinson at the other end, it's a good opportunity for them.
Yeah, I suppose the thing that England will have in their, I think, keeping fit, of course, they have a four-man attack. Was New Zealand, they've done it with three bowlers, haven't they? It's mainly, Henry bowled 4 overs earlier, but it's the other three that came back after the first break and have now polished England off. They haven't actually had to bowl too much, not too much. It's kind of just worked out for them. O'Rourke 11 overs, Smith 10.4, Jamieson 14.
Yeah, well, Jamieson actually looked tired in that last spell, didn't he? I thought, and I think the benefit of going on or off and then on again meant that those bowlers could rest. And again, it's all what ifs, but had England managed to make the bowlers tired as Jamieson was in that last spell there with only 3 bowlers available, it could have been a time to cash in and push up into 250, which feels like a good score on the pitch. At the moment 140 is subpar, and New Zealand have played the conditions perfectly.
Andy Zaltsman is poised with his microphone. I wonder whether he's going to give us a stat about England being bowled out in under 40 overs. I don't know, they were bowled out in 39.4 overs, but I've
got that on the boil, not the one I was going to do here. Just quickly on Will O'Rourke, I'd like to know what you make of him as a bowler, Finney. His average speed today, 88.2 miles an hour. In Lord's Test since 2011, only Mark Wood 3 times, Henrik Nortje twice and Mitchell Stark in one game have bowled quicker on average across an innings than O'Rourke today. Just the 2 wickets, but important ones early in the innings. Had an excellent start to his Test career, but has missed a lot of cricket recently. So another 2 good comebacks for New Zealand today.
Well, he was someone before this series I was really looking forward to watching bowl live, because he's not someone that I've crossed paths with, and he just looks impressive, doesn't he? It's a relatively uncomplicated action. He fully throws himself into it, and he hits the track hard. I like my bowlers who hit the track hard. And the ball that got root was, for me as a bowler who loved bowling at the pavilion end, the natural canter of his angle and his action is all back into the right-handed batters. But with a scrambled seam, he just got it to hold on the slope, and Root playing that line as if it was coming in, a tiny little feather. It was the perfect wicket for a 6'8" tall bowler from the pavilion end, and someone I was impressed watching him live, and not surprised that those pace stats are that high, because he fully threw himself into it.
O'Rourke 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 29. Smith 10.4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38. Jamieson 14 overs, no maidens, 5 for 62. And Henry, those 4 overs, 1 maiden and no wicket for 8. Harry Brook was England's leading scorer today with 56, so he's maintained his Test match average, which is around about that mark, although it was 56 for 3, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I thought of all the batters, he probably looked like the person who's changed his game the least, as a result of everything that's been spoken about, wasn't he? It felt like Harry Brook batting. He didn't come charging down the pitch as maybe in these kinds of conditions this time last year. Would he have sprinted down the pitch earlier in his innings? Maybe. But I didn't have a problem with the way that he played, and I think playing shots at the time that he did when he got out was dictated by the situation of the game and losing people around him.
Yeah, he was dropped by Conway on 8 at backward point, and he was dropped by Ravindra. I mean, astonishing catch. You'll see it on the highlights tonight.
You could have caught that one.
I'd been hugely disappointed if I dropped it. I'd have been disappointed if I dropped that one in my sleep.
It was a dolly.
And so would you. I mean, as a bowler, if someone had dropped that off your bowling, you'd have been crestfallen, wouldn't you?
You'd have been livid, yeah.
Livid.
You wouldn't have spoken to him for a few overs, probably.
So he was dropped by 45 by Ravindra on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Okay, I mean, it did have to travel a long way, but I mean, you barely would even do that sort of catch in practice, really. It was almost too easy. Anyway, Ravindra put it down on 45, and then Brook was playing a few shots towards the end with wickets running out. It was caught at fine leg by Jameson off Smith for 56. That was 113 for 8. So Duckett 19, Gay 8, Bethel 6. Victor making the point that he missed that ball from O'Rourke by quite a long way. Root 1, he was LBW to O'Rourke. Root 1, Finney's described that wicket. Brook caught on fine leg boundary 56. Smith, I mean, one thing we've observed with Jamie Smith is he plays lots of shots. Of course, today he played no shot. It's sort of
nipped back though, didn't it?
I know. It's just kind of, I don't know.
And it didn't clip off stump; it thudded off stump.
Yeah, I know. It's just perverse, isn't it? That he's a player that's played so many shots, been caught in the deep. You think of Adelaide. I remember just sitting next to Alex, and he played 3 tremendous shots off Stark. And Alex said, just be careful, little one. I can remember us saying it. And then next ball, hoiked it out towards mid-on and was caught by Cummins, and that was just about it then. That was the Ashes gone.
Well, I think an observation about guys like Smith, who came into international cricket, flew for their first little while, and then the Ashes it can be a chastening moment for you as a player and make you question and just doubt. It might be the first time in his career that he's just got something on his shoulder that's saying, should you be a bit more watchful? Should you be more careful? Well, then you don't fully commit to what you're doing.
It's noticeable. I mean, I watched a bit of him at Surrey, either live or on the streams, and he has been far more circumspect. Going at number 3, he's not batted 3 all season because he had the gloves and he dropped down the order a little bit. Batted 5, for example, but actually started the season really well. And just of late, he's tailed off. He's had a few low scores coming into this match as well. So I don't know whether that knocks your confidence back a bit.
It definitely would. You want to be coming into this having scored loads of runs, but because the way that the blast has fallen as well for the last 2 weeks, no one's played first-class cricket for a couple of weeks, have they? So, there's a lot of things that have gone against and counted against England, but this is a great opportunity for them to realign here and make some inroads.
Yeah, and Stokes, just to finish off, was brilliantly caught by Williamson at slip for 12. Atkinson LBW to Jameson for 4. Robinson was caught behind off inside edge of Jameson for 1, and then Bashir caught by Williamson at slip off Smith for 14. Tongue 10 not out, 140 all out. They put on 22 for the last wicket, but well, an opportunity for England with the new ball, but also you feel a great opportunity for New Zealand to take hold of this test match. We've got in theory 2 hours cricket left tonight. It has felt like the longest day. I mean, the longest day officially is the 21st of June, but it felt like the 4th of June is the longest day today. I mean, longest day this year so far. So here we go then. Here's Atkinson to bowl the first ball, and he bowls to Latham, who's nearly off the mark there, turning it towards mid-on. It's picked up by Robinson coming in, and so they can't go through for a single.
I have some stats on England being bowled out in under 40 overs. That was the 8th time it's happened to England in their last 20 tests. That goes back to the Oval Test against Sri Lanka when England subsided in both innings, having already won the series. But 8 times in 20 tests, happened 3 times in the first 27 tests under Stokes and McCullum.
Atkinson, that pitter-patter run from the pavilion end, bowls. Latham does get off the mark this time, damming it away into the offside. That's good running. Push and run there. So New Zealand are underway. It was Emilio Gay picking up the ball for the first time in Test cricket, coming in from square cover. So 1 for no wicket.
So to put that in context, so 8 times in 20 tests. In the 21st century, up to the start of Bazball, it happened 17 times in 284 games, about once every 16 matches. It's happened once every 2.5 matches over the last couple of years. They went for 55 years, from 1921 to 1976, without once being bowled out in under 40 overs. So it's an unwelcome new trend.
Yeah, right, I think so. Let me take a stab at the game in which they were bowled out eventually in that sequence in under 40 overs. I reckon it was Old Trafford's second innings against West Indies. That's my guess. Here's Atkinson bowling to Conway, drives, and a good stop by Atkinson, diving away to his right-hand side. And they can't get a run. Pushed out towards cover. Correct or incorrect?
It was the first innings, actually.
First innings.
Yeah,
sorry, first innings.
Second innings of the match. West Indies 211, England 71.
Yeah.
West Indies made over 400. England was skittled also in the second innings, but in slightly.
It was
in more overs.
I think it was the second innings when Close and Edwards.
That's right. Yeah. And the first innings, that very famous photograph of Derek Underwood getting that short ball with both feet off the ground. From memory, anyway. 1 for no wicket, New Zealand, in reply to 140. Atkinson bowls. A one-handed, loose, thick-edged drive there from Conway. And Gay's after it. Good piece of fielding. Sends in the return by the Bales. They get through for a single. Conway was thinking about coming back for 2 there, as that slid away into the offside. Down towards the main stand. 2 for no wicket.
So that was the first time in 55 years, 1976.
They were bowled out in under 40 overs in that first innings.
Wow. They're quite damning stats, those, aren't they? I mean, I think Zaltsman's hit the target, bullseye.
What with that stat?
Yeah.
8th time in 20 tests they've been bowled out in under 40 overs. Atkinson bowls, guided away by Latham down into the gully, and there's no run. Today, I think a few more mitigating circumstances than in perhaps those other 8 occasions or 7 occasions. But even so,
we've looked at all the dismissals, and there's several that we've said, well, that was a good piece of bowling, etc. This England side are very fragile when the ball moves a bit. Yeah. They're better, actually, when it moves a lot, as was the case in Melbourne.
Atkinson to Latham. Latham is half forward there, guiding that away towards Gay at point, and there is no run. It's the end of the first over. Safely negotiated. 2 for no wicket. Latham has 1 and Conway has 1.
I mean, you were there, but my impression, it was doing so much at Melbourne that you were justified in just going hell for leather, and that kind of suited England.
Certainly in that second innings, you knew that England were going to come out hard at Australia. They were chasing about 170 from memory, something like that, 150, 170, and you knew that you actually said
the only way you felt they could win is to go
hard and be 40 for no wicket off 5 overs or something like that, which is pretty close to what they came up with. And they lost 6 wickets in the end, but I think 2 or 3 of those were right at the end. I mean, it actually, in a way, if you're being slightly critical, you think they could have won that match by sort of 7 wickets, something like that, 6-7 wickets, and it had a more sort of emphatic feel to it. But you know, it was a win after many Test matches in Australia without one.
Well, here's Ollie Robinson back. He's back. He's been out of favour. I'm just trying to think for how long is it? Nearly 2 years now?
His last Test match was in Ranchi on that England tour of India.
So it's over 2 years. It was the 23-24 winter.
He made his debut here against New Zealand in that... Was that the match where England blocked out on the final day? It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
First Test, right. 2 Tests.
So that's Joe Root territory. Joe
Root's last home summer as captain.
So Robinson's got 3 slips and a gully to bowl with, and he's also got a leg slip as well. He's bowling to Devon Conway, and it's a thick inside edge there, Conway, as he comes forward, looking to push that away into the offside, goes out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Devon Conway also made his debut in that
game. Double 100, didn't he?
200, exactly. But run out, I think, in the end.
So the weather, we were talking about conditions at Lords. The lights are on, but I don't think we necessarily need them at the moment.
No.
There's some blue sky around. There's also some 1 or 2 dark clouds around. Away to our right-hand side, it might even be, just though it might even be raining way to the right of the grandstand. Robinson bowls, and Conway's right forward there, getting that bat out again, the thickish inside edge on that defensive shot. Runs away into the onside.
Well, he's already seen something, Stokes. He's in his proactive mood, and Stokes has brought himself over from the offside to the leg, and he's going to put a bat pad in. Not for the fend, but he's seen Conway prop forward, maybe a little inside edge, bobble onto the pad. It's a balance for the bowling side. They know they haven't got enough runs to play with. But how ambitious, how attacking do you be with such a modest total? Well, he's very much attacking at the moment.
Yeah, so the short leg is in. He's not that close, but there's also a leg gully, probably more than the leg slip. Here's Robinson bowling. Struck on the pad, shout for LBW. This looks quite close, it's given. Umpire Tucker raising the finger. And England think they've struck here early on. It has been reviewed inevitably by Conway. It looked good from here, and it looked good obviously for Rod Tucker as well.
I mean, the player review for LBW.
The question will be if it's hitting leg stump or not. I don't think it's going over. It's pretty full. Hit him. It's a fullish length ball. Here we go. And well, it's hit him right in the middle of the pad.
So Nitin Menon is our third umpire.
Gap between bat and ball. Okay. Clear gap between bat and ball. Ball tracking, please.
It's looking quite encouraging for the bowler.
Here we go.
Just clipping leg stump, perhaps.
Pitching outside off, impact in line. Umpire's call. Thank you. I'll go back to Rod on field. Rod, you can stay with your decision. You're on screen now. You can signal out.
It's umpire's call. Conway frustrated with that decision. Or body language suggests that he's frustrated. Feel, well, it's just clipping the leg stump. Should be given the benefit of the doubt. That's my reading of his body language. Anyway, he's looking to play that down the hill towards deep mid-wicket. Robinson is back with a wicket in his first over.
Well, he's been bang on target. His first 2 balls were on a length. That one, well, Conway is looking exasperated, but the fact is you are gambling if you're playing that so square on the leg side. It's an umpire's call. It's just clipping that leg stump, and it's a wicket for Robinson on his way back. And Robinson's having a word with umpire Tucker saying, well, you got that one right, ump.
Yeah, well, it was a marginal one. It went in England's favour. So Conway is out for one. It's 2 for 1. Kane Williamson is out there for New Zealand. We've had 11 wickets in the day. And we have not even had half a day's cricket yet in terms of overs. Here's Jonathan.
Yeah, brave decision that. Round the wicket, left-hander down the slope. Just grazing.
I mean,
I think as a batsman, you do feel a bit aggrieved about that.
Well, yeah, but you're not a batsman, so you're not too bothered. And had we been playing in 1984, most umpires, but not one or two, we know, dear old Ray and one or two others, would have given that not out, because there was always this perception, if you come round the wicket, it's practically impossible to get a left-hander out, because it's either pitching out or...
But also they were more fearful of giving a leg side LB, weren't they, than they are now. Anyway, Robinson is back and he's bowling to Kane Williamson. It's 2 for 1 as he runs away now and bowls the right-handed Williamson, and he beats him outside the off stump, and the crowd are on it now. Lovely to hear that atmosphere at Lord's.
Well, so is Robinson. I mean, this is his first over back, and he's been bang on target 4 out of 4. It's not far off that outside edge there.
Fraction.
But a very good length, a searching line.
Well, there's 3 slips to the gully. Stokes right on the attack here. Leg slip. There's a forward short leg as well. Still an issue with somebody behind the arm down here. There was a cameraman that they're trying to move, who actually, to be fair, was rather standing his ground early on. But maybe now Rod Tucker's having another word, saying, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go. And Ollie Robinson, more delicately perhaps, is just saying, go on, off you go. But he was quite determined not to move the chap with a tripod and a camera. But I think now probably, with play held up, he's going to have to go a little bit wider. 2 for 1. Williamson, wonderful servant for New Zealand over the years. Waits now for Robinson, running away, bowling, and there's an inside edge. It pops up to the leg side. He's caught at short leg. And Robinson has 2 wickets in his first over for England for 2 years. Just popping up into the leg side.
Caught by Gay. Yes. He's in the game now.
It's always the newcomer who's stuffed in there at short leg. It popped up into the leg side. He took it well, actually. He had some ground to make up.
It did balloon. He had to catch it. I mean, it was gone very high.
Inside edge into pad. It's a classic short leg dismissal. We often talk about the man there, and there you are. That's what can happen. There's 2 wickets for Ollie Robinson. It's a dream return for him. And look, all these wickets are tumbling. 2 for 2.
Well,
suddenly England's 140 looks rather good.
This was a championship match. They'd probably be fined 12 points.
Well, we've only had 11 balls. And it's 2 for 2.
Yeah, we've had 12 wickets though in the game in 40 overs. But that is, I mean, it's terrific bowling insofar as he's bang on target every single ball, and he hits the seam and it's just jagged back slightly, I guess. Taken the inside edge, a big nick onto that front pad, and up it goes. You don't often see a forward short leg actually for that nowadays.
Not enough.
You used to have one quite a lot, I expect.
Always.
If you could find someone brave enough to go there. Still, that's the end of of Williamson. I mean, it's a huge wicket. It's a bit like getting root cheaply.
Absolutely. Rachin Ravindra, who rather announced himself in the World Cup against England, the ill-fated World Cup in India. Terrific player. Really is stylish left-handed batsman.
And he's got a terrific Test record, actually. Just
averaging
under
50, 22 games, 500s. A twiddle of the bat. He looks very nonchalantly around the field.
What a start for Robinson. It's Botham-esque.
Yeah.
He's bringing up his long leg. Where's he coming in? Coming into a sort of second leg gully. We've got a leg slip, a leg gully, forward short leg. That's the leg side. 3 slips and a gully.
Well, having never seen a short leg, or have not seen one for years, he's only got 3, basically.
I don't think he wants to bounce him here.
So, Robinson again, urged on by the crowd. Round the wicket he goes and bowls. He's hit on the pad. Bill Fleck before wicket. He's out! Well, 3 wickets in the over.
He's now wondering whether to review it. But he's been given by Rod Tucker, who...
3 wickets in the over. Robinson's on a hat-trick, but he comes back at the other end. They're going to review it. Wow, what a start. New Zealand are 2 for 3.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
This, I must say, it looked good to me from here. It was just leaning forward. Was he struck outside the line of off stump, I wonder? Let's have a look. Doesn't look like it.
It's back pad, isn't
it's back pad. That's out.
Looks like a gap between bat and ball. Can we have a trash, please?
It's just above the knee roll, but he's right back on his crease, or is on the popping crease. It's a question only
if bat and ball tracking, please.
Let's have a look at ball tracking.
If it goes over the top, that's the only.
Here we go. Red.
Off, impact in 9.
Umpire's call again. Oh.
Thank you. I'll go back to rod on field.
Umpire's call, the second for leg side. Up goes the finger. But he's out. There's going to be some muttering in that New Zealand dressing room. That's 2 umpires' calls
from the Aussie.
Yeah, it's probably a good job we're not playing Australia.
Well, are there any more balls? No, we can have a break now. It's the end of his over. I think you should read out Robinson's bowling figures.
1 over, 1 maiden, 3 for naught.
I mean, is that unprecedented?
I'm just looking that up. I'm not sure it's unprecedented.
It happened at least a minute ago.
There was an icon, Zoiser of Sri Lanka. I think didn't he begin a test match with a hat-trick?
He might well have done.
I'll see if I can get that out.
Okay.
It's the third time where we have fourth time where we have ball by ball information that a bowler has started a test innings with an opening bowler with 3 wickets in his first over. Zoiser for Sri Lanka against Zimbabwe in 1999. That was, I think, a hat-trick. Irfan Pathan against Pakistan for India 2006 in Karachi. Mitchell Stark against West Indies last year when Australia bowled West Indies out for 27. That was the second innings. And Ollie Robinson today. So that's opening bowlers in their sort of opening over of an innings, taking 3 wickets. All of those were triple wicket maidens.
2 for 3 would apply to England's 140.
What can Captain Latham be thinks going on?
Well, it is extraordinary. Latham then gets to face again. Atkinson scuttling in for the far end bowls, and Latham, calm as you like, just lets that go through to wicket-keeper Smith, and we can breathe again. But 2 umpires call leg stump. You know what the atmosphere is going to be like in that dressing room. To get 1, people chunter and grumble, but to get 2 in a single over. But they're out. It's the way that the system is.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I like the way Tucker does it, because he doesn't raise his finger.
Atkinson bowls and Latham pushes into the offside, thinks about a single. But they've got Mitchell at the other end now. Had a great tour here last time in a losing cause, of course. Scored 3 centuries.
I was just saying about Tucker. It's not a sort of trigger. He pauses, doesn't he? He does, but you can see he's thinking, hang on, and up goes the finger.
Well, it's hard to test. It's been around a bit.
Yeah. It's brave.
Yeah. 2 for 3.
What can Robinson be feeling now? Gosh.
Here's Atkinson, comes in, bowls. It's pushed away into the offside. They take a quick single there. Well, the return of Ollie Robinson does mean the return of his father, who's always very good company in the evenings. I suspect he'll be fired up this evening. It's good company. 3 for 3. And now Mitchell comes down on strike. Yes, 300s in 3 defeats. The last time that New Zealand were here. But now we've got Lords really rocking. Atkinson prepares to come in and bowl. The first ball, Mitchell, right-handed, is over his bat. 3 slips gully, short leg slip. Atkinson scuttles in, bowls trim, he plays slightly across the pad. And the ball rolls away out to mid-on. And there's no run. Well, what a start. England bowled out for 140. And now New Zealand are 3 for 3. Good forecast tomorrow. Saturday doesn't look great.
Today hasn't looked great, but
no.
13 wickets have fallen.
Yeah. We've missed a couple of heavy showers too. Atkinson runs up, bowls, and Mitchell pulls him into the leg side. It's just been for one run, I think. No, they're coming back for the second. Rolls away down to a deep backward square leg. A couple of pigeons set off. 5 for 3. And, Mitchell off the mark with those 2 runs. So New Zealand 135 runs behind. Floodlights on. Blue sky beyond the pavilion. Rain to our right, but I think that's probably gone. Mitchell waits for Atkinson. It's the last ball of the over. Then we'll have Robinson's hat-trick ball. In comes Atkinson, bowls, a bit of bounce there. And Latham set off to run, but was denied. Umpire signals towards the pavilion for something, possibly a light meter. It's being brought out now by the 4th umpire.
Maybe, but it's nowhere near bad light, you would think. There's quite a lot of blue sky beyond the pavilion there.
But I think that's what umpire Holdstock is off.
Yeah. Well, they're looking ahead maybe, but I don't think they can go off just yet.
No. Well, the crowd expectant. Robinson is on a hat-trick. He's bowling to New Zealand's captain.
Oh, I don't know whether they're going to take the light, but I can't believe that it's anywhere near.
Well, you can see the shadows quite clearly at the feet of all of the players, and whatever it was is being handed over.
They're going to check it.
Tucker, I think they are. I think it is the light meter.
I can't believe if they...
They can't go off with him on a hat-trick.
They can.
Well, they can, but
the standard has been set. Rightly or wrongly, that's what's happened.
Yeah.
They're just checking the light.
Umpire Tucker has taken a reading down at his end, which is this end, Robinson's end. He's now trotting up the pitch and he's going to take a reading at the other.
The game's going to look stupid if they go off now.
And so the point is, when they go off for bad light once, that is the level that is set. The reading that goes then, they've decided they're not going to go. But that's how it works these days. It's entirely the umpire's decision. Once they've decided that a particular level of light on that particular ground, on that particular light meter is
like
right.
Viv Richards.
That's when they go off.
Yeah.
Happily, that's not the case here. Robinson is on a hat-trick. 3 slips a gully. There's those 3 fielders again in the leg side. Leg slip, backward short leg, forward short leg. It's a hat-trick ball. Latham, the left-hander, is on strike. And Robinson sets off round the wicket. He moves in, he bowls trim, he lets it go outside the off stump. Wasn't a bad ball, to be fair. But Latham, vastly experienced, very calm. Just takes the bat out of the way, lets it go through. And Robinson, well, he won't mind too much. He'll be happy with what he's got so far, which is figures of 3 for 0 from 7 balls.
I think, as Stuart Broad used to say, that's very pleasing.
Yes. One of those short legs has gone. He's now down on the boundary. Robinson runs in once again and bowls to Latham. Oh, there's some bounce again. Bounce and nibble off the seam, and that's a nasty, painful blow around the thigh for Tom Latham. No sympathy shown by England's fielders, of course. And this goes for a walk into the leg side to compose himself, but Robinson's right on it here. This is where he was so good when he was, I'll say at his peak, but when he was at his most dangerous first time around, he was just like a metronome. Almost England's Glenn McGrath. On his way again round the wicket, bowls, and Latham gets one that just holds its own this time and beats the bat.
I mean, his control of length and line at the moment is just impeccable. And he's got such a pure action that he seems to hit that seam more often than not.
He is a beautiful bowler. And I remember back a couple of years ago saying he really is one of the most natural bowlers I've ever seen.
And the
wrist.
He's coming up at, this is just a reminder, he's coming up at about 79 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You don't have to be bowling 88
No, you don't.
To be effective.
And he goes again, kicking up his heels, and he moves in bowls, and Latham tries to get that away for a single, but can't beat a man there in the offside. 5 for 3 and applied to England's 140. Lights still burning down. We've got blue sky still. It hasn't quite reached us yet. I think the umpires will breathe a little easier when it does. but it's coming from the right direction behind the pavilion. They were worried by that storm that it has gone past. There's been some lightning flashes around North London. Robertson again, shoulders slightly hunched, moves in and bowls on the leg stump. That's flicked away, drops just short of Ben Stokes. That leg slip, almost deflecting a catch straight to England's captain. Landed just in front of him.
He's just slightly annoyed. I wish I'd been a yard closer.
Yeah, it's just, I don't often see people caught like that.
No, but it's off the face of the bat, and I mean, he only needed to be actually a couple feet closer.
Yeah,
just almost picked it up, just below half volley length. Not a chance, but
it's come a bit closer now. Look, crouching. Robinson on his way, moves in, bowls, and Latham on the front foot again, pushes and then wants a single, but it's not there. There's another maiden for Robinson.
I mean, what is impressive about this? Well, there's all sorts of things to be impressed by, but the fact that Robinson has got 3 for 3 in 1 over, but he's also gathered himself, so he hasn't got overexcited. He's bang on a length. You'd think after getting 3 wickets in 3, you'd lose your concentration a bit. You'd sort of be on such a high that you're straining too much or you're too excited, but he's been bang on a length in his second over, and he looks like he can get a wicket any ball at the moment at 79 miles an hour.
So another maiden, and New Zealand really battling here. 5 for 3, all 3 wickets falling to Ollie Robinson. Now it's Atkinson bowling to Mitchell. Mitchell defends from the crease. Atkinson picks the ball up, tosses it away to be shined. Five for 3. There'll be New Zealanders looking at the replays we're looking at. Cursing those 2 LBWs. Atkinson comes in, bowls, and Mitchell on the back foot steers that away through backward point. Might go for 4. Fielder should cut that off 5 yards inside the boundary with the grandstand behind. 7 for 3. Daryl Mitchell goes to 6. 4 in fact. Latham 2. And New Zealand 133 runs behind England.
That's a little more on Ollie Robinson's achievement, having 3 for 0. Which is not something many bowlers have ever had in Test history. Come to after this ball.
Mitchell waits, bat raised. Atkinson comes in, bowls to him, and that thumps into the pad. Picked up by Gay at short leg.
And this is for where we have ball-by-ball data, but that covers over 90% of the tests ever played in the CricViz database. Only the 23rd time in Test history a bowler's had 3 for 0 at any point in an inning, so not just opening bowlers. The last England bowler to have 3 for 0. Who do you reckon, Agus?
Fred Truman.
No, he is on the list, but that was in 1952.
Right.
He's playing in this game.
Stokes.
Ben Stokes, is it?
It's Joe Root.
Joe Root.
Oh, of course. Atkinson flicked away into the leg side in India, that bizarre game where he got 5 for 8, or it was. Yeah. Yes.
Before that, Devon Malcolm, when he took 9 for 57 against South Africa at the Oval.
You have 3 for 0 there.
And before that, you'll enjoy this, Agus, Ken Higgs against Pakistan, one of your heroes, I know.
Yes.
1967.
Old coach.
And at Lord's, the last bowler to have 3 for 0 on this ground was 1982. Were you playing in that game, Vic?
Not in a Test match here, no, I don't think. No. And it wasn't an Englishman, I don't think.
Atkinson. Oh, that's coming away just wide of short leg. Mitchell goes up for a single to the far
Is
end.
that Pakistan?
It was.
And it wasn't Imran? Or was it?
No, it wasn't.
Safraz?
Slower, no.
Wasn't Nick?
Mudassar Nazar?
Mudassar Nazar, his 6 for 32 blitz trundle. He had 3 for 0. Other than that, at Lord's, only Jim Laker against New Zealand in 1958 and Kent leg spinner Titch Freeman for Canada against West Indies in 1928. So Ollie Robinson, only the fourth bowler in the 150 Test history of Lords to have 3 for naught.
Well, there are some figures, aren't they? 3 for naught. And they've still got 3 for naught. It's 8 for 3. Latham's going to face the last ball of Atkinson's over. Here he comes now, past the umpire bowls. He lets it go by outside the off stump in true opener's style. The end of the over, wow, what drama. 8 for 3 for New Zealand, 132 runs behind. Latham 2, Mitchell 4. Ollie Robinson can't wait to stride up to the crease again and peel his sweater off and have another go. Victor, thoughts from you, and then Ali Mitchell's coming here.
Yes, well, we know who's going to bowl this over. I mean, he's looking, unsurprisingly, quite relaxed, Ollie Robinson. He's not rushing. He's got a terrific rhythm. They've just shown on the television a quick reel of his deliveries, and the length is almost identical. Just full of a good length. And he's obviously just getting that little bit of movement one way or the other. He doesn't probably quite know which way it might be, nor do the batsman. There's still umpires fiddling around with light meters. Certainly England don't want to disappear anywhere. And there's so much blue sky that we can see. It's amazing that they're doing it.
Oh, all it will take, Vic, isn't it? It's just a couple of these clouds to part a little bit more, and it'll be bright sunlight, because the sun is still high in the sky, even though the floodlights are still on. Right, here is Robinson again. 3 slips, 2 gullies, a leg slip. He's in, forward, beats the bat again. Mitchell past the inside edge, and through it goes to the keeper once again.
I mean, you're watching Atkinson and Robinson, and you think that Robinson must be bowling faster, whatever. In fact, he's 10 miles an hour slower than Atkinson, more or less. And they can't lay a bat on him.
It's the control, he's got the skills.
Control and just hitting that length and also hitting the seam. New ball. Not wasted a delivery yet. Here's Tuffers.
That's why what we're seeing, Robinson has been banging the door down in terms of the wickets he's been picking up for Sussex. Forward comes Mitchell, quick single being taken, shot, the stumps is missing. Well, Robinson's got his hands on his head. The throw was to the striker's end. It was the arm of Ben Stokes. He wasn't able to hit, and it was Latham running to that end. So there's an awful lot of, there'll be nerves amongst the batters when you've seen so many wickets fall so quickly. He was well forward outside of his crease, just a drop towards the backward point region. Stokes dashed forward from gully, and he's tumbled as he threw.
Not even in the frame.
Missed by several inches.
Yeah, a few jitters for the New Zealanders after this incredible opening spell from Ollie Robinson. He just hasn't missed a line or a length.
Short leg in place here. Robinson in again. Defence from Latham. He comes forward. Robinson picks up in his opening over. Yeah, Robinson, 3 wickets in his first over back in 2 years.
What dreams are made of.
Including 2 in 2. And the fire in his belly has got the crowd behind England now, after they would have been disappointed and deflated by the batting effort. New Zealand bowling beautifully. Carl Jamieson's effort with the ball to take 5 for 62. Another bowler who's come back, his first Test match in 2 years as well after injury. Different story here to Robinson, who had some injury or fitness troubles forward. Calms Latham, but England didn't want to pick him. He's gone back to Sussex. He's got the captaincy, that added responsibility that he's taken on board and grown with. And New Zealand reduced currently 9 for 3. He had them 2 for 3, 2 runs for 3 wickets after his first 6 deliveries.
Well, I mean, would it be fair that he's sort of been made to sit on the naughty step for a couple of years? I mean, he's got a fantastic record, got a fantastic bowling record here at Lords.
Yeah.
And what a way to say, right, this is what you've been missing.
He races in again. Around the wicket here to the left-hander, beaten again, just a little extra lift that time, a full delivery.
Perfect.
Through to the keeper.
Perfect pitch for him.
Well, he would have been watching what the New Zealand bowlers were doing as well and thinking, sure, I wouldn't mind having a go on this.
Yes, but then you've still got to sort of keep yourself under control. He would have sure been having a little look, going, oh, hello, this is doing a little bit. This could be right up my strauser.
Yep.
And it is, but you've still got to stop yourself from racing away and keep yourself composed and put it in the right areas, and that's what he's done. That's what he's in the side for. A tone setter at the top.
The wind is rippling through his white shirt now as he approaches the crease. In goes bowling, full, angled away towards point. Forward comes Gully. Underarm throw back as they take a single. So into double figures, New Zealand, but for the loss of 3 wickets. Conway for 1. LBW to Robinson. He reviewed it. The review showed the ball was coming back down the slope, clipping leg. Conway hugely disappointed. Kane Williamson then was caught by Emilio Gay at short leg, inside edge onto the pad. The ball ballooned up. Gay came diving forward, took the catch. He was out for a 2-ball duck, Williamson. And the very next ball, Rachin Ravindra, LBW again to Robinson. He also reviewed it. Rod Tucker, for the second time, had given out LBW, and it stayed out.
Might want to buy him a pint, Rod Tucker, because they were just clipping, weren't they? Top of leg stump, just shaving leg stump, but they're out.
The end of the over from Robinson, 10 for 3. Atkinson, Latham here is pulled out, so Atkinson will have to go again. So much has happened today, Tuffers, hasn't it? We'll remind everyone exactly of what has gone on if you're just tuning in at, what are we now, approaching 6:10 in the evening. The highlights, you can watch everything back in one neatly packaged story from 7 p.m. on BBC iPlayer and on BBC Two. Atkinson rushes in around the wicket, a little clip into the leg side, into the ground. Jamie Smith, the keeper, moves across to his right to pick up as a single's taken.
They're going to have to cram them in, because a lot has been going on.
A lot of wickets.
Yeah, a lot of wickets.
Harry Brook was the top scorer for England with 56.
Dropped
he was
three times.
He had a few live.
Oh, twice, was it?
Twice, yeah, dropped by Devon Conway. That was at, Gully region, wasn't it? He took it with his hands pointing to the sky, went straight to him, about head height. And then second was at deep square, Rachin Ravindra, in the deep. How that was dropped.
Bad first day of Test cricket at Lord's for Ravindra. Magnificent player.
Yeah, followed up with
a golden duck.
Yeah, got catch and a goldie. I mean, New Zealand began strongly, reduced England to 33 for 3 and then 34 for 4. Top 4 all gone cheaply. Atkinson in, and Mitchell's forward, takes a quick single here towards point with Gully and cover. They'll have to converge to pick up.
He'll get stuck in though, won't he, Mitchell? What, 3 Test hundreds in 3 games last
time?
Yeah. Great series, didn't he?
His returns have fallen off quite significantly since then. But that series, he was fantastic. Blundell got a lot of runs. I think there was that weird summer where the ball did quite a lot in the first 25 or 30 overs and then got sort of soft and featureless. Just on the bowler's speed, Ollie Robinson averaging pretty much dead on 80 miles an hour. The slowest of the 6 bowlers used today. Gus Atkinson up at 88, so pretty the high end of his pace range.
Atkinson in around the wickets, wide outside the off stump, left alone by Latham.
And it was looking at Ollie Robinson's sort of data for the first phase of his career, and there's a lot of talk about he's more effective when he's bowling sort of 82, 83 miles an hour, but actually his average for all his deliveries under 80 miles an hour was around about 16, and for over 80 miles an hour was up in the mid-20s. So I don't know quite what you can read into that, but as we're saying, speed is not everything.
That's the control, it's your skills, isn't it? What you can do with that ball, the grip, the wobble, the movement. Atkinson in again, tighter now, bat and pad together, they're appealing for LBW, finger goes up again. Atkinson has one this time, and Latham, he's reviewed straight away.
Little nick on it, perhaps. Usually when the batter goes straight away like that.
For umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original is in the out. I've checked the field, it's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
Well, that's the voice of Nitin Menon, the third umpire. It's Adrian Holdstock on field who's given this one out. Not sure whether Atkinson's going to have the same fortune as Robinson at the other end, but the ball's come in from that angle. Certainly missed the bat.
Can we have ultra edge, please?
Well, that gives a different perspective on it, doesn't it?
Thumps into the knee roll. That's tight.
Big wing, please.
Well, he's got his front foot.
Okay, gap between bat and ball. Okay, no bat involved. Ball
across
tracking,
the
please.
stumps. This could well be out, Tuffers. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitch is outside.
Pitching outside of impact in 9. Wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Adrian on field.
Hitting middle and leg.
Stay with your decision.
Oh, England have got another, and Atkinson's opened his account.
Yeah.
He's back. Yep, he's had his hamstring injuries, hasn't he? Been playing Sydney, and he's come back here into the Test arena, and he joins Ollie Robinson in the wicket-taking stakes. 12 for 4. Now Latham gone for 3.
Yeah, and England absolutely making this ball talk. They really are. Joins the party now, Atkinson, just getting that one to nip back up the hill. Thumps into the knee roll. thought there might have been a little tickle on it because Latham perhaps, he called for the review straight away, but he was nowhere near it. Perhaps he was thinking, well, crikey, I've got to try and stop this rock. England are all over us. There you go, look, Brendan McCullum on the walkie-talkie. He's that excited.
Two New Zealanders on the England balcony there. You've got Brendan McCullum and alongside him, Tim Salvey, the New Zealand bowler, who I'm sure would have enjoyed bowling on this sort of pitch as well. But yes, it's intriguing, isn't it, the way international cricket works these days, and such cross-pollination of nations and dressing rooms.
I think they won't mind looking at that, those two Kiwis, because they've got the Lions on their shirt.
Exactly.
And they've come out and delivered. You can get carried away. It's a bit like a spinning pitch. Oh, it's all spinning. Come on, Phil, over you go. Or a spinner. Sometimes you've just got to hold yourself back and just go back to the process, line and length. And they didn't do it in Australia, did they? Let them get away to starts too often. But today, they've been right on it.
And they saw New Zealand make the most of helpful conditions. The light, has not been great all day. It's come and gone, hasn't it? Every now and again, bright sunshine, but then cloud, and then murkiness, and then there's been sprinkles of rain as well. Got to still execute your skills. And at the moment, Atkinson and Robinson as an opening partnership are doing just that.
How long have we got left?
Well, we've still got an hour and 20 minutes of play this evening. Play until 7:30.
Yeah.
All right, 7:30.
I don't think it's going to get dark. I mean, we've had some beautiful evenings, haven't we? About 8 o'clock. The lights are on. I tell you, some in England, in a real sniff, they'll be thinking we could roll them out here.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they continue in the way they're going, 4 wickets inside the first 7 overs.
Yeah.
I mean, what has happened to Test cricket, Tuffers?
I don't know.
Atkinson moves in. The new batter is Blundell, and he's up on his toes and then deflects it into the ground towards Gully. So Blundell alongside.
Well,
Daryl Mitchell, 12 for 4.
Yeah, I mean,
in reply to England's 140.
I mean, it's done a bit. It's nipped around a little bit, but you're allowed to do that with a new ball in your hand. I mean, I don't know, is it the technique? Is it people not quite, getting forward enough? Or, it's not the first time the ball's seamed in a game of cricket, Ali.
No. But our batters getting enough practice at being out in the middle for long periods.
There you go.
Atkinson rushes in again. Quick drop into the offside, or there could be a run-out chance here. Picking up through the stumps. Well, he's hit at Atkinson. Now, I think Blundell got back okay. But he was looking to take a single that just was not there. And in his follow-through, Atkinson was alive to it. And in one hand, tossed the ball back towards the stumps, flung it back.
Yeah, a little reverse flick there. It's a great bit of fielding. Just as well he was on his toes, Blundell, he would have been gone. There's the jitters. It's the jitters.
Scrambled minds.
Yes, you just want to get this lovely bit of fielding.
Yeah, slid his bat back just in time.
Yeah.
So another over goes by. Wicket-taking one for Gus Atkinson, and Ollie Robinson to continue.
Well, why not?
So,
get the ball out of his hand.
3 for 2 so far for him. 3 wickets for just 2 runs.
Inexpensive.
Want to give away too many more here, does he?
Let's get a little more on trying to put this New Zealand start in some sort of historical context. 12 for 4. That's the joint second lowest score New Zealand have ever had at the fall of their 4th wicket. They were 7 for 4 against South Africa in Centurion in 2016. And on this ground, 4 years ago, they were 12 for 4 on day. They batted first on that occasion. 12 for 4, ended up 132 all out. Similar start to a game, both sides skittled in the first innings 4 years ago, the first test of the Stokes-McCullum era.
Here is Robinson. In again then to Mitchell, 3 slips the gully, a leg slip, he swings this one away and up the slope for 4, behind square. Just sat up enough and pulls it around the corner. A welcome boundary for New Zealand.
Well, that's the first shortish delivery, or first badish ball. I mean, it wasn't that short, but a great shot from Mitchell. That's the first bad ball he's bowled in 3 or 4 overs. Yeah, a little bit short.
We want to just get back right on the money, get those balls fizzing through, passing the edge, taking the edge even. Short leg bobs down. Mitchell with a slightly open stance, and Robinson's pulled out that time, leap at the crease and then didn't release the ball. Whether he lost his footing or something in the footmarks there at the crease.
And so sort of continuing that stat in terms of England's best starts to an innings with the ball, that 12 for 4 they've had in consecutive Lord's Test against New Zealand. Only once this millennium have they had a better start. That's when they had India 8 for 4 at Old Trafford in 2014. And this is the joint competition after this ball.
Yep, Robinson moves in, bowls outside the off stump, beats the bat again. He pushed forward defensively, did Mitchell, through to the keeper.
It's the joint second lowest score that England have had when they've taken their opponent's fourth wicket since the 1950s. Out Australia 10 for 4 at the Oval in the final test of 1956 in the fourth innings. Since then 12 for 4 South Africa at Headingley in 1998, 8 for 4 India at Old Trafford in 2014, and now these two 12 for 4s for New Zealand here at Lord's.
And Ollie Robinson's test debut was in that 2021 match against New Zealand. In he goes again, tighter, and then moves away a fraction to go through to the keeper.
The 12 4s in the 2022 match, they played New Zealand in consecutive
years, yeah. He got a 7 on debut though, didn't he, in that 2021
4 and
match?
3, yeah.
Well, both he and Atkinson have fond memories of their test debuts. And at Lord's, Gus Atkinson with his 12-wicket haul. And the 100 he's got at this ground as well. He made his debut on what was James Anderson's farewell. So it's the same match. It was like the passing of the baton.
Yes.
See Atkinson bowl the way he didn't pick up that 10th and get on the honours board. Mitchell awaits. Robinson is in again, bowling fuller straighter, defending back up the pitch.
Clever that. You just sort of, you see little slight differences, and this is why I hope they play it in the highlights, and I'm sure they will. The first ball to Kane Williamson, he was straight, he came in close to the stumps, got that high action that he has, moved it away, beat him on the outside edge. If you watch during the highlights, second ball, the nip backer, which got the inside edge, called short leg, just moved slightly wider and just ran the sort of the back of his palm down in it and pushed it into Williamson. So little things that you just don't quite see all the time, but he's got all the skills.
And such subtlety with it as well.
Yeah.
Angling this one away, taking a single towards the point region. It's picked up and they get the one comfortably.
Don't you love it when a plan comes together as a bowler? You know, you think to yourself, well, I've just done that. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to run this one into him. Let's see what happens, and it comes off.
Deliveries to order. If you watch any fast bowler deliver a masterclass, you know, you just, I'm going to bowl this delivery, and then they do it, and then that delivery, and they do it. It's having a ball on the string.
Absolutely.
It's incredible to watch. And the exhilaration amongst the crowd when Robinson got those 3 wickets in his opening over back. Well, he would have felt the love then, I'm sure. He was absolutely pumped. His teammates were pumped with him. But New Zealand 17 for 4 in reply to England's 140. Their innings all out inside 40 overs. Robinson moves in, deflecting away, angled again. Thickish outside edge into the ground, out towards gully. Another over goes by then. No wicket this time for Robinson. The boundary pulled away by Mitchell. Blundell on 0 yet to score. Mitchell then on 11. 17 for 4. Daryl Mitchell's got England connections, you can say now. His father, John Mitchell, coach of the Red Roses, Rugby World Cup winning team for England.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I wonder if his dad's here, actually.
Wow.
But anyway, he'll have plenty of opportunity to catch up with family over the course of this tour.
Another sporting family.
Yep. And of course, England's women are trying to replicate what the Red Roses and the Lionesses have done with a trophy on home soil when their T20 World Cup gets going. They'll be here for the final at Lord's, what an occasion that will be. So we're having a change of bowling here. Mitchell's on strike and Josh Tongue comes into the attack.
So I've just got one more stat on
Yes.
that. Yes. Disastrous New Zealand's beginning has been...
Yeah, no, I was on the edge of my seat.
4 runs from their top 4. It's only the 7th time in men's test history that a team's top 4 have all batted, all been dismissed for a total of 4 runs or fewer.
Tuffers, I'm going to let you percolate with that.
Yes, change of bowling.
Mann is coming in as Josh Tongue is the new bowler.
Tongue bowls and forward goes Mitchell, pushes that up towards mid-off, and there is no run, or they might get an overthrow. Well, that's a bit careless from England. The throw came in from mid-off. Supposed to be Robinson there, and Smith leaping in the air, couldn't take it cleanly, went over his head, behind him, and Root had to run back and pick up, and a bonus run. Needs one more wicket, Josh Tongue, to get to his 50.
Only in 10
So it's
matches.
Atkinson who threw that. I mean, it really was the most careless cricket. Tongue has... I mean, he's been excellent when I've seen him bowl. Well, not just for England, but also in county cricket as well. He's bowled quickly. It's 18 for 4. He's bowling to Blundell, who's yet to score. And Tongue goes in now and bowls, and Blundell forces that away with an open face down towards deep third. They'll come back for a couple there. So he forces. So pushed it away.
No one at cover point. Big area on that offside. Got the leg slip and the short leg in. And that's, you know, I suppose if you want to poke it one through point, good luck. You might get an outside edge. Draw them forward.
So Blundell off the mark, and the sun is now with us. So you can put those light meters away, and in the distance, it looks as though we might get a solid hour of cricket here until 7:30, because A, the light lasts for a long time at this time of the year, and B, it looks as though it's going to be a clear evening. Tongue moves into bowl to Blundell. He gets a full ball, which he clips away into the onside, up towards mid-on, and there's no run. He was in good form in that Ireland Test match last week. Made a big 100.
Blundell.
Yeah,
good player, isn't he? Gets stuck in. Well, both of these have been the sort of engine room, haven't they, for New Zealand? Got plenty of runs for him.
Yeah, as a batter, I mean, Mitchell scored 300 in that last series, and it was on the end of a 3-0 defeat.
Oh, come on, lads, give us that.
Exactly. Slip Corden goes down, plenty of them there. Tongue bowls, Blundell defends, back to the bowler. Tongue picks up in his follow through, and there's no run. It must be, surely, Zalts, you talk about all the stats you come out with, it must be the first time in the history of Test cricket that 4 left-handed openers have been dismissed in one day's cricket. It's got to be. Just say it is.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? You don't often have 4 left-handed openers, but we do have that in this match, and they've all been dismissed in the same day, on the same day.
Oh, we got Alistair Cook, Strauss, both left-handers.
Here's Tongue bowling outside the off stump, nothing there from Blundell, but you had the opposition who got 2 left-handers to be dismissed on the same day as well. You reckon it's happened before?
I reckon there might be.
Well, you've got a long night ahead of you then, Zalts. As tough as wants to know.
A lot of lefties. There's a lot of lefties knocking.
There are more these days, aren't there?
But I'm going to go with you, Simon.
All 4 dismissed on the same day.
Your feelings are usually spot on.
3 slips a gully, a leg slip, a short leg. Josh Tongue bowling from the pavilion end. Goes in now to bowl to the right-handed Blundell. Oh, the ball goes past the outside edge. Blundell holds the pose of the defensive shot as if to say, well, look, I did my bit there.
Hasn't bounced, does it?
Must have been a good ball, that, because he seemed to cover his stumps well, and in that sense he did the job, didn't he? He covered the stumps with that forward push. Must have left him a bit. It just held its line. Anyway, it's the end of Tongue's over. 3 runs off that. His first over in the match. New Zealand 20 for 4 in reply to England's 140. So 160 for 14 in the day. It's back to Melbourne again, isn't it?
Well, it is a bit. I mean, it has done a little bit. I was just saying to Ali, though, but it doesn't necessarily mean that every time the ball does something, you get someone out. But you do have days like this. You know, they're bowling days, and these guys are representing their country because they're good bowlers. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it's flat, and the batsmen are all over you. So make the most of it.
We've got 2 slips and 2 gullies now. It's Daryl Mitchell. He's about to take the strike from Robinson. This time the batter pulls away. Robinson was about to deliver a previous over and didn't deliver.
The chatter, perhaps.
It might be. Sometimes as a batter, you're settling. You look up and the bowler's already there, don't you? Where did he come from? And you pull away.
Make sure you get ready earlier then. Well, enough with all that butter, so everything's got to be ready for them. You've got to be ready. When the bowler turns, you've got to be ready.
You know who the game belongs to.
Well, I don't
know that.
I know how silly of me.
How long have you been playing and watching for? Robinson bowls, and it's defended by Mitchell, dropping the ball onto the pitch, and Gay skips over from short leg to the offside to pick up.
That's a good point, actually. Hold on. Started playing for Middlesex in '85. So...
You're in your 41st year playing or watching.
So you've seen a few balls go down. That's for sure. Well, you can't be far away from that, can you?
Oh no, I'm much younger than you, Tom. you know, you talk about that, Tuffers. Here is Robinson going into bowl wide of the crease. Oh, beautiful delivery past the outside edge of Mitchell's bat. This morning I was on the tube and a young woman stood up to give me her seat.
No way!
I know.
No. What a kind young lady.
Well, that was one of the thoughts that went through my head. The other one was,
that's unfair.
Come on, no, really?
No. Did you decline?
No, she.
You took it.
Well, she kind of moved away quite a long way, so I felt obliged to sit. I almost wanted to beckon her back. Yeah, no, don't need the seat. No.
Oh no.
I know.
Well, I've got a story like that. I'll tell you after this ball about going to duty free in an airport.
20 before, Mitchell on 12. Waits for Robinson, he goes wide of the crease again, and Mitchell plays an extraordinary shot there. He almost seemed to give himself some room for a big wind-up and then completely mistimed it. I think he was trying to get to slap that through the offside, hit it back to the bowler, and there was no run.
I was going in there to buy some duty-free, whatever it was like that, and the chap behind the counter was looking at me like that. And just as I'm sort of getting out to show my boarding pass, the chap's gone to me, he said, "Has anyone ever told you you look like an old Phil Tufnell?" As I gave him my boarding pass, he went, "Oh no!"
I think you've trumped me with that.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. No, I think you have. What's happening here? The players are running off the field. Have we got? The game has just suddenly come to a standstill. There are about several England players running off the field. I presume drinks coming onto the field. I don't know what's going on.
Mitchell's bat is broken.
He's broken his bat, has he? Right.
He's gone for a big hack, broken his bat, so a few of the guys have decided to go to a leak.
And drinks are coming onto the field as well. They are taking a drinks break. So are we in the middle of an over? Yes, we are. We're right in the middle of an over. So they've decided because the bat's broken, therefore we need to bring another one out. We might as well just take the break now and have a drinks break, because we still have an hour and 3 minutes cricket left today on this longest of days.
Did everyone on the train start booing when you sat down? Ooh.
Well, that really would have rubbed it in, wouldn't it?
Let him have a seat. I haven't had one of them yet.
I don't know why. I mean, I can't.
You're a fit lad.
I can't think why that was. I don't know. Anyway.
Oh dear.
Anyway, well, it's very kind of her, but also a bit humiliating as well.
Not needed, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Right. So drinks. Quite a bit's happened today. Highlights at 7 o'clock tonight. The programme's been on air for half an hour before play ends, but that's the nature of those. I mean, that's where they get paid all the big bucks, isn't it, down the corridor, to put it all together in time.
Oh yes.
All the highlights.
Yeah.
And there are of course many ways to follow Test Match this summer. You can listen on your smart speaker if you aren't already doing so or haven't already cottoned on to that. To tune in, you just ask your smart speaker to play 5 Sports Extra, and then we appear. You can also send a message. Just say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to send a comment. Try to make it a kind one. And you can message us directly from your home to the Test Match Special Commentary Box if you do that.
Easy as that.
Easy as that, yeah. So, 20 before then. Blundell has 2. Mitchell has 12. We've had 9.3 overs. How many overs have we actually had today? We've only had just past the halfway mark of a sort of normal day's play. If you think of 45 overs being the halfway mark, we had 39.4 in that England innings. So we're not even sort of 50 overs for the day, 50 complete overs for the day yet. We had 14 wickets.
Big chunk of rain. It was quite a big chunk of rain.
Yeah. So we've had 2 breaks for rain today. One between 11:45 and 2:45, and then one a bit later than that, around about 4 o'clock-ish, that held us up for 3/4 an hour.
I was down there with Aggers for all.
I've seen the photograph, Tubbs. I don't know whether it's been posted on social media. All those England captains at Lords, and you're on the end there. You sneaked in. You couldn't resist it, could you? You're like the naughty boy at school. Those old school photographs. I think there was a way in the old days. I think this is possible. And a photographer better tell us, where you could appear at the one end of
yes, and then
run round the back and appear as it because it has to kind of sweep across. Of course, we are talking about 19th century photographs here.
Yes.
Whatever. So you could appear on the same photograph twice if you were clever. If you were that boy in school, and I reckon you were that boy.
Boy,
you were that boy, Tuffers.
Come and see me after school. You're in trouble again. There you go.
I've got another stat.
Oh, come on.
So today, the top fours of both sides, total 38 runs, 34 by England's top four, 4 by New Zealand's. In the entire history of Test cricket, in combined first innings, there's only been one worse performance by the top fours in the first innings of a Test.
Here's Robinson completing the over, going in to complete it. Bowls to Mitchell with his new bat. Oh, he's nearly run out. He turned it towards short leg. Gay shied at the stumps and missed them, and I think Mitchell wouldn't have got back. It was backed up at backward point, and he has escaped. Well, that's the second time we've nearly had a run out in this. In New Zealand, it was a superb piece of fielding from Gay. Would he have got back? Well, I mean, a tight one for the TV umpire. Anyway, he escapes in the sunshine. The sun's back on full beam now. 20 for 4.
I'll come to this stat after this ball. It's fairly extraordinary, I think.
Robinson's at the top of his mark. He's bowling from the nursery end. We've got 3 slips, a gully, a short leg, a leg slip. And Robinson goes in and bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell plays that calmly away into the offside towards cover, and there's no run.
The only other match where the top four over the first innings, both sides combined, had fewer than 38 runs was Australia-West Indies at the MCG in December 1981. 15 runs between the two sides' top fours on that occasion. Players involved included Desmond Haynes, Viv Richards, Alan Border and Greg Chappell in the top four, so some good players, although that did involve Colin Croft as night watchman. So if you exclude games with a night watchman, this is the worst in Test history by two teams' top fours in the first innings.
Wow. Robinson bowls to Mitchell. Oh, he's bowled him. He's let it go. The second player to do that today. And Robinson has got another one. And England are rampant here. 20 for 5. Mitchell has to drag himself away. Smith did it earlier, and Mitchell's misjudgment has cost him his wicket. He has gone for 12, and it's 15 wickets in the day, and we've still got plenty of time left. And let that one go, and it clipped the top of off stump. Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, evening everyone. Ollie Robinson has got it on a string, 4-4-7 now. And he's just bowling the perfect length, and the ball's skidding. It's kind of, so whatever length, you can probably mix your length up by a yard or so, and it's still skidding and hitting the stumps. That's why we've seen a few LBWs, and obviously now Darren Mitchell's left one that's just clipped the top of off stump. Glenn Phillips coming in at number 7. If there was ever a time, Simon, and I would say, and we've got to be very careful how we put this, because we've been criticising the Bazball method. If there was ever a time for Bazball, I think today was the day.
Just run down the pitch and have a hack? You know?
I just think there seems to have been always a ball with your name on it, and the only player really that's looked like causing a bit of damage has been Harry Brook, who had a bit of fortune, but it might flatten out, it might get better, but from what I've seen already, I think you've got to take a gamble as a bat, because there will be a ball with your name on it, not from ball one, but once you get in, like Darryl Mitchell there, he tried one big hack, didn't he? And I thought, oh yeah, maybe that's the way to go on this kind of pitch, but it's not been easy for batters. You know, we've seen it throughout the whole day. There's just been enough movement, and he says that skid, and that's kind of scud from the varying length seems to be obviously allowing the bowlers to miss the length by a yard or so, but it's still going on to hit the stumps.
Yeah. I mean, England were helped by 2 marginal LBWs at the start. I mean, they were both out, of course, because they were given out, and the technology confirmed it. Both umpires calls, one on leg stump, one straight, one for height. Right, here's Tongue going into bowl to Blundell. Blundell's forward, and he's just getting the bat down in time on that one. It was a pretty straight ball. He's only half forward. Played it away into the onside towards square leg, and there is no run. So 20 for 5. What have New Zealand got left in terms of them? I mean, Phillips is a genuine batter, isn't he? Coming in at
Nathan Smith.
Number 7. Smith he's an all-rounder, isn't he? Nathan Smith next. Jameson can bat a bit as well. And then we've got Henry, who's got this back problem, and then Will O'Rourke. Tongue moves into bowl. Bowls to Blundell. Blundell plays from the crease. Not much foot movement, guides it down into the gully.
It's a no ball.
It's a no ball. I just listened to an interview with Sonny Baker about no balls. He said he reckons he's only ever bowled 2 in his career. And one was a beamer, and the other one was a back foot. Oh, he's knocked the stumps.
Yeah.
He's knocked the bails off. And his leg as he followed through there. So one more to the total, 21 for 5. In the sunshine now at Lord's. Tongue rolls to Blundell, who guides this down into the gully again. It's picked up by Jacob Bethel. There is no run. Blundell 2, Phillips new to the crease. Is it 160 for 15 or 161 for 15 sort of pitch there? I mean,
well, I think it's been very tricky. You know, I think you can always tell from where the ball's going, and you know, you've seen 1 or 2 shots down the ground. I think Emilio Gay's probably played the shot of the day, the on drive, but it's very tricky for batting.
Tongue bowls, Blundell nibbles at that one, the ball outside the off stump, goes past the edge, through to Jamie Smith. England came out with ball in hand, needing a massive rescue job really, after making 114. Well, they got the chance of a first innings lead here. The forecast tomorrow is good. Whether that will have an effect on this surface, well, we'll find out, but it has been tricky today. It's been rain around. It's been rain around London the last couple of days after that roasting hot week last week. Tongue bowls, Blundell defends again without much foot movement, just playing very calmly. Those exaggerated movements, allowing the ball to come to him. Drops it onto the pitch. Bethel steps forward from the gully to pick up. The crowd, well, most of them staying on. Not everyone stays on, I think, at this time of the day. But why wouldn't you? With what's happened in this post-tea session, England picking up 5 wickets and 4 of them to Robinson.
Well, the forecast yesterday that I saw, I didn't have us playing as much as we have done today.
Back with Josh Tongue, bowls to Blundell. Blundell gets a ball outside the off stump, which seems to fly through, a bit shorter from Tongue, admittedly. And Blundell getting everything out of the way of that as it smacked into the gloves of Jamie Smith, England's wicket-keeper. So Conway LBW for 1, Latham LBW to Atkinson for 3, Williamson caught at short leg by Gay off Robinson for 0, Ravindra LBW Robinson for 0, Mitchell leaving the ball, bowled by Robinson for 12, 2 for 3, 12 for 4, 20 for 5. Josh Tongue looking to join in the wicket-taking action. Bowls to Blundell, good Yorker, dug out really well by Blundell, well played, good ball from Tongue, who's the quickest of England's bowlers, and that was 91 miles an hour. According to the speed gun. It's the end of Tongue's over, so 2 overs for 4 from him. Blundell 2, Phillips yet to score. New Zealand are 21 for 5 in reply to 140. Is it Isha next? It is. Michael.
Yeah, and Ollie Robinson's just 1 away from getting on the honours board. He's had a 4 for 75 here just a few years ago. And he's 4 for 7 off 5 overs. He's just hit the perfect lengths. I thought the move from the first over, actually, when he got his first wicket, Devon Conway, the move from Ben Stokes to put the short leg in, that made a big difference. Then he obviously had Kane Williamson caught in that position, Emilio Gay with his first grab in Test cricket, and he's been a threat in that zone, Emilio Gay.
New Zealand under tremendous pressure as Glenn Phillips pops this one up into the air off the bowling of Robinson, and falls just to the left of Emilio Gay. There was interest there, but what a day of Test cricket we have had. 15 wickets in the day, bearing in mind that we've had a couple of rain breaks as well. Just 39.4 overs bowled for England's 140, and New Zealand sit here 21 for 5 inside the 12th over. Better watch the highlights at 7 o'clock, BBC 2, and on the iPlayer. Phillips sets up, Robinson bowls, pushes at the ball to the offside, good lead delivery, no run is taken. 4 for 7 into the 6th over. Ollie Robinson, what a comeback for him.
Yeah, I mean, New Zealand so far, I've seen one shot from Darryl Mitchell where he kind of opened up the front side to try and launch it, but they haven't really tried anything. The leg slip's now going back down on the boundary to fine leg. So 3 slips in the gully, a short leg, fine leg quite wide on the boundary, mid-on, mid-off, backward point just behind. They haven't really tried anything. They haven't tried to dance down, they haven't tried to kind of put him off his length.
Phillips forwards and working that ball to mid-wicket. He's off the mark for a single. 2 very counter-attacking styles of player in Tom Blundell and Glenn Phillips. But in a situation like this, moving to 22 for 5, probably just a couple of sighters.
Yeah, they're in a catch-22 here because they just try and play, and I think there'll be a ball there for them. I think there's so much happening. And obviously, if you try and dance down and you try and play a more aggressive approach, there's a chance that you're going to create an opportunity. So I think they don't know whether to stick or twist.
There's a big gaping gap on the offside for Blundell as he lets that one go in the channel. Bit of shape from Ollie Robinson down the slope as well. 4 slips in a gully in position. He's very much earned it. What have you made of the pitch, Michael? It's not the easiest of conditions for the batters on day one. You've had the cloud cover, the swing, the seam movement, the slope, and the uneven bounce.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great pitch. I think they'll be the first to admit here that they've had a little bit of trouble with the square over the last year or two. Probably a little bit longer than that.
As Blundell edges the ball through the slip cord and down to third man. 4 slip diving to his right to try and stop the ball as they'll come back for a couple.
I mean, the pitch against India last year wasn't a great pitch, but it was a great game. And this might turn out to be a great game. So you're kind of looking at the pitch and thinking, oh, it's not a pure one to play all the strokes, and as a batter you're never in, but we might end up with a great game of cricket because there's going to be plenty of action for the bowler.
Blundell crouching down, leaning forwards. This time covering the ball to the offside. Robinson is quick to retrieve it over to his left, and they settle for not going for the run. 24 for 5 at the end of the 12th over. Blundell on 4, Phillips on 1, trailing by 116 here, New Zealand, when Tom Latham strolled out this morning, won the toss, elected to field first. 140 bowling England out. He would have had a big smile on his face until those 3 quick wickets fell early. Ollie Robinson, 3 in the over. And they've been scratching their heads ever since. Still haven't seen Ben Stokes with the ball. Could provide some tricky questions on this surface.
Well, to Glenn Phillips, they've gone to 2 men back on the leg side. It's Emilio Gay that's going back to deep square on the boundary, so clearly they've seen enough of Glenn Phillips to suggest that he might take on the short ball.
Just tuning in, still about 45 minutes left to play here today. Lights are on at Lord's. Blue sky, a couple of grey clouds as Josh Tongue approaches. He bowls full to Phillips, who's squeezing the ball out to mid-on, no run. New Zealand trailing by 116. Andy?
Yeah, the 20 for 5 score. This is the 150th test at Lord's. Only once has a team had a worse score on the board when their 5th wicket went down in a test on this ground. That was Australia back in 1888. They were 18 for 5. And now knocked down to 3rd place was England, 21 for 5, Michael, in the first day of the 2005 Ashes.
Tongue moves in. Works past mid-on, out to the boundaries. Very straight there, mid-on, is try and chase after it, but the ball will win. It hits the boundary rope now. Phillips then picks up a 4, 28 for 5.
And Glenn McGrath bowled spectacularly well. People have compared Robinson to McGrath. Do you see many similarities?
As in the type of bowler?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, in terms of the accuracy, I would say that Ollie Robinson's got a little bit of a way to go before
start mentioning him in the same breath.
Style us. Yeah.
That was a first real shot that you go, oh yeah, first real kind of punch back from New Zealand. The previous ball to that, it was 93 miles an hour from Tom.
Pushes forwards now. Josh Tongue bowling from the pavilion end, coming in on an angle to Phillips, who turns that away to the leg side, out to deep backward square for a single. He'll get off strike. Phillips then to 6.29 for 5 New Zealand, trailing by 111. Josh Tongue, one of the bright spots of the winter, Michael. What was a difficult tour for England, but he came out with plenty of aggression and looked the goods.
Yeah, he's a class act, him, and he's obviously had a few problems with his body over the years, but you know, when he's fit, you know, in the winter he was excellent. He started well for Notts this summer. He's got that awkward kind of action.
Tongue bowls, Blundell plays the ball down into the pitch, very casually waited on that one.
He's not far off Will O'Rourke, is he, in terms of the action? Both kind of front on, both bowl around 90 miles an hour. Both pretty big. I think there's some wonderful bowlers around the game at the minute. And this New Zealand attack, if they can keep them all fit, I think they'll challenge Australia in the winter.
Big comeback story for Carl Jamieson earlier on in the piece, as Tongue is in to Blundell, who's squeezing another full delivery out to mid-wicket, no run. Jamieson back after stress fracture to the back, a recurring injury for him. First test back, he picks up a test match 5 for here at Lord's. He'll get his name on the honours board.
Well, I think Ben Stokes is going to come on. He's having a bowl now to Emilio Gay at mid-wicket, so that's always an indication that someone's coming on.
Darren Mitchell's father, John Mitchell, see him in the stands. Coach of the England women's rugby team, as Josh Tongue is in. He's bowled him straight through. Tom Blundell has been removed. Off stump, cartwheeling back. And he has his first of the summer, Josh Tongue. New Zealand in disarray, 29 for 6.
Well, I think this is an absolute beauty. You know, bowling from the pavilion end with the slope to a right-hander, you're expecting the ball to come down the slope. And I think it just holds up just a little bit and it just thuds into the off-stump's flown out the ground. Yeah, it's not that full, it's kind of that length that the bowlers have been bowling all day, and it's just thudding, skidding onto the stumps.
21 balls for that, 4 runs. Brief stay. Tried to be resolute out there, but it didn't pay off. 29 for 6, trailing by 111. Are we going to see England bat again?
I never thought I'd think that 140 was 70 over par. And 29 for 6. I mean, England have just hit the right zones, and you know, the only thing, and I just think the pitch is making it very tricky for the batters. The only thing that I think I could offer to the batting units is that I think you've got to be brave. I think you've got to be...
Asball.
I honestly do, yeah. I think it's the kind of pitch that you've got to go out and play a few shots. Try and get the field spread. Then in those inside edges, you get in singles, and you know, you get the fielders just a little bit deeper, and you can start to rotate the strike that little bit more. But it's a very tricky surface to feel comfortable on.
And that was Josh Tongue's 50th Test wicket and just his 10th Test, which is the joint 6th fastest in terms of matches played that an England bowler has reached the 50 wicket mark in. Tom Richardson back in the late 19th century did it in 7. 4 bowlers did it in 9 matches, most recently Frank Tyson in the 1950s, and Josh Tongue is tied with Ian Botham, Ken Higgs, Titch Freeman at leg spinner from the 1920s, Wilfred Rhodes, Fred Truman, and another 19th century great George Lohman at 10 matches.
Here comes the skipper. Ben Stokes is on, bowling from the nursery end. 3 slips in the gully in position, bowling to Glenn Phillips, who works the ball to the leg side, out to deep mid-wicket. pushing the single, and they're going to come back for 2 as well as Josh Tongue runs out to retrieve the ball from mid-on.
It's an extraordinary start to his career. It does make it slightly baffling that he was left out the first 2 Ashes tests with those numbers. So 50 wickets in 10 tests for Josh Tongue.
He talked about his injury, didn't he? His shoulder injury and what it took to help prepare it. A bit of Botox in there, Michael.
Is that right? Botox in the shoulder. I thought he started to look a bit younger.
Ben Stokes then, just assessing his field. He's got 3 slips of gully and a point for Glenn Phillips. Short leg in there. Extra cover, no mid-off, mid-on, and a long leg as he pushes forwards, past the stumps. Driven back at him, stopped by his left hand. What a day we've had. 16 wickets in the day. And our highlights team have been ferociously working hard, Michael. Whenever there's a rain break, they have to work extra hard to try and fit it to time to the 1 hour show that we have. And now they're having to take bits out to fit in all of the wickets.
The show starts in 9 minutes.
It does. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, all the best.
BBC 2, BBC iPlayer. As Stokes bowls hits the bottom of the bat from Glenn Phillips, looking to drive the ball through the offside. Again, another indication of that uneven bounce as he assesses his bat now. No run.
Yeah, you can see that big drive from Phillips. It just comes right off the bottom of the bat. And so many of them. I mean, I think Ben Duckett was the first to have a drive in the morning. He's been looking at the bottom of his bat. Ben Stokes, he was looking at the bottom of his bat. It's clearly a pitch that's a little bit inconsistent in bounce.
Phillips bat high. This time covering the ball to the leg side, angled in there from Stokes, going up the slope. Always there and thereabouts with his length. The captain. Perfect sort of length for this surface. Lights still on here, gloomy skies, although there is a bit more blue that we can see. A bit greyer over to the right as Stokes moves in, arms pumping past the umpire. Phillips fends at 1 to the offside, pushes through for a single. That one rose off a good length. Come through for 1, and the score moves to 32 for 6, trailing by 108. So Nathan Smith to face his first delivery. Played an important role with the ball earlier on today. 3 for 38 from 10.4 overs. Stokes keeps the same field, coming in on an angle. Running in with purpose. Bowls to Smith, that's left off a good length. And he just holds his line, looking to play that defensively. Nathan Smith doesn't follow the ball and allows it to pass. 32 for 6.
Could this be a 2-day game?
Well, we've seen a few of those recently.
No, that's what just about to mention. Obviously, Melbourne was 2 days. Perth was 2 days.
Well, there's plenty of rain on day 3. So maybe they were thinking about that.
Get it done and dusted before the rain arrives on day 3. I mean, this pitch could quieten down and maybe it'll be a little bit better for batting tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see, but the conditions as they are, and I don't think it's going to bake tomorrow, is it?
Sticking with the 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. Josh Tongue, Phillips on strike on 8. Huge gap on the offside. Tongue shuffles in. Bowls to Phillips, who turns the ball to mid-on, no run. Well, I've just saved the batting side, haven't they? The bowling attack. After being bowled out for 140, Jeremy Coney earlier said, having assessed the pitch conditions, maybe 220 par.
What do you mean? At the minute, the Baz have done a great job. They've got 140
exactly
on a cesspit.
Never judge a pitch until you've bowled on it twice or seen the opposition bat. As Phillips pulls a short one out to the boundary by sector 2 fielders out there. He'll get 4 for it. Just asked the question, and he was equal to it. Glenn Phillips, 36 for 6, New Zealand.
Yeah, that's why the 2 fielders went back to Glenn Phillips. The information that all teams have about all players these days is there's nothing that you can hide, and that's why he went straight to a square leg on the boundary. It was in the air for a brief while, but in the gap, goes from low to high with his pull shots. So the ball always goes in the air.
Phillips lets that one go in the channel this time. You can watch today at the test at your leisure on the iPlayer, so you can always catch the action after we finish here. It should be around 7:30, so just over half an hour. And the TMS podcast will round up all the talking points with Aggers and Michael, available on BBC Sounds. Plenty for you. Seems an age ago that Kyle Jameson got a fifer. We're going to have to do our bit live, Michael.
Oh, the closer, yeah. Well, the highlights show starts in 2.5 minutes.
Phillips punches at one through that gap. Out to the boundary. It was slightly short, back of a length. Threw his hands right through that. 40 for 6, New Zealand.
Yeah, they have to now. If they start thinking about just batting till close, they'll probably end up losing a couple more wickets with no runs. They've got to start thinking about the scoreboard and getting the scoreboard moving in the right direction for New Zealand. And anything that you get to hit, you've just got to fully commit. That was a tremendous shot.
Gus Atkinson, a backward point. Was interested in that one though. It went upish to his right. Trailing by 100, New Zealand. Phillips guiding the ball to Gus Atkinson, to defend it to the offside. Well, it's the counter punch, but picking the right ball, and that was the role of Harry Brook earlier, wasn't it? Although with Harry Brook, you just never know what you're going to get.
No, I mean, he had a little bit of fortune, but he played some wonderful shots as well. He's the perfect kind of player for this kind of pitch.
England's top scorer, Harry Brook, 56 of 71 deliveries, with 10 boundaries in there. Phillips going at a runner ball on 16. As Tongue approaches, he bowls, and Phillips defends to the leg side. Angled in, down the slope. No run at the end of the over. 15 overs bowled in this innings then. New Zealand 40 for 6 and trailing by 100. As Michael's going to leave us, Vic Marks is going to come in. Your thoughts on the day we've had, Vic, after a few words from Andy, and then you'll be hearing the voice of Jonathan Agnew.
Well, I've got to go and record the news quiz, which you can hear on Radio 4 tomorrow at 6:30 on BBC Sound. So I don't know who I'm leaving in charge of the stats for the last bit of today's play. Vic.
Yeah, well, there's been not many runs scored and a lot of wickets have fallen. Well, that'll do it.
You're a natural, Vic.
Thank you. A staggering number of wickets have fallen.
No, we didn't expect this number, did we? I mean the ball has moved around a bit all day. Just enough. You could never feel in as a batsman, I don't think. New Zealand 100 behind. They're 40 for 6. As Stokes runs in and bowls on the leg stump, has brushed away down to deep backward square leg, and Smith is off the mark to his second ball. Let's wonder if Phillips might play a few shots, actually. He's that sort of attacking, enterprising batsman. We might just think, look, you keep prodding around on here, we're going to get out. He's the player, really. And actually Smith's quite adventurous as well. Whether these two try and seize some initiative.
Well, I mean, if Harry Brook had been facing Robinson, he'd have been running at him.
Yes,
and with some justification, actually. I mean, Robinson's been fantastic.
Stokes over the wicket, runs in, bowls, and that's played quite late and firmly into the offsides. A sprawling save at backward point. So Bashir fielding there. Not sure how much bowling he's going to do.
No.
I think we had a test match, was it? Somewhere we had a test match where he didn't bowl a ball, from recollection.
I don't know. I can't remember, but you can understand why he didn't play any tests in Australia, actually, given the nature of some of the pitches there.
Yes, apart from Adelaide, where he should really have been a shoe-in. Stokes bowls very full, driven down the ground. There's runs here for New Zealand. Long half volley, and it's been driven for 4. Just a bit dive. Oh, actually, that's an amazing dive down here by. What is that? Trying to see who it is below us. We're looking straight down on his head, so I can't quite see who that is. But he literally dived over the ball at full length and over the boundary rope with it.
Well, I was urging him not to do it because he was never going to get there.
Oh.
Is it Harry Brook? No, I don't know.
I can't see who that is, actually.
Is it a sub?
It must be. And he goes Stokes again. There's a swipe. And a mistimed swipe at that. I think Phillips is going to go for it here. Try and knock the bowling off line. Try and get some sort of initiative here for the batting side. It's not easier. 45 for 6. To get out having a bit of a heave, it doesn't look great in that situation. But they've got to do something. Late afternoon sunshine now. In fact, early evening sunshine to be accurate. It's past 7 o'clock.
The shadows of the grandstand are starting to creep onto the field.
Stokes again kicks up his heels and bowls, and there's runs forced off the back foot. Bashir sprints after the ball from back. Good point. We'll see another dive here. Oh, he's taking the ball with him, I think.
Yeah, it was always odds against the fielder there, I think.
Yeah. So another boundary.
Well, 2 good shots.
Phillips goes to 24 from 21 balls. So New Zealand now 91 behind. They're 49 for 6. Stokes sporting this brutal haircut that he seems to have picked up during the course of maybe Easter or wherever it was. But anyway, it's an absolute scalping. Normally sweeps his golden locks back. But, someone's had a real go at that. In he goes again, bowls, and this is a checked drive. He's got to follow through with that initially. But Stokes able to field in the follow through. It's the end of the over. 49 for 6 is the score. 16 wickets today. England bowled out for 140. We've still got half an hour left.
And we've had a shortened day, we might add. I mean, there will be some mumblings within the corridors of power. Look, I mean, this is a significant turn of events for Lords to have a 5-day test that, well, we don't know, but it could be over in 2.5 days, and there are all sorts of implications for that, financial ones.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, it may be that the easy's out tomorrow, the sun's out more frequently, and we get a cracking game in which there's not that much difference between the first innings scores, and you get a third innings of, I don't know, let's say 300, and we've got a cracking game on our hands. But we don't, well, we never know what's going to happen, really.
It's the beauty of this job, Victor. Turn up not knowing what's going to happen in the day. But it is the forecast tomorrow is that there is no rain. 49 for 6, and Tongue is on his way now, and he bowls to Smith, who hops onto the back foot and plays this full ball down to mid-on, where it's fielded by Robinson. Crowd thinning out. This is the thing about the extended time, in that it does.
People have got trains to catch.
Well, exactly. You book your train in advance, and you have to go and catch it. And so much thinner in the mound stand now.
And the grandstand, and it's actually quite a difference.
Yeah. 49 for 6, the pavilion. Well, certainly bottom tier is very sparse. Goes Tongue, bowls, pushed into the offside. Want a single? They'll get it as well. Phillips had to stretch out to get down to this end.
I mean, it's not been a great day to write about, really, because you could have penned this wonderful piece highlighting yet again the frailties of the England team.
That's an ironic cheer for New Zealand's 50, by the way. 6 wickets down.
But then come to finish at conclusion, England are in charge of the game, or ahead in the game anyway. They're not going to be in charge, but they're certainly ahead of the game.
It's one of those days as a journalist doing a running copy.
Yeah.
You might not necessarily want to look back at the piece that you wrote at lunchtime or whenever it was.
Yeah.
And England were rolled over. Phillips on strike is on 24, and in comes Tongue, and he bowls to him. Oh, that surprised him with some bounce. And his whole body seemed to jerk back there. A reaction as that spat. He played it very well, fending the ball away into gully. 50 for 6, Phillips. 24. Scrapes at the ground, and if anything's going to make him think, there's a ball out here with my name on it, I'm going to play some shots, and it's exactly that sort of delivery. Man out a deep square leg now as Tongue comes in, bowls to him, and there you go, swish outside the off stump, and a miss. But that was exactly the mindset. 24 from 24 balls. Smith's coming down for a conversation. I'm intrigued as to who Brendan McCullum is talking to on a walkie-talkie. He's been on it quite regularly, and they're starting to show it more and more on the telly. So he can't talk to the captain. That's illegal. We know that. Right. Bob Woolmer and Hansi Cronje were doing that in the World Cup of years ago. But he's talking to somebody on a walkie-talkie. Here comes Tongue and bowls. Oh, another good ball there, goes past the outside edge. I'm looking for any of the coaching staff actually sort of on the ground that he could be relaying information to, because that's permissible.
You need to be up with things, because there was Brendan McCullum there, and I'm pretty sure it was Southey next to him. But that's the English dressing room.
Yes.
Wasn't it? It looked like Tim Southey.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But I was wondering if somebody else was around taking drinks out and passing messages. But I can't see, there's nobody out here on the field.
He might be ordering up his evening drinks. You never know.
He could, but he's been ordering a lot of drinks, if that's the case. 50 for 6. Then comes Tongue. Bowls. A bit of bounce there. They're going through for that quick single. And Phillips dashes for the far end. He makes it easy enough. And so he will keep the strike at 51 for 6. Phillips has 25. 17 overs now completed, but he has been on that.
Well, maybe say get Stokes to take himself off and put Robinson back on.
I think in the World T20 he was doing it, but he was doing it to coaching staff.
And also when we were at the Champions Trophy, there was some weird numbers being held up, weren't there?
Well, they've moved on from that.
We never quite knew what.
I think they were just
meant.
playing battleships, and they just were just teasing everybody.
Okay.
But definitely, and Simon's putting his thumb up. We weren't there at that World T20, but they were. He was liaising, but there were people on the ground then, weren't there? There was
around the boundary
edge, but that's not the case. There's nobody patrolling the boundary. Phillips on strike on 25. It's 51 for 6. We've got 20 minutes just over of play left. And Stokes kicks up his heels and bowls, and there's a checked stroke there. He's just guided the ball towards third man. Fielder from backward point runs around to his left, throws the ball back. And Phillips takes another couple. He's just playing nice and busily here. He's moved to 27 from as many balls.
And Stokes has slightly withdrawn his field. He's sensed, I think, that Phillips is going to take the positive option now. It's just 2 slips and a gully, and there's that wide third man out there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more conservative. Keep Phillips quiet. Hopefully bowler Smith, who's picked partly for his batting. He's a sort of a bowling all-rounder, Smith, but he can bat.
Goes Stokes. Bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Phillips this time. Picked up by the wicket keeper. Nice to catch up with all those old skippers at tea time.
Yeah.
Quite an array down there. Like really. Lord Botham. There's a Lord, couple of sirs.
A few knights. Well, there's Sir Alistair Cook.
Yeah, Strauss.
Was Sir Andrew Strauss there?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Comes Stokes again. Bowles hits him on the pad. There's a peel flag before we've seen 6 so far.
I think he might have had a bit of bat on that. They're not thinking about reviewing it.
Leg side as well, I thought.
Okay, well he's going to be too greedy.
Yeah. Rod Tucker's having a smile. I mean, he's given 2 umpires calls today, as it were. Yeah, I think he said they're not getting another one. So look, it did look leg side.
Yeah.
I think he nicked it. We might hear a bit of a chunter from the New Zealand dressing room, I think, later. If you get 2 umpires' calls for leg side and over, I think you feel you've been a little bit hard done by. 53 for 6. Stokes again runs in, bowls very full, and just lost his drive there a bit, Phillips.
Wouldn't be the first time New Zealand have been hard done by at Lords.
Well, you wouldn't have been in Hamilton when. So we went on tour after that World Cup in 2019, and I think the Hamilton was the last Test match in the series. A word came through that the New Zealand team had won the Spirit of Cricket Award, awarded by the MCC.
Yeah.
For the manner in which they accepted defeat in the World Cup final. The request came, please would Jonathan Agnew present Kane Williamson with the award. I thought, no, I cannot. Stokes again, bowls wide of the crease, flicked away very fine, that'll run to the boundary. And there's no one that fine, so Stokes again a little bit expensive here now in the context at least of this innings. Another boundary off his bowling. And more formal runs to New Zealand. But anyway, I was told how to do it. So Kane Williamson arrived. Oh mate, yeah, here I've won an award. I said, now listen, Kane.
This is before you.
This is nothing to do with me at all. But this is the MCC Spirit of Cricket Award. Would like to present you with this trophy. This is on the radio for the manner in which you played and were defeated in the World Cup final. He looked at me, said, "What, you mean we're good losers?" I said, well, I think that's essentially what it is, Kane. Handed it over. His face was kind of chiselled.
He's a very polite man.
He's a very polite man, but he wasn't very pleased. Here's Stokes outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. It was one of those I thought, well, thanks very much as ever set me up for that. There you are. You were terrific losers. Please accept this on behalf of the MCC and a grateful England.
I would have liked to see you do that in another context to your great mate and mine, Ian Chappell. The response might have been slightly different.
I caught up with Ian in Australia, by the way. I know you love Ian Chappell as much as I do. He's on good form.
Oh, good.
We had a very enjoyable lunch. It's good stuff.
Was he still?
If you cut out all the swear words, it was actually the lunch was conducted in silence.
And was he still saying, well, on the one hand, but then on the other? No, none of that. No, they didn't get that.
Lots of Rodneys, lots of Fotts and Dennis.
Phantoms.
All that. Yeah, he was on great form.
That's great to hear.
Yeah. He's moved up north out of Sydney now. He's living up on one of those northern beaches.
Right.
57 for 6, and Tongue from the pavilion end runs in, and he bowls on the leg stump, tucked away out to mid-wicket. Another eye on 2. Will they get it? Yes, they will. The ball going down the slope, just trickles away, runs away from the fielder. 59 for 6, and Smith now moves on to 4. It's one thing to be a gracious loser, just respectful, and then leave and hear no more about it. But to be a gracious loser and then to be actually rewarded for it makes you think, I'm never going to do that again.
Well,
59 for 6. Tongue runs in hard, he bowls short, and Smith there thought about a hook shot. Still ducked out of the way. Flies through to his namesake behind the stumps. 59 for 6 when the last 15 minutes of the day, unless that black cloud that's over there gets here a bit earlier than that, because that might well finish things. So if they go off now in this last half hour, that's end of play. 59 for 6. Tongue again runs in, and it's outside the off stump. No stroke from Smith. I think we've been quite lucky, really, haven't we, with the weather? We've had 2 interruptions. One was a long one, and one sort of straddled tea. In fact, the first one straddled lunch, didn't it? So we actually consumed the 2 intervals, if you like, in the breaks that we had. But the forecast going into this day was awful.
Well, we've lost Andy, unfortunately, but 55 overs. We haven't had 60 overs yet. It's just that so much has happened. With 16 wickets.
Comes again outside the off stump again, and one that keeps a little bit low.
Good pace, if looking at the radar there, a stock ball, 89 miles an hour. I suppose you were there, but Josh Tongue was one of the biggest pluses from the Ashes tour.
Well, there were two, weren't there? There was him and there was Bethel.
Yeah.
That was it, really. No, Tongue definitely. It's always been on the radar. As I remember Peter Moores years ago, met him, caught up with him somewhere, and he said, "Oh, I've just been a young lad down at Worcester. Follow the name, Josh Tongue. He's going to be something." Of course, Peter then signed him for Nottinghamshire. Here he comes again and bowls, and played away out into the onside securely by Smith. It's so unusually, bowls beyond the perpendicular, isn't he? And so actually he's really effective bowling from that end at Lord's. Because it does make the odd ball just hold, and with the angle that he bowls and the slope, the batsman's playing inside the line. Naturally you think it's going to come this way, and if he can, just as he does, makes that one just hit the seam.
And he hasn't got a classical action, but he's got quite an effective one that's not easy to pick up.
Yeah. Here he comes again. Bowls. There's a drive to a full-length ball, sending the ball out towards deep extra cover. They'll take 2. So that's thrown back by Stokes. 61 in fact for 6. Just wondering, we haven't got Andy, which is a real shame, but the first day against Ireland, that test match here, I mean, wickets just fell like you would not believe, like skittles. But was that this number of wickets on the first day? I can't remember.
I think my recollection would be that it wasn't the first day so interrupted as this one, so you wouldn't have got as many overs today as in that Ireland game.
Just seemed it was pretty frantic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
England bowled out.
Yeah.
Jack Leach got runs.
Well, he got runs in the second innings.
Yes. Well, we'll test Andy on that one tomorrow. Here at 61 for 6, we've had 16 wickets on the first day of this Test series. And there's still 12 minutes to go until the close of play. Deep square leg goes back now. Phillips on strike on 31 as the shaven-headed Stokes runs away from us and bowls, and Smith on the front foot. Phillips rather plays it out to cover. There's no run. The lights are on in the hospitality boxes in the mound stand now. You can see illuminated. The lights actually, the chandeliers have been on all day in the pavilion, the committee room, and the writing room, which is the one to the right as we look at it. The long room looks dark. Stokes. 2 slips and a gully now. Bowls, and Phillips plays defensively into the leg side. Stokes will field that.
You see those 4 shadows that each figure is creating.
Yes.
And that's when the umpires sometimes...
Well, I think they're going to get twitchy now because that dark cloud is coming.
They're looking at one another, the umpires.
Yeah.
But I think
Rod's got his instrument out.
Yeah. Is he going to measure the light now?
Yes,
he is.
It's as soon as it gets to that mark, the point, whatever, the batsmen want to go. They're waiting mid-pitch.
They're sort of waiting as if ready to go. I'll go, and it's not as dark, I don't think, as when they went on first time round. But puts the light meter on the top of the stumps.
Yes, it's all rather odd. Why don't you do that straight away?
I don't know.
And it's whatever the meter reading is.
Well, he's going to have a meter reading at the other end.
Go to the other end.
I mean, this takes so much time that he might as well go.
They might as well go off. But,
he's having a chat.
His colleagues coming up now, striding in from deep square leg area.
It's on the cusp. Actually, I think England will be happy to go off now. Actually, there's a little partnership building that they've done a good. In fact, they're going.
Yeah, they're going to go.
So that's it.
Close of play. What a day.
Yeah.
New Zealand 61 for 6. There've been 16 wickets in the day. England were bowled out for 140. And New Zealand are 79 runs behind. Ben Stokes will resume the attack from this end tomorrow. Rod Tucker's dropped his light meter, which Ben Stokes has retrieved for him. And off they go. What a day, what a birthday for Ben Stokes. I think if you'd said you're going to have that situation after he bowled out for 140, he'd obviously have absolutely grabbed it. It's been a remarkable day, and the first day of the 150th Test match here at Lords will be remembered for one that, again, Andy's not here to tell us the figures, but there can't be many first days of a Test match at Lords in which 16 wickets have fallen. 20 wickets fell on the first day of the Ireland Test match here in 2019. Thank you, Alex, very much indeed. So there we go. So it felt there was a ring of familiarity about it. But well, that one puts this one in the shade.
Well, it does, except for they would have more overs, I think, during that day.
Yes.
But England will be relieved, because we all thought, having been bowled out for that token score, that they were way behind in this game. And now well, Robinson's opening spell was superb. And the wickets just kept tumbling. A little partnership here actually has brought a sort of smidgen of respectability to the New Zealand score, but 61 for 6 is not great. And who knows what's going to happen? I mean, we might have a classic match, sort of a centenary Test style match, where you get 2 very low innings followed by 2 more substantial ones, and the game going either way. We'll wait and see. The game is alive, and England will be mightily relieved after the build-up, the memory of the Ashes and where everything went wrong. It's a bit like, actually, the first day of the Ashes, I suppose, the Perth Test match, where they couldn't capitalise on a very good first day come to finish. So there's all to play for, but there's a slightly odd feeling. There'll be an odd feeling, as I say, in the corridors of power at Lords, that this game is on course to be another very short one.
Of the Test summer for England's men. Well, it's been a dramatic day. 16 wickets for 201 runs in 59 overs. 2 breaks for bad weather, but plenty of action and plenty to talk about. Michael Vaughan is here. Jonathan Agnew is here. So, I don't know, the fundamental question, Michael, 16 wickets. Was it a 16-wicket pitch?
Well, yeah, because it's happened. We've watched throughout the whole day, and the pitch has done plenty. There's been plenty of movement, but there's been a length that the bowlers have been able to bowl, which has been quite a large length, and it's kind of skidded off that length and hitting the top of the stumps. That's why we've seen so many LBWs. We've seen a few bowls, seen a couple of bowls that the batters have left the deliveries. Well, I don't think it's been easy for batting. I'm smiling and chuckling to myself, because if there was ever a day for Bazball to have been out there playing, it was today. I looked at Harry Brook, the way that he played. Look at Glenn Phillips towards the back end today, playing a few shots, trying to get on the front foot, taking a little bit of a risk. I think it's kind of pitch that there is a ball with your name on it. And those that have kind of gotten and done okay have been those that have been aggressive. So Harry Brook, Glenn Phillips, and I didn't expect, and I wouldn't think that England could have dared risk playing that method. But if there was ever a day for the Bazball method to have been out there, it was on that kind of pitch today.
So, perversely, if England had played in the Bazball fashion that we've seen in the past, do you think they would have done better than 140? I was a bit hypothetical.
I mean, you don't know. I think they would have got a few more, yeah. I think they'd have scored a bit quicker, and it wouldn't have been easy, and we'd have probably seen some poor strokes and would have been criticising them up here. But from what I've seen on that pitch today, there's certainly been a number of balls where we've seen snick-offs, and we've seen a lot of LBWs where the players have been kind of on the front foot playing a forward defence, and the ball's just thudded into the pads. That tells you that the pitch is a little bit inconsistent in terms of bounce. I've been royally entertained. 16 wickets on day one. I don't think it's a good pitch. I think the MCC would be the first to admit that there's something not quite right with this square at Lords. It's been an issue now for a few years, where the Test match against India last year, brilliant game, and it was a great finish to a Test match, but the pitch wasn't great, and the Test match being so good in the end, I guess stopped us all talking about the pitch. This isn't a great Test match wicket, but we're royally entertained, and I'm sure we'll have a great Test match. 6
LBWs, 3 bowled, 3 caught at slip, 2 caught behind, 1 caught at short leg, and 1 caught at fine leg. That's how the dismissals have panned out today.
If you take Harry Brooks, if Harry Brook had been caught on 8, England would have been 90 all out. There's been 61 for 6. I mean, it's bizarre, isn't it?
New Zealand would have probably been at parity by now, or all out. England would have been batting again.
Yeah. But I mean, that drop catch.
Yeah.
I wonder how crucial that's going to prove. But Michael's right. I think not only has it done sideways, but it is up and down as well. And from a batting perspective, that's difficult. That really is that awkward. We've seen Josh Tunga find some bounce. O'Rourke found some bounce. Ball he got root out with. But I think the bowlers have used the slope very well too, and the captains have had them at the right ends. Tunga and O'Rourke bowling from the pavilion end with the slope as it is, both the ability just to make the ball hold its own on that off stump is perfect. They've both got bowlers who are massively effective at that. Robinson from this end sliding the ball down with the slope, so it's the bowlers have had most things in their favour today.
What about Emilio Gay's first day in Test cricket? Yeah, that got a long build-up because we have that sort of those ceremonies before the start of play. Today there was the silence for the England players who died since there was a last Test match in this country. Then we had the national anthems as well. It's kind of always a big build-up at the start of a Test match. You've got a long time to kind of think about it standing out there. He hit his first ball in Test cricket for 4. It was a lovely friendly full toss.
Shin high full bunger outside the off stump. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better ball.
It's funny. He'll have dreamt for that moment for many, many years, and he'd have watched many Test matches, and he'll have watched the likes of McGrath bowling, and probably Bumrah bowling. I can't imagine. He was like, "What's this?"
Yeah.
He almost panicked because he got a full toss. But there's not been so many brilliant shots today. But I thought he played possibly the shot of the day. That on drive was a lovely drive. Gets a good ball. Obviously, we're going to analyse technique and that front foot going across.
Yes.
Maybe the back coming a bit from gully line and kind of going across the ball. But
what do you mean by the front foot going across, Michael?
That front foot kind of presses outside off stump.
Which means
that means if the ball nits back, you're not quite in alignment to get your back coming down straight towards the line of the ball. And if the ball nibbles away, which it does again, he's coming across the line of the ball from which he's come from. So that's something that he might have to iron out. But you can't analyse a debutant on this kind of surface.
He looked relaxed. I mean, you can say that. I mean, he didn't look out of place, did he? I mean, he seemed quite calm, but no, he looks good at short leg. 14 balls. He took a nice catch. I wonder how often he's fielded in there. It's always the young lad, isn't it?
I will whisper to him if I see him in the morning. I'll say, you don't want to look too good at short leg. You'll have a long time under that lid.
Yeah, but it's what happens. You do drop people, isn't it? When Bell got dropped, who's going to do it? Ollie Pope gets dropped. Wow, who's going to be short leg? I mean, it is not that they have them very much these days, but took a nice catch.
I actually think the best tactical move of the day Ben Stokes produced. And I think it's the third ball, Ollie Robinson, Devon Conway, the first 2 ball on a perfect length, nicked down the slope. He played a forward defence, kind of hit the inside edge of the bat. Suddenly Ben Stokes, it wasn't Ollie Robinson, he went short leg in, had a leg slip, and suddenly Devon Conway goes a bit further over, that ball nips back, he gets an LBW, and then pretty much from that move, short leg was in place, and he was in the game.
Absolutely, because short leg, I've always argued this, short leg doesn't necessarily get catches, it's what it does to the batsman, and the LBWs, it's the way it plays around with the batsman and his mind, isn't it? It's more than just caught short leg, it's what it does.
Yeah, and then obviously he's in there for Kane Williamson. Gets the catch, but that was a brilliant tactical move from Ben Stokes.
And there was nearly a run out from a superb piece of fielding from Gay at short leg as well. So it wasn't just the catch, it was also how he fielded it at short leg. He was excellent there. Daryl Mitchell just falling over at one point, and if the throw hit the stumps, he would have been run out. Let's just go back to England's innings, and a couple of dismissals. I totally take the point. It was a tricky pitch on which to bat today. Jacob Bethell missed his full ball by quite a long way, didn't he? I mean, is that just one of those kind of like hangovers from not really playing any red ball cricket, or what is it? It was a full ball. He went to sort of clip it through mid-wicket, but missed it by a long way. It was LBW.
Yeah, I mean, I think he came back up the slope
enough for him to miss it by a long way.
By a good distance. So again, I can't judge the batting unit on today. I just think it's been a little bit of a lottery. You look at Harry Brook. He has a bit of fortune on 8 or 9.
Yeah. Twice he was
and I think it's that kind of surface that you need a little bit of luck. You need a little bit of fortune. I think if you just try and play the traditional way, and I do think there'll be a ball with your name on it. So it's very hard to assess batting on a pitch that's offered so much, and there's so much inconsistency with the look. Let's hope it gets better. I think if the pitch gets better, and we can then assess the batting unit a little bit more carefully. But the one thing I will say is I think England will potentially go back to their Bazball method tomorrow. I think they'll probably speak in the dressing room and go, okay, we've played on that pitch now. Have a look, of course, and if it plays flatter, you just bat. But if it does start to nip around a bit, well, we as a team have to buy into being a bit more proactive and try and get them on the front foot. You've got to remember, Matt Henry's off the park.
But I was going to say, I'll tell you who the busiest man tonight is going to be, the New Zealand physio.
Absolutely.
They need him on the field, because if England start batting and they're a seamer down, that could be a really big advantage for
England.
England.
You'd agree, wouldn't you, that for England tomorrow, if they went out and played a bit more expansively, you wouldn't criticise them tomorrow if they tried it that way.
Well, but we go back to that situation again of reckless or positive, don't we? And if they go out and play positive, that's great. But if you see reckless batting that costs you the game, which is what they've talked about and we've seen in the past, I wouldn't be happy with that. But I would like to see him play. Phillips has gone out and played positively, hasn't he? He's not done anything reckless.
In actual fact, Harry Brook, there was only, he danced down a couple of times. One thing I say about Harry Brook is, I don't want him dancing down to try and launch. I think getting down the wicket is a really good option because it nullifies LBW, and as a bowler, you're running to bowl going, when's he coming? I think he dances down.
They never charged me, Michael.
But I think he could almost play the bowler by going down the wicket and not launching, just playing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just getting into the bowler's mind.
That's my thing about reckless and positive, isn't it?
Well, he danced down to Carl Jamieson. He tried to launch one, inside edged it, past mid-on for 4. The next ball, he went back in his crease, and he'll say, by dancing down, he gets that next delivery because of the dance down. And then he played the most perfect on drive. He went pop, straight down the ground. And it's just that motion of going down the wicket. He doesn't have to go down the wicket to launch it. Go down the wicket to just get into the bowler's minds.
Let's go out to the middle and hear from Alison Mitchell, who's with Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Ollie, wow, what a day, and welcome back to Test cricket. You must have absolutely loved it out there.
Yeah, thank you. Amazing. I was just saying that I'm so speechless about how it's gone. Couldn't really have dreamt up that day. I think when we lost the toss and got stuck in, we were expecting to hopefully be batting all day. It didn't obviously go our way, but then to come out there with the ball as a collective, as a whole group, we were right on it from ball one, and yeah, just amazing it's just such a special day. I have no words, to be honest.
What about the surface and the atmospheric conditions? How much, both of those factors play in?
Yeah, I think the atmosphere's played a big role today. It felt like when the sun came out and Brookie was going quite nicely, it was sort of doing a little bit less. And then this evening again, the cloud comer came over, and I felt like both teams just bowled really well. Both teams hit the stumps a lot, and just didn't really give either batting team a lot to score off. So I think credit to both teams. We've still got a job to do and mop them up in the morning, but yeah, what a first day of cricket.
I mean, what a first over for you, first over back. If I could get you to almost talk through some of your plans for each of those deliveries.
Yeah, I've only bowled at this end before, at the pavilion end before, so to bowl from the nursery end, I sort of had to adjust how I was going to bowl. And I was just thinking about keeping the stumps in play, trying to wobble it down the slope. Looking at the footage, I knew Coney was getting a long way across, so I was trying to get him sort of trapped on the crease LBW. And then Kane, it's just holding that channel to him. And to be honest, that ball was actually just meant to hold and nip back off the surface. And again, sometimes they just go your way. But yeah, wobble seam was working really well out there today. A little bit of nip. Yeah, just incredible, really. The first over was just I just couldn't feel my legs. I was so nervous, and then to get the first wicket and the emotion coming out is just incredible. And I started to come back down to earth and sort of be able to get into my work a bit more.
We saw your skills first time round in the Test arena. To what extent have you developed them, to an even greater degree now? How much control do you feel you've got of, for example, the wobble ball and where that might go, or where do you know where the wobble ball is going to go?
Yeah, I've got a different grip for both to go up and down the slope, but today it was just about honing in on probably one ball and just trying to stay really consistent. We had a chat about the pitch probably doing enough. I mean, you don't have to try and do too many things. And the style of my bowling is just trying to be ultra patient. And luckily hit the right area with that patience today and got the rewards. A few LBs went my way as well, which on another day you don't always get.
Buying Rod Tucker a drink later?
I know, yeah, definitely, maybe 2.
When you got that text message from Brendan McCullum saying, you're in our thoughts, if you do well, you're in. What did you then think, right, this is what I need to do from here on in? What would you say? You you did in all, I mean, taking wickets obviously, but around and on top of that?
Yeah, I was in a place where I never thought I was going to play for England again, to be honest. And to get the text from Baz and the call from Keezy, it really shifted my mindset onto sort of the hard work's just starting, and I was just enjoying myself, to be honest. I put on a bit of weight and probably wasn't where I needed to be to play for England back in March, April. So I knew that to get back in the team, I knew the first date of the Test match. Obviously, there was a lot of work, and the work's still not finished. It's obviously still a work in progress, but I've tried my best to get into the best condition I possibly can do for today, and I know that there's still a lot of hard work ahead, and that's down to me to keep pushing and keep doing that work.
A very quick one on the match situation then. You've obviously got these wickets tonight, but in such a low-scoring game, it's still going to be vitally important, isn't it, to come out strong tomorrow? Yeah, definitely. We have to clean them up quite quickly. Phillips played nicely there at the end. He was a bit more positive and made it hard for our bowlers to bowl to. So if we can get a couple of quick ones in the morning, hopefully there's a little bit of sun tomorrow and we can get the batting boots back on. Well done, Ollie. Great to chat. Thank you. Cheers.
That is Ollie Robinson talking to Alison Mitchell. Phillips is 31 not out, and he took a triple wicket maiden to start his spell, and that's only the fourth time that's ever happened in Test cricket. Jonathan,
Wasn't it lovely to hear? It was an honest interview, actually. Yeah. I mean, proper emotion about being back again, and how thrilled he was. I saw him this morning. He was just saying, he was just like bursting. Not feeling his legs, he's running. I know exactly. Just all of that, the excitement of being back, and the recognition of the hard work that he had to do to get back. That's the sort of interview. It's really nice to hear, isn't it? Someone who's just really chuffed to be back again, and who's worked hard to get back to this, and he's picked up his rewards today.
He had a bit of good fortune.
Well, he did. He mentioned that as well. Yeah. There's two LBWs, and there'll be some chuntering, I'm sure, in the New Zealand dressing room, as there would be in any dressing room. To have two umpire calls for leg side in an over is pretty tough, actually.
Well, let's bring in Jeremy Coney.
Oh, he'll chunter.
No, not really. I mean, that's the rule. Hitting the stumps, weren't they?
Well,
and
I think
yes, just, but nevertheless, you missed it. You were beaten. 2 and an overall where it was, you might feel that's a bit stiff, but nevertheless, they're the rules, aren't they? They managed to convince them. Umps thought about it for a while, gave it out. You got to live with that.
Well,
how would you guys feel? How would you guys feel?
Can't dwell on it, can you? You can't let it fester. That's the thing.
The negative batter will go in the dressing room and complain.
Throw his bat.
Yeah, but I personally would look at Devon Conway. And I think he's getting far too far over. So he's going to get challenged with any bowler. Looking at the way that he moves over to kind of off stump and going, he's just going to try and hit the pad. And I don't understand why he's trying to get so far over. I'd just stay on neutral, middle stump and play the ball from when it's come from. I do think this leg slip's causing a bit of chaos with batters. I really like this manoeuvre to this, it's a modern thing where we see this leg slip on a number of occasions, and I think you've got your 3 slips in your gully, and you've got this leg slip. There's like a square leg that seems to be void, and I think a lot of batters are kind of so wary. I don't know why.
Wouldn't that suggest that you don't move then?
Correct.
I mean, because you're trying to rule out the cordon by getting to your off stump and getting your outside eye over the off stump, and I'll let it go. But that, of course, then exposes the leg stump, and you're starting to play it. Miss it.
If you've got a leg slip or 3 slips in a gully, I still think you've got to stay neutral. It's kind of just stay neutral to hit the ball from where it's come from. And I think a lot of these batters are, sometimes overcomplicating the game.
So is he there for the face of the bat catch? He's looking for
I think so. Down the leg slide, you just
flick it
instinctively. You just flick it off your hip.
Yeah,
that's what he's there for. Yeah.
You can't play from off stump. I'm dead against it, actually. A, your defence, you're coming across the ball. B, you can nick it off 6th stump anyway. C, you can't really hit the ball really on the leg side other than for a wide of mid-on. Because you're only using half a bat and you run the risk. Your pads are right in front of the stumps. Anyway, it's too close to cut if you get a cut. I just think everything is wrong about batting on off stump.
Well, taking your guard on off stump.
Correct.
Yeah. How did you see New Zealand's batting effort, Jeremy, after they bowled England out for 140?
Defensively they couldn't hit the ball. They were missing the ball all the time. That's why there were LBWs. They couldn't get in. They don't look as if they can score against England. England seemed to just worry them. Robinson, we haven't learnt much about his fitness today yet. or his durability, because it was only 6 overs. But you can't argue with his consistency. You can't argue with the way he's able to control his body to get to the right place and to get nice and high so that the ball is going into the pitch as much as it possibly can, and then can do it from there. And then he's got magic in his little fingers. You know, that's the rhythm and music of medium-fast bowling. And that's why he's such a good, you know, he's so consistent. Whether he can keep his speed, it was all between 77 and 81. And if he can keep that, then he can do the job. So I don't know what you feel about it.
It's the perfect comeback week for Ollie Robinson.
It's a good pitch for him, let's be fair.
Correct. He's got a pitch that's nibbling, perfect for his style of bowling. And let's be honest, I don't think the batting teams are going to bat for 120 overs, which would challenge his fitness. You're talking 30 to 60 overs potentially that you're going to have to be out there in the dirt. So that's not going to challenge a spell, then another spell a few hours later, and coming back the next morning. This is the perfect comeback week.
And the New Zealand bowlers, Jeremy, Jameson took 5, but did he impress you the most, or did you also like Will O'Rourke and the way he bowled today?
I like Will O'Rourke better, actually. Jameson bowled some loose deliveries. He went for a few, didn't he? In this condition, you know, in these conditions, I thought that he's had to change. That's the hard thing, and I think the nice thing about it is that he's had 2 stress fractures in the same site, and he's been able to just adapt himself and become a swing bowler. Basically, he's lost pace, but he's still finding a way to play, and it's nice to get a good day, especially at a place like this, I think, for him.
So Jameson 5 today, Smith 2 for 38, Will O'Rourke 11 overs 2 mates, 2 for 29. He got rid of Bethel
and Brooke and Root.
Yeah, good ball to get rid of Root. Let's hear from him now. He's speaking to Alison Mitchell.
Will, what a day, and welcome back to Test cricket as well. How can you sum up what's happened today?
Obviously pretty well advanced now, I think. Obviously a little bit in it for the seamers, so I think both teams bowled pretty well, and I think for us tomorrow, the nature of a small total, we just got to try eat away at that as much as we can tomorrow morning, and then have another crack at them. So it's been an eventful day.
Has the buoyancy of all the wickets in bowling England now been a little bit tempered by then what's followed with the bat?
I think it's only natural to, when you lose a lot of early wickets to, be a little bit shell-shocked and got the boys rushing around in the sheds, but it's the nature of Test cricket, and they bowled very well, so on a pretty tough pitch to bat on. So, it was an interesting one.
How much did you enjoy bowling on this pitch, though? And again, choice of ends with the slope, how did that work? And in partnership when you're bowling with Kyle Jameson as well? Yeah,
I was lucky enough to have the, friendlier end for running in. It was downhill, downwind, so it was nice. It's a nice pitch to bowl on. I think there was a bit in it the whole way around, and then even when the dew got a little bit softer, there was still enough in it. So I just tried to whack the wicket hard and see what happened.
And how has the road back from injury been for you to get to this point and playing in a Test match at Lords?
We had this one circled from a long way out, so a slow, tedious process as it always is when you're out with a back injury, but did all the right things and feeling good now, so it's good to be back.
You're actually from London, aren't you? Born in Surrey, Kingston?
I don't know if I claim. Two Kiwi parents. I claim I'm still Kiwi, but I was born in London, so nice to be sort of home, I guess.
Familiar territory in many ways. And what about the bowling of Kyle Jameson as well? Someone else who's come back from the injury trail a couple of years since his last Test match. He was superb.
Yeah, awesome. I think my first Test match was the one after he redid his back. So obviously haven't played a Red Bull game together, but it was awesome to see the big fella out there and get the rewards he deserved.
Best of luck for the rest of the match. Anything could happen from here.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Well, it certainly feels like that. Will O'Rourke with Alison Mitchell. Final thoughts, everyone. How would you, first day back for the men, how would you sum it all up, Michael?
Well, I'm chuckling because the Test cricket in modern times, we've seen lots of this. We had 2 two-day games in the Ashes. Will we see another 2-day game? I don't think we will, but it's just the way that Test cricket's played these days. You get a pitch with a bit of nibble, things seem to happen and happen very quickly. I don't see it slowing down on day 2, Simon, so strap yourselves in.
No, the pitch it'll quicken up a little bit, if anything, tomorrow if the weather forecast is to be followed. Phillips becomes the important man for New Zealand. He hasn't got 100 in Test cricket yet. About time he batted.
Yeah, big first hour, as we always say. I mean, they put on 30 odd, these two. It doesn't take long for them to get parity. Phillips plays positively, and then we'll see how England bat. Yeah, no rain tomorrow. It's going to be a terrific day.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, everyone. 201 for 60.